All right, and as always, a quick, turn it off and turn it back on again. Absolutely works. Just had to unplug it, plug it back in, but we're back up and running. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Everything was working fine until I went to go live, and then the deck just froze completely. But what's up, Soul? How you doing? We are finally live. We're just waiting for Kage to show up. He's a few minutes behind, but no big deal. We're just going to be hanging out for him, and then today, we are here with y'all's community stream, your November, I can speak today, your November community stream, which y'all have voted for the topic of homebrew review. It was a clean win. I think it was, I think we had 8 votes total, 3 votes for review and 3 votes for 2 votes for subletting subclasses. Double check those numbers. But I think it might have been one of the most voted on community streams so far. Let's see, community streams. Let's go. Yeah, 8 total votes, 2 votes for subletting subclasses, 1 vote for critical cocktails, 1 vote for pop culture builds, 1 vote for mini painting, 2 for subletting subclasses, and the winner 3 for homebrew review. So we are going to do some fun stuff today because there's been a ton of reviews that we have not been able to get to and won't get to on Mondays. So this is going to be a chance for us to do all of that. We're going to do all of the things that we now call showcases. Oh, Kage is here. We're going to do all the things that we do that we call showcases today. And then we'll be able to get through as many of those because they are things that the community have submitted to us, but they don't quite fall into Homebrew as they are more or less specific to either the individual's setting or specific to a situation and setup. What's up, Kage? So those ones don't fit the Monday scheme just because we get so much in terms of review, and because usually Mondays are our shorter days. We've gotten to that stage where sometimes we just have to say that there's a certain review that we're not going to be able to get to because we'd rather get to the more standard, universally acceptable reviews, the ones that are meant for anybody to be able to pick up. So that's kind of what today is going to be all about, is having the opportunity to go over the reviews that we wouldn't normally hit on Monday. And if we start getting our Friday rotation more on a schedule, these might get left behind altogether. So we'll do a couple of these today, as many as we can, and then we'll figure it out. This is also a good time for me to check my lighting because I moved my light so y'all don't get blinded every time I move and you have like a giant spotlight right here. I can't get rid of this one. Where is it? There. I can't get rid of this one because obviously that's my ceiling light, but when it's blue, it's a lot better. The reflection's a lot nicer because even though technically the color is more real this way, I don't like that. How do I point to it? How do I point to it? I'm looking at the camera instead of looking at real life. Yeah, it's like this thing right here just gets annoying. And even to me, when I look at it, I don't like that it doesn't fit in. But if I go, even if if it's brighter, that's even more terrible. But if I go blue, at least it kind of blends into the background of the rest of the colors and it kind of fits in a little bit better. The only downside, because I can't go off, because if I go off, actually that's not too bad because it's daytime. Okay, we can actually just have them off right now. We can't normally do that because it's normally too dark. But I'm actually liking this light now. This is a good lighting because now I can kind of always get lit up by it pretty equally. I like that a lot more than being in my bedroom. I was looking for a way after I did that. I'm like, man, that's so nice. I'm like, now how do I get yours out of your face?
Oh,
I think so.
I've honestly gotten used to it.
I think I did for the longest time. It wasn't until seeing it on this, I was just like, no, I'm done. I can't just always have it blinding. But I was thinking that the next big upgrades, because I do need another camera, because right now I'm no longer switching the camera over here, just because it's kind of a hassle to do that for game streams and the green screen. Mm-hmm. But what's nice is I can just scoot the green screen over and drop it here. And this camera, I just because it's on a. Oh, I should probably do that. Oh, your camera. You're a ghost.
Am I?
That or you're a vampire because you don't appear on the camera.
I could be a little bit of both.
All right, let's see if I could magically make you appear.
Yeah.
Oh, that whole thing's having a problem. Interesting. Okay, so there
is no blue light on my camera.
Yeah. So my Stream Deck froze right as I started.
Oh,
I
rude.
think there might have been a problem.
Stand by, friends. Oh, yeah.
Just cycle the power. Okay, so now let's go back to couch. Huh.
Still don't have a blue light.
Yeah. No, I'm just like, I'm mad because I'm just like, I thought I fixed all of this with that plug, like with that device, but now the device is having the problem.
Oh, is this the same problem that you were having beforehand?
Yeah, it is, and now I'm like,
is there any chance it's like the USB connector on the cord itself? I know it's weird. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, but the fact that it's cycling through, okay, yeah, or you can vocally entertain.
Oh, hey guys, can you hear my sultry voice? I didn't hear everything that Vortex was talking about, but I did hear a lot of it, and I'm very much on board with what he's talking about. Because I love our reviews. I love everything that we get. Like, I can't tell you how often I get inspiration for my own games from the stuff that you guys present to us, and I cannot wait to try and like implement them and use pieces like that. But there are certain things that, you know, while Vortex's world is very structured, mine is a little bit more chaotic. So I have like more flexibility to pull things in from other IPs and stuff like that. And so I really I can't see Kage, but I can hear him. I just realized that that's funny. We're working on it, so I promise. But no, it's so cool when we get, you know, more grandiose stuff like what we have. And what I mean by grandiose is it's like it almost builds itself. It builds its own little
Hey.
Yeah, check.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yes. See.
So I did find out if we ever want to test it, and this is where things get a little bit weird, because again, I don't know where we're at right now with like, again, we're small enough that what we do really doesn't matter, goes under the radar, but at the same time, it's just that whole, as you get bigger, there are more things to consider.
Accurate.
But I did see that during our stream together, or the stream together, where if we're both streaming, there is a viewer call-in feature where if we are streaming together, and I'm sure it also works regular too,
Sure.
on anything,
on like solo streams,
but we could essentially have people call in into the stream instead of having to do it like through a third party with Discord or anything.
Okay.
So
is there something we have to do to like activate that or allow that or whatever?
It pops up in the Stream Together app on my side when I get us to do it.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if I can do some research, I might be able to find out how that can be done on a solo stream. And if it is, we might do something like a sub-only call-in option on a day where subs can call in and either give their advice or give their commentary or ask a question.
That would be kind of cool.
So, oh, I didn't want to do that. Do you have the mod back in that you can actually ban them instead of time them out?
Yeah.
I just misclicked.
Same. I was you clicked it just before I did. I saw it at the same time.
But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about testing out. It's just,
why did it go away when I went switch to mod view?
maybe because I already took care of it. I don't know.
That's super weird.
You should still see that it happened, and I think you might be able to right click on their name and do it.
That's what I.
Because mine's grayed out, but that's because I'm using.
What was the name?
It was the slow something, 5Q. Oh well, if they ever come back, we'll ban them. Whatevs. But yeah, so there is a call-in feature. One of these days we may be able to figure that out. I don't know, because it's so funny. I don't have any of that as an option outside. But once we do a stream together, I'm looking for it now as an option.
That is so weird.
Yeah. So interesting that it's not in the standard, but if I go to stream together. Oh, that's right. It needs another browser. But yeah, if I go to stream together and when I invite you to the call and then we link up audios, there's a spot down there that says viewer call in, and then I can do a bunch of options to let people join via audio.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
I think I'd rather start there than getting into games with people, because that's still just an area I'm not sure about either. So That's kind of just one of those.
You got to be cautious, especially nowadays. You know, you never know how things are gonna end up turning out. So
yeah,
no, I totally feel that.
But call-ins, especially with subs, at least there's a level of, not necessarily trust, but risk on both sides. Like, yes, my biggest concern is just letting anybody call in and
try and do whatever. And
yeah, and there's we can stop the call, but you can only stop the call, after something happens.
Yeah.
Unlike the radio, we can't really.
You don't have like that delay button or whatever. It's like.
Yeah, exactly. So. We got another second from Hecate. What is up? So yeah, it's one of those situations where. I'm at least with subs, they've been around a while. They've put money in, that's like having.
They've got something invested too.
Exactly. So there's a little bit more trust value in what they're doing. So we'll start there and see what happens. But I don't see it as an option for just a standard stream.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Our neighbor is replacing a fence that their dog broke. That's nice.
Wild.
I think there's a little bit. There we go. That seem a little bit straighter now. That seem better for anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit better. All right. So yeah. So but you were saying beforehand, when I think the audio died, you were talking about I think you were going into your side of the conversation of showcase versus normal homebrew.
Yes.
I don't know how much when we died out, but I think that's what you were talking about when we lost audio.
Well, to summarize, it's just one of those things where I very much appreciate all of the different types of reviews that we get. And I very much appreciate the different things that they bring to the table. Because one of the things that I think about when it comes to homebrew is when people are homebrewing, they're not just homebrewing because they want to create stuff for the overall D&D community. A lot of times they're homebrewing because they want something in their personal game. Like, I really wish I had this thing. So why not freaking build it? Why not freaking make it? And so when you guys do that, a lot of the times you keep in mind the game that you have for the creation that you're building, which is fully fair. But a lot of the times what that means as a result is that it's not necessarily fully applicable for the general audience. It works super well for what you're doing, works really great for the idea that you've created, that you've built, that you want to bring into your world, but it's not as easy for everyone to just come and take that, because there's a lot about your world that they might not have in their game. So I appreciate and I love the stuff that we have. Like one of the ones I hope we get to today is the bride. It's a whole new class that was created, and I believe it was for a particular setting where these people were married or something like that. So like that whole idea is very, very cool, but depending upon how it's created, it might not be able to be something that anybody could just pick up in any game, right?
Right.
And it has a lot of stuff that's dependent upon, like, you might not be able to have this class without the other pieces that are attached to it, which is one of the biggest reasons that we decided to put it on standby when it was first submitted to us. So
Yeah.
you know, it's there's so much good stuff out there, and honestly, I want to touch it all. I want to see it all. I want to be inspired by it all. But you know, the way we go about doing that is got to be specific. It's got to be clear, so that, you know, when we're doing this stuff with the other in comparison to the other reviews that we have, it can actually make sense and we can keep that consistency. So
and that's the thing for me is I don't mind like having a 2 rating system, but in terms of how much we have and I think the value of what we do for homebrew review, not so much the rating, because the rate, you know, the compatibility rating for High Point is just the flavor.
you can give anything compatibility rating.
And that's just more of the flavor for the show.
Sure.
It's more of a concept for like, this is why we're doing all of this. But realistically, the value is in the approach and in the discussion and in the opportunity to explore it for all of its values. Again, the idea is that we're not trying to make it better. We're just trying to make sure, did you think about every avenue? You know, when we suggest, hey, I would go this way, I love it when someone, I mean, yes, it's great on a personal level when someone says, "Ooh, I like your idea, I'm going to take it." Like and like the last one we did. You know, when Codex was like, "Ooh, I like that idea." Like I of course on a personal level, I love that. But on a creator level, on a level of what homebrew review is all about, for me, when we suggest something and say like, here's the, you know, how I would have approached it, when they come back and say, but here's XYZ reason why I didn't do that, even though we're in a disagreement, even though I still think I like my idea, the fact that we've plugged that hole, it's a, hey, I'm going to poke over here. And they're like, nope, I figured that out. Okay, well, we're going to poke over here. You know, Poke Under's really good at that.
Yes.
More often than not, when we suggest something and Poke Under's like, but here's the reasons why I didn't go that way. Or as I see it, here's why that won't work. And it's like, good. The point is not to say that we're right and you're wrong, or you don't need to prove why you're right. But all we're doing is poking holes to make sure is the structure there. And if you're good with our assessment that, hey, I'd make this stronger, and you're like, but in this situation, it doesn't work that way. It's like, cool, you've thought about it.
It is the refinement process. Like, we are here to help iron sharpen iron. When that happens, like, iron shavings comes off of both sides, right? Yeah. And so we're one side of it, you're the other side of it. And which is the great part about it, is you are the arbiter. You, the creator, are the one who gets to decide the pieces that you want on and that you don't want on, you know? And so I honestly, it sounds wild, but like, I love both of those scenarios equally. They both give me just as much joy when I get pushback and I'm like, no, this is how I like things. Like, I love being able to help somebody solidify the thing that they like, and then they can then take that piece that they've now considered and use that mentality and that logic in all their future creations. Like, you're building a better foundation for you to be able to do the things that you're doing universally. And I think that that's something that is helping others develop the type of things that they want to develop better. You know, that's what I've been trying to do with a lot of my coding, a lot of my homebrew, a lot of my, you know, Cineverse lore and all of the above. Like, I want to help solidify the things that I know, boom, this is what I'm about. This is the type of thing that I want in my game, you know?
Yeah.
So it's very cool. It's very, very cool.
All right. So I did try to look up what I have access to. I don't see a list of any of the showcase items to link to. So I don't know if you have those.
The way that I've done it, if you look in our on our side of the leaderboard, if you go down all the way to the bottom, there is a section that is my on hold section in orange.
Okay. I saw the one at a tens. I was looking for the stars.
Yeah, so I just put these on here because we hadn't decided what we're gonna do. I have yet to create a full leaderboard for our what do you call it? Showcases.
Okay. I was like,
a full leaderboard for our showcases. And so because we've had some showcases in the past and they're not on this list. So like I'm gonna make a list that's specifically for our showcases. And it's not gonna be as big, but it'll be where people can go find those things. So I feel like it just wouldn't make as much sense for us to put the showcases here.
Yeah.
And like kind of intermix them. But
so I do see that we have a total of 8 undone, but look like 3 don't have a link. Are those ready?
Those ones are not ready yet.
All right, so we have 6.
Yes.
All right, so we have 6 showcases to go over today. It looks like we're gonna have 1 race, 1 spell, 2 subclasses, and 1 primary class, which is the bride.
Yes.
So should we do votes then to see what order, or should we spin?
If we got a wheel to spin, I think that would be fun. Or we could just roll for it. You can give them numbers and roll for it.
You know what? Let's put a poll in chat. Let's put a poll. How should we choose the order? Vote off type. Vote off name. Spin. Roll.
Well, to be fair, I think author name is the same on all of them.
No, off name, like off the name of it, like the name of the titles of it. Like, do you want these titles or do you want these race spell subclass?
Off was short for author.
No, so I should just write so type name.
Soul's like spin.
Spin, roll. So yeah, so voting, spinning, or rolling. Additional votes are going to be allowed for 100 XP, and we'll give this. I mean, there's only 5 of y'all, so we'll give it 2 minutes. So shouldn't be that long. Oh, we can open that back up now and get some light. Oh yeah, that's way better getting both sides of light, and then you're just like casting like a bit of a halo.
Nice. I look angelic for y'all.
No, that just
not so much.
Yeah, it's fine. Spin is always fun. All right, well, y'all can do the vote. The poll is in chat right now. We currently have 2 votes for spin. You have about a minute and a half left. Go ahead and cast your vote for how we want to do this. But while you all vote, I will go ahead and get the spinner ready.
I'm going to, because the large, actually I think all of these are Desmar's creation. I'm going to see if I can hit them up in chat or in Discord real quick, see if they're around. If not, no worries, but it's not a bad idea. Where are you? And I am so sorry. There you are.
All right, well, we're not going to find one that I can customize, so this one looks fine.
Rude.
All right. Well, it looks like it's going to be spin. Should we do it by name or by type? I guess name, because there are multiple types. So by the name.
Let's do name.
All right. Let me get the wheel set up for everybody.
We're gonna square away the wheel and then we can begin.
And this proves just how, little we prep for homebrew review.
Wild.
All right.
Is it?
Oh, we only have 5. We don't have 6. My bad. I miscounted. We only have
6.
5 for today. So can I actually I want to do something here. That.
Liz might be able to come vibe with us for a little bit.
There we go. Get close to the price and win. All right. So hey, we have a wheel. That we can just pop in and out of existence real quick. Okay. So let us spin the wheel for today's. Actually, you know what?
Am I off? Is that really? That's crazy.
Yeah, because technically it's in between us. So if we were
that's true.
That's true.
I looked at it on my screen and I'm like, oh, it's clearly over. No.
Actually, I just finished my coffee. I had fancy coffee because we have
very cool.
It's just too easy to make your own fancy coffee.
Epic.
But we don't have our waters. I was bad and didn't prep waters.
Let me go and grab that for you while you get everybody squared away.
All right. So we'll prep waters, and then I will step away from the restroom after Kage gets back, and then we will spin the wheel for our very first showcase. So let me check as well. I want to see, who do we have? Wow. So interesting. Kage didn't tell me that. See, I thought we had more showcases from a variety of people. I thought maybe we had at least 3 different submitters with showcases. No, these are all from one submitter. So if you all are okay with that, we're gonna do a whole lot of showcasing for one person. For one person that's not even on the board. How dare. But that's what it is. So technically the 3 that aren't written up are the ones from other people. That's actually kind of hilarious. I wonder how difficult that would be for Kage to write them up while we're doing it, or how difficult it would be to do them without the format, because I didn't realize that Desmar basically is the author of all 5 of the ones that we were supposed to do today. That's crazy. But at the same time, that's just what we have. That's what the content is for. But there are 3. We have one from Marty, one from Hecate, and one from Gorilla Rain. So yeah. So I was just saying that you didn't tell me that all of these that are available are from Des. They're absolutely all from Des. I thought there was going to be a little bit of a variety. So I was wondering how difficult would it actually be to do the reviews of the other ones, like in terms of how they were submitted, how difficult would they be to, because again, this isn't going to be our normal review process.
Graveweaver specifically was put on hold because there are changes that need to be made to it.
Okay, so we don't have Graveweaver.
Gorilla is an entire RPG. There is a lot.
Okay, so that one would probably be its own dedicated day. Okay, so that's going to have to be its own dedicated day. Yes. Graveweaver, Hecate needs to update us on. So what about the Abanawa?
That one, I haven't checked in with Marty super recently on that one. I know that they asked me to put it on hold for a certain reason. I don't fully remember what it was.
Okay, so those are on hold for so those are actually on hold.
Those are on hold for
all legitimate reasons.
For reasons outside of us. These ones were on hold for our reasons.
So okay, I tried. I did my best to you know, adjust for and get everybody in. What's going on, Desmar? So this is going to be just a Desmar day. We're basically just showcasing Desmar today.
We love you, Desmar.
Unfortunately, I have to change the stream name then, because I had it as Showcase Showdown mainly just for the name. It just sounded cool, and I assumed that we would be doing showcases from different people. I can't say it's a showdown.
It's a showdown
because it's not even a showdown.
It's himself.
Oh, Des, you are cool with us just talking about just your stuff today, just going through all of your stuff. You're totally cool with that. I'm glad. I'm so glad that you're cool with us just talking about you all day.
You know, all the things. And I will apologize ahead of time. I converted these a while ago, so they might not look exactly the same way that some of our more recent ones have, but they should still have all of the most accurate information based upon what was originally submitted. So,
let's see. It would depend on I guess we could review one of Hecate's. They said that they could submit one real quick. I mean, again, because it's showcase, we could also include it's, you know, because the reason why we format the homebrew is mainly just for ease of representation. It's easy for me to review them the same way, and it also kind of helps our brand stand out a little bit. Especially if we ever want to publish. We have all of that in the same format. But when it comes to the showcase, whereas homebrew review is more of discussing how we would have approached the actual creation of it, the actual build of it, and how we would
universalize it.
Yeah, or just how we would think about it as someone trying to adapt it to their setting, and how we think other people would be able to do so. Right? There's a lot going on there, and then there's the compatibility score, which is just how much I think it would fit in High Point. Now, with showcasing, it's much more of an approach of how appealing is it, how attractive is it. Are there any mechanics that stand out as ones that I'm really excited to use and would lead me to want to use this or draw me into the greater TTRPG it's, you know, about? And what are the limitations that I would immediately feel like? What are the things that I don't like or that immediately stand out to me as like the red flags that I wouldn't go for, or, you know, ways that I might try to abuse things, right? How would I min-max it? So not so much this is how I would have recreated it, but more of a, if I was being approached to play this, these are my first thoughts. And then that's why it's more of a, you know, 1 out of 5 stars, because the star rating is much more of how likely would I be to play the greater TTRPG if this was basically the commercial, if this was the advertisement.
Gotcha.
So it's, you know, we don't make comments as much about, oh, I would have made it do this instead. It's more of a, so if this is how it works, this is how I would use that.
What we're trying to accomplish. Yeah.
And then if I, you know, sometimes I'll be like, hey, I love that. That would make me want to play that mechanic through to figure out what else I can do with it. But then there are other times where it's like, yeah, no, I don't care. Like that does nothing for, you know. So that's kind of the difference in the showcase and the homebrew, which I do like the differentiation between the two. Because at least that way we're not trying to. I also like the difference in thinking about, instead of how would I have done it, how would I have written it, how would I have called those mechanics, I really do appreciate the shift in mindset of how am I going to use that? If I'm the player in this, how would I use that to my benefit, or how do I think
yeah,
I
yeah.
would interact with this concept? And it's a nice change of pace for me as well.
Sure.
It's
Most
the closest I get to being a player.
Fair enough.
Oh, you have a druid and a subclass, but that's going to be for normal homebrew review. This is going to be for things that wouldn't be applicable to the greater.
Like even your Grave Weaver is going to be an eventual review.
Yeah, the showcases are specifically for things if you have like a setting specific idea. Like, I think that's why you said like the bride on one of these is specific to a setting. Like the story itself relies on this, and it relies on the story. You wouldn't just be able to plop this in.
And I'm pretty sure like all of the things, like whatever's going on inside the spell is likely going to have,
because all elements of is tied to the same story, right?
It's tied to these. Yes, exactly. There was like an entire, I don't want to call it a module, but like there was an entire set that was originally submitted to us by Des.
I mean, realistically, if all of these tie together, the loved one, the last one, the oath, the groomsman, the bride, the shining prince, if all of these tie together, we're probably going to take as long as we would if we did guerrilla RPG.
I mean,
so it could be that these are, if we test this and it flows well for this, maybe next time we do the whole RPG. So, yeah, packet. What packet? I don't know what that was in reference to.
Packet. I'm guessing the packet that he originally submitted. I was trying to figure out like the word for like the submission, the collection of stuff.
It would be, I would call it a module. If all of these things tie together and it's meant to be played through like a specific type of campaign, you should call that a module.
That's fair.
I mean, sometimes modules lean into the idea that it's more linear, but this seems much more like packaged as I would call it a module.
Right.
All right, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we will get to spinning the wheel. By the way, third is still out there.
Whoop. Get it. You know you want it. This remind me of what's that dude? Is that Pitbull? That's not Pitbull. Is that Pitbull? That might be Pitbull. I don't know. Early 2000s. What is Pitbull even considered? Like, is he hip hop? Is he pop? I don't. I am not a music connoisseur. I don't know these things. All right. But anyways, I am excited for this. It's been a while. I don't even know if I have, like, I have the original documents that you sent me, Des, but I don't know if I have the original post with all of these things in it, the original packet with all these things in it. So, it's been so long since I've looked at these. So I really hope the write-ups that I did have done you justice, have done what you submitted justice. So I think this will work out. I did just call him a personality or celebrity like the Kardashians are. I mean, lightweight. If you're talking about Pitbull, yeah. I swear, but he's got a genre for his music though. Like he's got to. Although the Kardashians, are they really celebrity? They just like the Kardashians. Who is that one girl that was always hanging out with the other girl? And they were Paris Hilton and Nicole something. I don't freaking know. Like these cats. Like what did they actually do? I think they were the original before Instagram and all that other craziness blew up. I think they were the original influencers, right? That's like they're famous, but they're not famous for being in movies. They're not famous for being a musical artist. They're not famous for what they do. They're just famous for existing, kind of. And I'm like, get you some. But yeah, no, it's a good deal. They are famous and celebrated, thus celebrities not talented. What? Okay, when we say celebrated, does that mean like we have birthday parties for them, or we just go and like give them high fives when everyone's taking pictures of them and calling them the coolest people in the world? I don't know. I've always been interested by these. People are weird. Kardashians are weird.
Everybody's weird. Oh, all right. So, are we ready to spin? I was going to say ready to roll. Are we ready to spin the wheel?
Yes. E.
All right. So let's get to the wheel.
Of fortune.
Which one of Dez's showcases will we get to first? Would y'all like a chance? It's the community stream. Would y'all like chances to get more high points? Because we could do predictions.
Oh,
Either on
I
what's
love those.
going to be picked or what score it's going to get.
okay. And remember, these are not out of 10. These are 1 out of 5 stars for these guys.
Would y'all want that? Would y'all want me to put predictions on either the spin or the score? Type in chat which one you want. If you want predictions on either, just type it in. If you want both, type them both.
There's this one streamer that I've seen every once in a while, and he does this thing where it's like, type one in chat if you guys like this or if you guys want this, and you see a bunch of ones showing. But that's when you have like a million people in chat.
It's really good to just bump up, because basically what they're trying to do is just bump up their numbers. So when you say like emote in chat or do that,
Okay.
it's because you do that, and because once a group of people do it, more people are likely to do it. It is an effect.
Oh, everyone's doing it. Yeah.
And then your analytics look crazy because people who wouldn't normally chat, people who aren't actively keeping the feed going,
Sure.
will jump in on that. So you could have, if you look at analytics, you could be like, oh yeah, you have on average 30 chatters, you have 100 chatters. But in those moments, you suddenly bring the average up to 500 because
Wild.
half your people are now chatting.
Accurate.
And then you go back down to the 100 that are your active chatters.
Got you.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
Wild,
it's
wild,
kind of
wild.
one of those things. It definitely does that. All right, nobody wants predictions. All right, nobody wants extra points.
Fine.
Nobody gets extra
slackers.
points. We're just gonna spin this. Whether you're a believer or not, it doesn't matter.
We running.
Let's go. What is the first showcase for today?
Is it?
It's the one you wanted.
It is.
We are going to be reviewing The Bride first.
Love it. Huck a chuck. I honestly think this is likely going to be the chunkiest of them because it's a whole brand new class. But let's.
I mean, if it's the chunkiest, it's going to be good to be
good to start with.
good to start with. All
Yep,
right.
yep.
So
I will say all of the art that I put in here, I'm pretty sure is of my own creation. It's just the one. Never mind. So it's not a whole lot, but still.
All right. Well, let me get this set up. It's going to take me just a second to get it all.
Looking party.
So we will be reviewing or showcasing The Bride. So what do you know about this? It's just a class. It is a class. What do we know about the setting it comes from? Anything?
Again, I was just telling them, I think it was while you were gone, I don't quite remember if I have the original post that Desmar gave this to me with. I have all the original documents that come with it, but I don't remember
All right,
like,
Des.
what pre-frame we got for this.
All right, Des, this is your chance. Post as much or as little as you want, but give us any kind of summary or synopsis of the setting or realm or whatever you call it, what this is from, and or how this applies. Like, how necessary is this class?
Sure,
Like,
sure.
is this going to be one of those situations where players have to choose between a series of classes, not like you have to fill all
You
the
can choose the
classes.
groom, you can choose the bride, you can
But
choose,
you have to choose
but you have to
these
choose
ones.
one of these.
It's not like, hey, it's just in a list
Anything
of
you
a
want.
dozen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Give us anything that you want to kind of preface this, because this is a showcase. All of this is going to be a showcase, and each one of these are going to, again, the out of 5 stars are the individual stories of how well does it represent and attract us to the overall story.
Yeah.
But we should get a premise, at least at first, of, well, what exactly are we looking at here? What is the general elevator pitch of this? So all wedding content was done for a contest. It was just wedding themed content.
Oh,
Okay, so it's a
interesting.
showcase about how well does this. So we're just going to go off of this then. All of the showcases are going to be based off of that premise of, if you are specifically, so again, you wouldn't choose the bride for a campaign. What you're going to choose the bride for is you want to run a one shot or a mini series,
Yeah.
and you are going to theme it off of a wedding.
Themed. Okay.
And so that's totally fine because that still isn't quite a homebrew review because it's not universally acceptable. But this is why the showcase is if you want to run a one shot, or if you want to say, I want to run a mini series, but I don't want to build it from the ground up. I know I want it to be like a grandiose wedding.
Sure.
You could go to these and go, oh, here's a bride character. Here's a groom character. And all of that could be built into your little like mini series or one shot where everyone has to fill a role instead of build a character.
Got you.
So that's the premise that we're going to go off of is, does this attract me to the idea? Do I like the idea enough to be like, wow, I kind of want to run this wedding one shot? Also, does it fit? Does this feel like it belongs in a wedding, because it could just be a gaming session, right? But I'm just thinking one shot because you have to kind of get forced into the role.
Yeah.
But those are the two biggest premises I'm going to approach this with is, does it excite me? Does it make me want to play this specific theme? And if I were to run this theme, or if I were to be told, hey, we're doing a wedding theme and this is what I was handed, do I feel like it belongs? Those are my two lenses that I will be looking at this from. Again, not looking for whether or not I would have done it different, just that I'm being told it's a wedding themed and this is what you're getting handed.
Got you.
And that should be universally applied to each one. So while we're going to get a better story as we read these, each one should be looked at as their individual part to that story.
Yeah.
So it's not just after, even though we're going to read the bride, even though we can see better that the groom may fit better, we don't change our mindset of, but if I only knew about this, is it still good enough? So there has to be that separation of
are you thinking we're going to look at all of them and give them scores? Or
no, we're going to give them scores as we go. But
okay.
like, if we give the bride, let's say a 3 out of 5, but we get to the groom and we're like, oh, but now that I know the bride, the groom makes so much more sense, and it could be a 5 out of 5. But if we go, but let's face it, if we didn't read the bride first,
sure,
how well does this feel? And it goes, oh, it's about as good as the bride. Because then if you go back to the bride and go, oh, with the groom, it makes so much more sense.
Sure.
Then you realize they're still both a 3 individually.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that if I knew both of them. So again, that's
kind of like why we do like pairs when we are doing homebrew review. Like if you are submitting 2 things together, like
yes, it gets one.
Those are specifically being looked at as a unit, and they're not being looked at individually. These are still being looked at individually and not as a unit. Okay.
And especially because these don't specifically tie to the same story.
Yes.
You're not playing this bride and this groom. It's just if you're going to do a wedding scene and one of your players wants to be a bride or a groom, and you want to do that,
yeah,
you would give them this class. But that's where there's a lot of different layers that you say. These could be used together, or they could just be one of 2 choices, right?
Sure.
You could do a one shot where it's like, hey, do you want to play a male character or female character? You're either going to be the bride or the groom.
Sure.
Like those are fine. Those are great little one shots. But if you're going to intend to play both or have them as choices, I want to make sure that we're reviewing them again from the point of view of not they belong in a specific story, just do they fit a wedding theme, and do they make me want to play a wedding theme?
Most definitely.
Well, standing by. All right, so. All right, so again, we are going to be looking at this from the viewpoint that these are wedding-themed one-shots or mini-series options. Again, not for open campaigns or greater campaigns, just you want to run a themed campaign and people need to choose a specific type of class.
Sure.
That's our premise for how we're going to review this.
Fucking track and football, I love it.
So. My computer is slowly dying. Hang on. Before stream is I went to go change. I was live. We were counting countdown. I went to actually turn everything on, and then it froze the moment I tried to change scenes, and it did it just again. So my
specifically the deck.
Yeah, my computer's just well, and then now one of the USBs isn't working on that strip, so I just have a feeling that my computer's just slowly losing itself. So, you know, we're just gonna have to,
We'll get there.
we're gonna have to deal with it.
We're gonna work.
All right. So
I do have the original docs. Yes, Des. I actually just found them. So if I need to reference anything from there to make sure what we got here is accurate, I think
all right. So let's begin the long day of today of looking at everything that Des has submitted for specifically a wedding themed campaign. All right. So we have the bride as an optional class for this campaign, or any wedding themed campaign. Starting with a description, you are the bride, the most beautiful being at the wedding. All of these people are here for you and your beloved, to cater for you and to congratulate you on your very special day. But all this attention and love doesn't mean you're somehow helpless. Oh, far from it. You'll fight tooth and nail for this. Those that get in your way or somehow undermine your wedding are in for a rude awakening. I really like the premise that it sets because it gives a clear direction on motive and goal. Doesn't tell me where we are, how we are. I mean, this could be anywhere from you're in a village all the way to you're the princess. This doesn't give you anything other than it's just your day.
Yeah.
And the whole deal. I mean, and what I love about that is you could go everything from grandiose, you know, you're a noble and you're in a palace, and you know you have all of this nobility, and then there's there's an assassination happening, and you find out and nobody else knows about it, and you want to keep it under wraps to protect your wedding. So before the wedding, you have to find out the assassin before. Like that could be an option.
You're like, no one's messing up my day.
Or it could be, you're in a village and you're trying to have a great ceremony out in a field, and then goblins are going to attack, and you have to fight off the goblins. But damn it, you're still going to have your wedding after you win. All the way to you could do like, honestly, if you wanted with this, you could even do like a hangover thing, where it's your wedding, but you wake up a town over, and you have to be like, what the fuck? I have to get to my wedding.
I gotta get there.
And like, so there could be so many premises with this simply because all it does is give the player their character motive, and it gives you the premise of the miniseries or the one shot. Everything else doesn't matter.
You know what this makes me think of? I just saw a video the other day of a dude saying, how come I just now learned today that the maid of honor is allowed to carry a sword? Like, their original premise of the maid of honor was to be the battle guardian between everybody else and the bride. So like, I think a maid of honor addition to this would be so fire, like so fire. Whether it's like another subclass or something, but like just somebody who could just come around and be like, I have the bride's back, and you ain't gonna mess with nobody unless you getting through me first.
Oh, it would be fascinating to do like a subclass, like a maid of honor subclass, kind of like,
right?
That would be really interesting. We could think about that.
Yep.
But yeah, so I love descriptions like this because, especially for the concept of a one shot. Yes, I'm already like kind of hooked, because it didn't tell me anything. It gives, as a DM, this gives me the perfect premise to run this. If I wanted to do a one shot where the scene was a wedding, this gives me perfect freedom for any level of campaign I want. But this still tells the character, hey, I don't even, like, it's built into your character. This is your goal. Get to your wedding, make sure it happens. And then my job is just to put things in between it. It could be anything from, domestic disputes that you got to do like little fist fights for, all the way up to a dragon's gonna, stop your wedding, to goblins, to assassins, to you get kidnapped. Like there's just so much dumbness that you could do. This fits almost any or any level of DMing, right? Whether you want to be a little bit comedic with it, or be super serious, or be super epic with it. It doesn't confine you other than premise and motive. And I feel like a lot of players could benefit from that. In a one shot, sometimes I've seen one shots where the DM thinks of everything except for how to motivate the players. It's like, oh, here's the things you can choose from. Here's the storylines. Here's the dialogue. Here's the scripted things. Here's the cinematic moments. And then it's like, everyone want to play, and they're like, so what are we doing? It's like, well, you're going to play these characters and go through these. It's like, but who am I? What am I? You know what I mean? Like, you almost forget, like, why am I doing this, right? it's like I
Yes.
think there was a Reddit post a long time ago about like one of the worst gaming sessions where like a player sabotaged the DM because it was like their first time they spent all of this work, and the player was like, "But you made us these characters, and our characters like it was supposed to be like a more modern TTRPG
Mhm.
where all the characters were supposed to be professors, and their colleague got murdered like at this university. So the premise, that was all the whole premise, and so he started the whole thing with they discovered the thing. It was supposed to be like this whole murder mystery, all this cool stuff, and one of the guys that the real-time player that, or the real life player who wanted to sabotage the game, was just like, oh well, we're gonna call the cops. He's like, but don't you want to like he's like, no, we're gonna call the cops. We're professors, we're scientists, like why would we? No,
Why are we getting involved in this?
and he just derailed. He's like, he's just like, wouldn't we just call the cops immediately and we're not going to do this, right? We're not going to.
This is
we're
modern
not,
day. They do have police officers. Like, it's their job to investigate.
and within 10 minutes, the game was over. But this was his first time doing
DMing.
this, because he was always a player, and then they like to cycle out DMs, and it was his first time. But this other person was just like,
No,
like
we're not gonna do it.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's hard.
that this kind of fixes that issue of, well, here's your premise, like no questions asked. You can be any kind of character you want, but this is your motivation.
Yeah.
This is the goal, and this is the times that I've set, and I will put things in your way. Figure it out.
I think that lends really well to something like a one shot too.
Oh, so bride and groom were meant to be full classes. Bridesmaid and groomsmen were subclasses.
Oh.
How does that?
So does that mean that the
doesn't quite make
bridesmaid
sense.
and groomsmen are subclasses of the bride and groom class?
Because that doesn't necessarily make sense in a D&D sense, because they are one and the same. Like
You're
they
both. You're the main class and the subclass.
That
unless
it's meant for like these are the main heroes, and then these are like their like we're all a party, but there's people who are like pushing the story along, and then there's the supporters.
Mhm.
So I could see that calling them more like support classes, where they're there to help and fill in the story, but they're not quite like the main people
Sure.
for the story.
Interesting.
But because I don't know how making them subclasses in the sense of 5th edition. I don't know
Like,
how that would make sense.
I think the only way I can understand is to a certain extent, you have the main class, and it's called the bride, but it's like the bride and the bride side. So it's all the bride side of things. And so you'll have a subclass that's specifically if you are a bride, and then you'll have a bunch of subclasses for all of the different types of bridesmaids. Like and then
Desmar says the groomsmen are paladin subclasses, and the bridesmaids were meant to be cleric or warlock subclasses. Oh, okay. So I think the idea is that the bride and groom are meant to be their own standalone classes. If you
Okay.
choose the bride or the groom, that you were going to get everything we're about to read. Right?
Okay.
Everything, just that's it. That's it. It is 100% in and of itself its own class. Groomsmen and bridesmaids are subclass alterations. So, for instance, if you choose a groomsman, you are a new paladin subclass. You're not a standalone subclass. You're still going to get all the normal paladin stuff plus whatever this subclass gives you. Does that make sense?
yes. So
Whereas the groomsmen, they are not
I will
anything.
say there is a subclass to this class called the Shining Princess. It's one of the ones we're going to go over. It is specifically a subclass to the bride. The groomsman is a subclass of paladin. It says the
Right.
oath of the groomsman. So
Okay, yeah, so-
That,
so
that makes sense.
That makes sense in terms of that.
And so if I just know that this isn't a standalone,
Well,
it's not by itself. This has subclasses.
what's the title of the bridesmaid?
There isn't one. Like, so
You said it's a sub or the princess. What do you say? What was
the subclass of the bride is called Shining Princess.
Interesting. So I wonder if that's the concept of like the war. Yeah.
Maybe it's just the
interesting.
type of bride that you are. You could be multiple different types of brides. You could be a princess bride. You could be, bridezilla if you wanted to be. You could
Okay.
be whatever. But
So we'll have to look into that.
Sure.
Because we don't really know. But I'm just trying to decipher exactly the information that we're getting. But okay. So far I'm interested. It definitely is already giving me a premise that I can go with. The bride's gonna get a couple features here. So proficiency bonus goes up. Looks pretty standard. Yeah. Proficiency bonus goes up in a standard way. We're going to get a fighting style and something called Blushing Bride. We're going to get wedding prep, bride type, another bride type, perfect dress. Okay, so we're going to get a lot of things that are definitely featured for the wedding thing.
This feels very much balanced like a fighter.
Yeah,
like the fighter class.
Extra attack.
You get a lot of extra attack. You get a lot of ability score improvements. No other class you get ability score improvements two levels away.
It did say that you're not helpless. You're gonna fight tooth and nail. So that right there tells us that this is definitely. And then fighting style right out the gate.
Yep.
Okay, so definitely a combat or strategic, a strategic fighter. I do like this though. I know that you put this in, but it's kind of cool. It's not bad. All right, so class features. As a bride, you gain the following class features: hit points. You have a 1d10. Hit points at first level, 10 plus your Constitution modifier. Hit points at higher levels, 10 or 6 plus your Constitution modifier per bride level after first. That sounds all fine. One thing that this is kind of based off of something that Desmar said is, where did you say it? Oh wait, no, never mind. I misinterpreted it. So yeah, no, never mind. That seems all fine. It definitely gives me the fighter vibe with being that 1d10. It really makes me curious if there is going to be, like how the groomsmen would look side by side. I'm curious how that's going to look like.
Actually, I am curious. What is the?
Because again, they're not necessarily meant to be played together, but if they were,
what's the paladin D? Because fighters get a D10.
Is paladin D12?
Paladins are, why can't I find it? No, paladins also a D10.
Huh.
They're both D10. The only ones that gets a D12 is barbarians.
Ah, gotcha. So proficiencies: light armor, medium armor, and shields. Weapons, simple weapons, and martial weapons. No tools. Interesting. Saving throws, charisma, and strength. Skills: choose from acrobatic strength, or acrobatics, sleight of hand, history, religion, insight, perception, performance, and persuasion. Okay. I could see those being beneficial to specific builds. And then equipment, you start with the following equipment. In addition to the equipment granted to you by your background, you get studded leather armor or chainmail, martial weapon, and a shield, or 2 martial weapons, longbow and 20 arrows, or 2 tridents, explorer's pack, or a monster hunter's pack. Quick build. You can make a bride quickly by following these suggestions. First, make strength your highest ability score. Next, your next highest score should be charisma or constitution. Second, choose the entertainer background. Would have been good for a link, but I wonder what the entertainer gives you.
I can take a gander real quick. Background entertainer. Boom. Entertainer background, you get proficiency in acrobatics and performance, you get the disguise kit, and you get 1 type of musical instrument.
Oh, because acrobatics and performance cuts those 2, so then you would have less to choose. Okay.
Equipment, you get a musical instrument. You get the favor of an admirer, a love letter or something like that, or a trinket or a lock of hair or something like that.
Interesting.
You get costume clothes, a belt pouch containing 15 gold pieces. By popular demand, you can always find a place to perform, usually in an inn or a tavern, but possibly with a circus, at a theater, things like that. And this is just basically a way for you to kind of like make passive income when it comes to being in like a town. This is kind of standard for background features. Either it's giving you information about stuff or giving you able to create some income.
Because nobody wants to handle money or encumbrance.
Yes. A good entertainer is versatile, spicing up every performance with a variety of different routines. Choose one of 3 routines or roll on the table below. You could be an actor routine, a dancer, a fire eater, a jester, a juggler, an instrumentalist, a poet, a singer, a storyteller, or a tumbler. But yeah.
Okay.
It's mostly that. There's some characteristics and stuff that go with it too, but
I could see those being better for the fighter type build.
Right.
I can definitely see a lot of that benefiting, especially what we see here, kind of making it a little bit more fine-tuned. All right, so fighting style at first level, you adopt a particular fighting style as your specialty. Choose one of the following options: defense, dueling, great weapon fighting, protection, interception, 2-weapon fighting. You can't take the same fighting style option more than once, even if you get to choose again. Those are all standard, right?
Those are all standard, and I'm assuming that if there are more, that those will be allowed too. Because there's one called blind fighting. There's another one called oh no, interception's on there.
I wonder if this is narrowed down for the sake of the theme.
Oh, that could be true.
Because like blind fighting, like that's going to be super situational, and
sure.
If you're going to do a wedding theme, maybe that won't be as beneficial. So maybe it's supposed to help narrow it down.
Okay.
I like these though. Okay, so
no, they're very good. I feel like they fit, and again, fighting styles are common, but not everybody gets them, which is why I like the fact that you have the ability to add a significant piece of your build onto this, like how you want to use this particular character.
Mm-hmm. At first level, we get Blushing Bright, our first ability. Oh my god, would you look at that ring? It must be worth a fortune. It must be so exciting to be a bride. Why not let others feel that elation and warmth? When making a charisma check or saving throw, you can add an amount equal to half your bride's level rounded down to the roll. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before it can be used again.
The charisma?
Interesting. Yeah, so charisma check or saving throw. Once per short or long rest, you can add half your level to a charisma check or saving throw.
I would be curious if this is allowed to be done after the roll occurs. Because if I'm making a roll and I am I don't know, I roll and I just miss it. Boom, let me add something and then I succeed. That would be cool. That would be something that I would
see. I'm always torn on that. I think this is actually going to be a good opportunity for a little tangent topic, because this is one of those things. I'm very torn on the idea, or I'm very torn on when it's appropriate to allow
foresight.
Because for me, I understand the appeal, especially from the players, right? It's always better to not lose something if you didn't need it, right?
Sure.
Use something and then the roll didn't have it anyway. It's just that, because for me, I guess older editions, it was much more common because the idea was it was a safety blanket. It was, you don't know the outcome, you just want to guarantee it no matter what.
Sure.
Whereas now it's much more, I don't want to burn it if I don't need it. So therefore, can I have as much foresight and hindsight as possible?
Sure.
I don't mind the hindsight on certain things, especially when it's based on reactions or when you could justify it either narratively or magically. But I think we've had this conversation a lot before.
Yes.
When it's relying upon future knowledge, the idea that, because the characters don't understand the role, they don't know that the role is happening.
Yes.
So to know that you're not going to succeed and then change up what happened. Now, granted, you could say at the last second. Now, again, if you're narrating it, fine. And sometimes maybe this would be fine. But sometimes you could say, if you're in a conversation and you're trying to use this and you say, can I do the check, or can I do this after I do my check to see if I succeed? I would allow it in a conversation. Why? Because you could be you could narratively say that, you start to speak and you see that you're losing him. You see he's not quite believing you. And then you hit the blush and you see him come back and he falls for it.
Yeah.
But in combat, those are the times when it's something can I see if I miss him? And it's so you want to swing, see if the swing in 6-second combat of crazy chaos is going to do damage. And then if it doesn't, then you want to do something. So you know what I mean?
I do hear what you're saying. And I agree with you the majority of the time. I would say this, to a certain extent, it kind of feels like Paladin Smite. Because Paladin Smite, you only do it if you hit, right? Imagine if I make purchase on a strike. If I'm boom, I know I'm going to hit this strike. I am now going to imbue that contact that I made with this extra power.
And the funny thing is I can accept that only because of the way that I view paladins. Because again, I am not dissing on Oath Paladins. I just think that they should have been I just think that they should have been something else.
Not Oaths?
No. The Oath is the perfect thing. They just shouldn't have been called Paladins. Because when Divine Smite was just that, when it was directed from
A god.
a god, it made perfect sense that it only did it when it's hitting, because the god, again, is your conduit. So when you want a Divine Smite...
So your mentality is the paladin's not choosing to add the smite.
Yes.
It's the god that's deciding, I want to add the smite. The player just gets to decide when the god chooses that.
Yeah, it's the idea that that's narratively better because it was controlled by outside forces. It wasn't the player or the character realizing this is the moment. It was divine. It was the player going, I want to use Divine Smite, and the god's like, now is the time to use it. That is narratively better than, oh, I can feel me crushing his skull. Let me now put more force into it when it's something else. So again, this is just a hot topic for me, is I don't mind reactionary benefits, but there are so many times where when it's put into place, it just falls short of how does it make sense that in game, that this sudden moment that, like, again, I don't know, it's just weird.
I do get it.
It's just one of those things where like again, with the Blushing Bride one, with this charisma check, I totally get it in a conversation, right? There's a lot of nuance. There's time that goes by. There's more time that goes by than, what you're gaming out. So I could see those little nuance moments. But things that affect combat, if it requires you to have knowledge before you use it, it's hard to justify that you get to use it after you get said knowledge. I prefer, and maybe it's because I'm an older school gamer, I kind of prefer the safety net mentality. You use it to ensure it, not because you failed.
I do get that.
And that's just, I totally understand that is not the popular opinion.
And outside of the popular opinion, my mindset kind of leans me towards, when I look at something like this, and this kind of goes back to like why we do some of the reviews, it's like, how likely am I to use it, knowing that I only get to use it ahead of time as an insurance policy? It's like, how frequently can I use it? If it's something that I can't, if that I have to do ahead of time, I'm gonna want to have more access to this than once, right? Like that I'm fine with that being the case, but like that needs to be a part of the thing.
You know why I think that is? And definitely it's because of the eras of D&D that we started out in. Because if you think about how I run High Point and how second edition it was, by technicality, you had basically a lot more options. You could accumulate a lot more, even though you didn't use a lot of it, right? Whereas in 5th edition, most of the packaged stuff, because it comes packaged, because there's so little you get to add later that's individualized, everything needs to be impactful, right? You can't just have a throwaway option. And that, I think, is definitely the fundamental difference that I think isn't the reason, but it's part of the fuel of why you and I do approach those things. Because where I look at it going, I don't mind having something that isn't always impactful, but that's because I come from a session and a gaming mindset of, you should have a kind of like a bag of many tricks, where you have a lot of things that are usually not useful, but when they are. So you said, how often are you likely to use it? And as you were describing that, I realized, finally kind of just came to a flash of just like inspiration. That is definitely a fundamental way that we think differently, is I look at things from the utility standpoint of what's the likelihood that I would have obtained that knowledge and then be benefited of it in the future. Whereas, because I assume I'm going to have a bag of many tricks, and it's going to kind of be just what trick do I use today? Whereas from someone who has a deeper root with 5th edition, because I don't play 5th edition as much, the idea that things need to be there and much more usable. The idea that you even have the question, how likely am I to use this? I just realized I don't ever ask that question, because it's not important to me how often. It's important that, did it make sense for me to have it? And when I use it, is it going to be the thing I need? But I don't play a game where everything you have needs to be used, otherwise you have nothing. Whereas in 5th edition, it's very often that what you have is all you have.
Either you're doing the most basic of basic, I swing, I Eldritch Blast, I whatever, or you're going to use one of your abilities that allows you to and then if you do use your abilities, now you don't have that ability anymore, and you have to go back to doing your basic.
And that explains why I'm much more comfortable with this mindset of, if I have a bag of all tricks, the idea that when there's a moment where I'm like, oh man, we might not win this, I'm gonna pull this thing out this one time, like it's gonna be the perfect time I get to use this because we need to have the upper hand. Even though I could roll and be fine, we need the upper hand right there.
Sure.
And even though I could crit or roll an 18 and not have needed it, but I used it, again, in the way that I came up, in
it
like
still
the game,
feels powerful. It still feels.
Because again, I have a bag of many tricks. I have many safety nets. The safety net is that thing of I can be reckless because no matter what and also in older editions, failure was more hurtful, right? There were a lot more things that were one-time use that were make it or break it, pass, fail. So for me, that's just a lot more natural, but I do get it. In 5th edition, that mindset doesn't work as well. The idea that you have to question, how often am I going to use this preemptively? Because it takes action economy differently. Because you don't want the safety net, you want the guarantee. Whereas in my way of playing, the safety net creates the tension of the narrative. But again, combat and encounters, all of that is handled differently fundamentally from 5th edition. And I'm not saying that you as a DM, but being more involved in 5th edition, I totally understand why that's your first question. And I just never realized, because you always ask that question and I always like work with you on it, but I've realized you're always the one to ask that question. It never comes up for me because fundamentally, I don't look at the game that way. I look at it more as that's something to have in my bag of tricks, not this is the only thing I can do.
In 5th edition,
how's it going?
You're doing a lot more to build your character than you are in 5th edition. In 5th edition, it feels a lot more like puzzle pieces. And in 2nd edition, or at least in the way that you play, I feel like it feels a lot more like Legos.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So when you're thinking about, I'm going to, you can combine, theoretically, imagine if there were 2 different puzzles that you could combine together to create a new picture. That's what multiclassing is, right?
Exactly.
You have the ability
to
take all these pieces, you can intertwine them together, and it still makes a cool picture. It still makes a cool build.
Sometimes it doesn't, but
it's just puzzle pieces that you're putting together. Lego, you get to be way more creative, and when you have Legos, it's like, hey, if this thing is not working for you the way that you want it, then don't use it. Don't have it. Don't use it as a
because
Lego.
You can still follow the instructions, but piece by piece. But if you have extra pieces and you are creative, because there are thin pieces and there are thick pieces. You can't just say I want to use this thin piece and expect to still build it because you're going to be off a notch.
Yes.
But if you find a way to be like, well, if I use these 2 pieces, it's the same thickness. So I'm going to use these 2 things, and the game doesn't know the difference. That's why I like 2nd edition. Because it's the one edition I feel that did that the best. The idea that you could take the pieces enough to essentially make the game still perfectly work.
But at the same time, I get why 5th edition is more popular, especially now, because when you think about it, it takes so much mental creativity to build Legos. Like, my brother was a Lego fanatic growing up, and he not only was able to build stuff using the instructions, but he was able to make such incredible creations just straight from his own mind. He even got way back in the 90s, he got into Lego magazine with one of his creations.
Awesome.
He sent it in and he was featured in their magazine. It was crazy. And so being able to do something like that, create a creation that is so unique and so viable based upon purely your creativity with the pieces that already exist in the world, is something that you can do in 5th edition, but in 2nd edition. But in 5th edition, it's more like you're just taking 2 sets and smashing them together, and you're making a hybrid of 2 things that somebody else created.
And there are plenty of puzzles that fit together, but there are plenty of other puzzles that the pieces, like you can't take a jigsaw puzzle and put it with a regular puzzle.
Sure.
Like those pieces won't fit, and that's the problem with 5th edition is it's about making things fit more than it is about being creative.
Yeah.
So that's a great little tangent. Yeah, I think I might get some good little clips from that. But yeah, that's just some crazy things that I was thinking about as you were explaining that. It just makes so much more sense now, because that question alone is what differentiates us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We fundamentally have to realize that question kind of defines how we both approach the game fundamentally. Is everything for you, if it's too much of a decision of not using it, then it is decreased in value.
And you know what's really weird? That mentality came to me not from being a player, but from being a DM. and it was more of seeing how my players interacted with the things that they had available to them and how often they were actually using it and how valuable it was to them when they were using it. And it was just like, it didn't feel like you were a paladin. It just felt like you were a dude that did regular attacks all the time, or you didn't feel like you were a fighter, just a dude that just whatever it was, it just, you felt so basic unless you felt like you had something that you can use and you had the freedom to use in a creative way, which is why I like giving my players those unique things that are very specific and unique to them that only they can have. And
which is also hilarious, because then it reminds me of one of the, like, again, just the complete difference, right? You as a DM came up with that because you're constantly trying to make sure that, you know, they're utilizing it and not just feeling like they're getting, you know, just things.
Sure.
But what's also funny is it's kind of the exact opposite when it comes to your character in my realm with Dov, because one of your most powerful items you never fucking use.
Yes.
It's quite literally like the item that would literally be used every time we play. Like, you could use it in everyday situations and it would still be effective, but you got something specifically to only ever use, like, but that's the fundamental difference, right? Is you wouldn't really feel that that's good in 5th edition. You wouldn't want to be given something at first level that you won't use until 20th. But in High Point, it kind of just feels right. It kind of just feels like one day. And that's my thing is, that's what I mean by bag of tricks. I gave you that because it could be used, but you put it in your bag of going, one day I'm going to find a door or a wall I can't get through, an enemy I can't knock down, or you're gonna be like, I need so much fucking force, and then you're gonna pull that out, and because you're gonna have no idea how much you have in it. And that's the hilarious thing, though, is that is a right there. What you described, what you do to your players, is the perfect opposite side of the same coin of what I did to you. I gave you something that it felt perfectly natural to be like, I'm gonna hold on to that. But that's not what you normally would approach as a DM yourself.
Yes.
So that's the perfect example of, wow, like, that's, I think, why it's so great that you and I have the arguments that we do, because we are fundamentally approaching it from two different mindsets, and that helps so much more than us just being like, oh, I like that idea. I like that idea.
I don't think
what
my players would ever treat something like that the way I do. Like, they wouldn't think of it the way I do. Like, I love that because it is something that it's like, this is like, when I first got it, I played around with it a little bit. I experimented with it. I tried to figure out what it could do. And then when I did the limited experimentation that I did, I was like, I got a lightweight plan. We're going to see when there's a scenario that comes up that it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this.
Right.
I'm going to do this. So I honestly look forward to the day that sucker gets to go on.
I'm worried because depending on how fucking long you take,
I'm worried that my arm's not gonna survive. Like,
there is
my
that.
arm's gonna just like be fully blasted off, and I'm gonna be like a one-armed Dov with my staff.
There is definitely a potential, but I'm also just worried because I have to actually do the calculations based off of the notes that I have on it, because like, it's pure force, and that force has to come from somewhere, and it has to, be able to move through, like air and the world. I got to make sure it doesn't rip a hole in something, not just a wall in physical matter, but I got to make sure it doesn't rip a hole somewhere.
Here's the deal. Kage can be smart, but what does Dov actually know about this thing? He just knows it's the ring that he punches stuff. He's not super magically inclined. He's an earthbender, man.
Right.
I'm just going to use it. Like, I know it's going to hurt something, but let's see what happens. The difference between Dov and I is so wild.
Well, and again, that's one of the things that I like most about open worlds like mine, is you get to explore different personalities and different mindsets instead of just different builds.
Yeah.
It's much more about the mind of the character than the tools that they have.
For sure.
All right. Well, enough tangents. Let's get back to our review. So, Blushing Bride, I think we both like it. I think it's a worthwhile first level ability. You had the question of whether or not
you can use it after.
So I think with 5th edition, it makes more sense and it's more viable to do so. I wouldn't, but I think we've just covered perfectly that that's because I don't play 5th edition. So
Sure.
makes sense. I can say that it makes sense to do it, to be able to choose it as like a reaction. I wouldn't mind that
if you added the action
so
or
when
reaction.
When making a charisma check or saving throw, you can add the amount equal to half your bride's level rounded down to the roll. You can do this after knowing the roll if you use a reaction.
Oh, so if you do it beforehand,
you just do it. So again, if you just choose, hey, I want the safety net. I want to do this. I want to roll, and I'm just going to add half my level to this roll because I just want to make sure it happens. Cool.
Sure.
But if you're like, I roll and it doesn't work, you're like, I use my reaction to add my charisma bonus. So then
I kind of like that.
Work.
I kind of like that.
At least there's some action economy. And then when you do it in combat, because there might be a situation where you could do that in combat or in an encounter, at least it gives you action economy to make sense. So when you're just talking to somebody and you make a check, you can be like, I'm just going to do the thing.
Sure.
And that's totally fine. No one cares in conversation because it's going to reset.
Yeah.
But at least it gives you the opportunity to say you can choose to do it beforehand free, or it's going to cost action economy if you want to know the roll first.
Sure.
I would be so much more comfortable with that.
I like it.
But this isn't a review. We're not doing that.
Sure.
But I like it. I like the ability. Let's just say that I like the ability. Doing a homebrew review or something in character. Oof. That would be rough. Trying to do like an episode in character. Especially because
as dog?
Yeah, but we don't really do like the role play that much. Like we don't do voices as often. We don't like get into character like that. I mean, it's more of a mindset than it is
very much so.
I don't know how that would actually work. But we will be doing some more gaming on stream. Now that Vixie and I are gaming once a week, we keep wanting to pick up old gods and just do more. So we'll be doing that.
Here.
All right. So far, again, I'm digging this. I'm still on board that this is this does fit a wedding theme so far. I'm really curious how the fighter it makes me curious to see how this is going to work out and what kind of game you can make with it.
Sure, yeah.
So far we're at like a 4 or 4.5.
We're checking.
Yeah. We're getting there. All right, so at level 2, we get wedding prep. You've got so many things to manage and account for. At times, it seems almost impossible for one person to get it all done, but you've got this, girl. Once on your turn, you can take one additional bonus action. You can use this feature equal to your charisma modifier to a minimum of 1. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
That's
fucking dope. An extra bonus action?
That's kind of cool. I'm actually really here for that. I'm hoping that either in the subclass or in the main class, we get more to do with our bonus action, because standard, there's not a whole lot like built in for your bonus action, with the exception of, offhand attacks and things like that. So maybe if you just get another offhand attack, that would be cool. But
I would, and this goes along too, because I kind of miss the old school method of being able to divide action economy, like turn an action into a bonus. And this almost like, man, that would be that kind of like excites me, because I do really like playing with action economy like that, being able to split it up. So I do agree, if this is a cool feature, but it does make me want to see more bonus actions, and I hope that we do see them, just so, because it seems like a cool feature, but I don't know what I would do with it.
Sure.
So that's so far what I'm thinking of, is like, what are we going to do with that feature? But I do think that at level 2, that's cool, especially if you're going to start at level 3. These are all just kind of things that you're going to come packaged with. That's amazing. Yep. And speaking of level 3, we get bride type. Choose. Ooh, you were talking about potentially subclasses. Okay. So choose a bride type from the list available that you will embody and shower those around you with your romantic being. The bride type you choose grants you features at 3rd level, again at 7th, 10th, 15th, and 18th level. So that's what they mean by this is a whole class. This is the top class. Interesting. Okay, so should we look at those first, or should we just look at the rest of this?
I mean, it's up to you. It's one of the ones that's on the list that we'll be spinning for eventually.
Interesting. Okay. No, we'll look at this, and then we'll look at, like, because that's how you would normally look at it. You would look at the whole class. Like if you were going to go to a website, you look at the whole class, and then you go into the subclasses.
Yes.
Because you want to see what the whole class is. Okay. So we get a bride type. Okay. I'm interested now, because bridesmaid is a subtype, I guess.
Not of this.
Oh,
Remember, it was supposed to be like a warlock, and we didn't get that submitted to us.
Oh, that's right. Those are different.
I also don't have a
Right.
groom class that was submitted to us. The ones that we have on there, the only ones that I actually received.
Gotcha.
So if
Okay.
there is more to this, then
I was just trying to think of how that all plays out. Okay, so this is going to be a whole class based off of the bride. Okay, so yeah, we'll go through the rest of this. We'll give this one, and then we get at least one of the subclasses of it.
one of the subclasses of the bride. Yep.
Okay, so we'll just treat those as separate as we would normally with reviews. Okay, so then you get an ability score improvement, or I'm assuming or a feature.
Yes, or feet. Yep.
When you reach certain levels, you get that, or you can increase 2 ability scores by 1 or 1 ability score by 2. And if you are allowed to use feats, you may take a feat instead. I like that. I like that it's key. I always like it when you cue off that it's optional for the DM, right?
Yeah,
You don't force their hand on anything. It's meant to be an ASI, but if your DM wants a little bit more freedom, bam, it's right there for them. So yeah, that's I like how that's written. I like that better than automatically saying it. 'Cause there's players that would just be like, well, you said I could use this, and that's what the rules say. Now it says, hey, talk to your DM first. Totally like that.
Exactly.
Martial versatility. Whenever you reach a level in this class that grants the ASI, you can do one more of the following as you shift the focus of your martial practice. Interesting. Okay, so whenever you get an ASI or feat, you can do one of the following. Replace a fighting style you know with another fighting style available to the brides. So that does mean that list is intentionally shortened.
Specifically, okay.
Because that makes me think that it's intentional.
Right.
If you know any maneuvers from the Battlemaster archetype, you can replace one maneuver you know with a different maneuver.
I think this actually might be a standard feature because I've seen martial versatility before.
Gotcha.
That allows you to swap things out. So that I've seen either in fighter or in one of the other classes. I can't remember which. But yeah, I feel like that's totally been an option that I've seen before.
Okay. So yeah, so far so good. I it's definitely feeling like a fighter. Then at 5th level, we'll get extra attack, so you can attack twice instead of once. And then you'll get another at 11th, and 3 when you reach 11, 4 when you reach 12 or 20. So yeah, that's pretty much on par.
Yep.
7th level, you gain the bride type feature. You gain a feature granted by your bride type. 8th level, the perfect dress. The dress you pick must be perfect to accent your most prominent features and to elevate your beauty. No one will be able to ignore you. Over a long rest, you can stitch together your perfect dress using either the raw materials or pre-existing items of clothing or armor. Wearing and attuning to a perfect dress grants the following benefits. +1 to your AC, an additional 10 feet of movement. Once per long rest, you can cast the Charm Person spell. The spell save DC is 8 plus proficiency bonus plus charisma modifier.
Basically the same type of save you'd get from like a warlock or a bard.
So it's interesting because it seems as if there would be a reason to do this more than once, but I'm noticing that it's basically just a static, you get these 3 things. But the way that it reads, it's almost like, because over a long rest, you can stitch together a new one.
So say you found some new armor. And that armor is like,
so you're just turning it. It's kind of like the one for weapon, right? There's one for, we were talking about it before, where you have to basically do the same thing. Was it
you can for warlocks, your
warlock.
packed weapon, you can take an existing weapon and basically turn it into your packed weapon, and it gives you some certain benefits. So basically, if you take a piece of armor, and I'm hoping that this works with even magical armor, you can take it and just add these benefits onto whatever armor is already there.
Okay, so it's just saying that from here on out, anytime whatever you're wearing,
you can upgrade. You can give it this upgrade.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool.
And I assume that just saying that it's once per day. So if you start the day with one clothing and buy new armor, you can't put that on.
You have to wait till a long rest.
Okay, that's okay. That's not bad. I like that. It was just a little bit confusing, but I'm not really like, it was a unique mechanic I wasn't really familiar with. Sure. So ability score improvement at 9th level, which again makes you also get your option to change your martial type. And then 10th Desmar, with the second pass, I'd word that better. It's meant to add these new features to clothes or armor you have. Okay, yeah. So we had it just right. Just took a little bit. So guest list at 10th level. It's time to send out those invitations. You get to pick and choose who gets to come to your special day. Maybe you can use this power elsewhere. As an action, you can manifest a magical guest list and create an area that only creatures on the guest list can enter. This area can be 20-foot cube or sphere. Creatures cannot move into the area that are uninvited. Ranged attacks, spells, and spell effects may still enter the area. The area lasts up to a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus. It may be undone by Dispel Magic, an anti-magic zone, a wish spell, or similarly powerful cessation of magic. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you can use it again. There isn't this reminds me of a spell. There is like a zone of protection that kind of has something similar. But that's kind of interesting. That's really interesting. I'm actually really surprised that it's not like targeting like a structure almost to make like a safe house. The fact that it's just an open zone makes it way more powerful. And if you are going up against a bunch of melee people, you could basically just cut off half a hallway. You could just you could just be out in a field or a road. You could just cut people off from getting near you, and they would have to throw things at you at best.
Depending on how intelligent your foe is or whatever, like if you're just doing this a bunch against a bunch of goblins, yeah, they might just run at your field and start banging at it to try and get themselves in. Right. But if you're against like mercenaries or something, they might just dip out and hide and like poke out
or just wait it out.
So yeah. I'm trying to feel out whether I think this is too crazy or not, because there could be certain situations where you could be damn near invincible in a scenario like this.
It's also granted, hours.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not just like for a combat. But again, it could be a scenario where it's like, hey, this is my ceremony. I'm going to protect my ceremony.
You know what I think
for a time.
That I feel that this is again, looking at how I would use it, this seems like it's to guarantee you can always take a short or long rest. It's basically saying, hey, like, I know that this isn't meant for a dungeon crawl, but imagine you're going between things and you're just like, hey, look, we're in the hallway, we're in a corridor, we're in the side room. You know what? Let me just put this up real quick. Everyone get a rest. Let's long rest here. No one can come in that door.
Sure.
And we're safe. You know what I mean? So that's the way that I would think that this is best used. But in combat, because it's an action to manifest it. Well, I mean, a 20-foot sphere. That's crazy.
Is it a stationary thing, or is it something you cast on yourself?
It just says area, 20 foot. It just says on an area. So I'm assuming it's stationary. Once you cast it, you cast it.
Okay, so if it is on an area, it makes sure it makes sense that it wouldn't be on you.
Yeah, but that is kind of crazy though. And
I would also possibly say, especially because it's for a number of hours, it's once per long rest, not once per short rest.
I mean, yeah, I would have used the fuck out of it for the short rest.
It is.
As a player, I would have used the crap out of that. So, that's going up every combat.
Exactly. It's like every time I take a short, I'm using
you know what's hilarious? Actually, you know what's hilarious? You know how I would abuse this as a player? I proc it during combat to force them out, to basically make a barrier. Once we win combat, because it's still lasting, we take a short rest.
So
it resets and then we move on.
That's the other thing.
You literally guarantee yourself a safety of short rest.
Here's the deal. There's a spell that's kind of like this that you do cast on yourself.
So this only I didn't read that. So it only lasts a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus. So it wouldn't last you a whole long rest, but it would pretty much guarantee most of it.
Not a long rest, yeah, but if you're 20th level, it'll last a whole long rest. That's 6 hours.
But still, the short rest factor, like the fact that I could practice in combat, and then have a zone of safety to take a short rest and immediately have it ready to proc again. That's how I would use it. I would literally just be if my DM depends on the DM, right? The DM can just say no. But what's to stop me from saying, hey, it's up for 2 more hours. I'm gonna rest for an hour,
and then get right back, and then be like, all right, let's go. Because there are certain DMs where like you can only take a certain amount of short rests in a day.
True.
Right. So you have to kind of like rationalize that stuff, ration that stuff. But the thing that I want to know is if I cast it in an area where there are people I don't want in that area,
what happens?
Are they forced to move out of it like they're afraid, or
That's actually a great question. How does that work, Des? How do you think that's supposed to work? Is, yeah, if you cast it on an area to keep people out, but someone you don't want in there is already in the area you cast it, are they stuck? Are they pushed out? Or does it not affect them and you have to push them out so they can't get back in?
I would say, and this is the hard part, because there's a spell where you do cast something on yourself and it says certain things, certain creatures can't enter it or whatever the case may be. So as it goes
out, it actually pushes?
But it does not. You can't move into a place where there's somebody that's not allowed. Like, you can't go there or the spell ends. If you forcibly move yourself into a space that would encompass somebody that's not allowed to come in it, the spell ends as a result. Or if you try and cast it when someone's already within that area, the spell doesn't go off. So I would say the thing that would make most sense is if there's somebody in an area that you don't want them to be in and you want to cast this, you can't cast it there. You can't cast it until the area is clear of the people that you don't want in it.
I like that as a balance. I like that.
Yeah.
You have to have the area already secure to block it off.
Yeah.
It's like locking the door when the person's already in the house.
Exactly.
What's the point of locking the door to let no one in when the person's already inside? I think that's much better. I think that's a much better use of it.
And there's no full clarification, so Des, let me know if that's what your intent was or if you have a different one.
Yeah. So they'd rule it that it unexpel them in the easiest path. So that's what Dez's intention is. You cast it and then it pushes them. That's super powerful. Yeah. I again, not trying to review it, just looking at it from appeal. That's super
dude
abusable.
I messed the dickens out of that, dude.
I mean, being able to push them, just
dude, imagine if you just got chucked into the middle of all of them and was just like, bye y'all, and just like fully cleared them out of a certain area. There could be like 20, 30 people in this 20-foot
protect your healer, sphere. Just like cast it on your healer and just like get the mob off of them.
Drop it. And is there a range on it? Like what's the range? Can you cast it away from yourself? Do you have to cast it like where you're standing, or
it does not get. Okay, so there would have to be some updates on like range and all that, because we don't have those in the description.
But
it didn't say on self or in an area you can see. I'm assuming area that you can see.
Sure.
All right, cool. So yeah, so far that's pretty dope.
I mean, I like it.
At 11th level, you're gonna get another one. Oh yeah, that was right. This was for a contest, so this was like kind of pushed through. So the bride type feature, you get another one. You get another extra attack. You get another ASI.
Oh, that was the other thing. Where's it say ASI? ASI is at 13th level.
13th
Before
level.
that, where's the next ASI?
Extra attack. ASI 9th level.
9th level, and then I swear there was one at 6th level too.
4th.
But if you scroll up and look at the first progression, that big list at the very, very beginning. Yeah, there's supposed to be one at 6th level. I think 6th level is the only one where I didn't see one. So
6 ability score increase. Holy
potentially 6 feets if they get allowed to take feats.
Yeah. Okay. So there should be one right here. There should be one.
I was just making sure that was. Let me make sure that wasn't an oversight on my part.
All right. So at 14th level, guest list ×2. It's time for a few revisions of the guest list. Some people can't make it, and some haven't sent their RSVPs. The nerve. Now creatures inside the area cannot be targeted by ranged attack, spells, or divination. Additionally, this area increases by an additional 10 feet. You can now use the guest list feature twice before finishing a long or short rest. Damn. Oh my god. That is
West America, man.
If you want to talk about area control, like the battlefield control of that, fuck off.
Bro, okay.
You're pushing people, you're stopping people from attacking the zone.
Okay. Who says I can't use it twice at the same time? Who says I can't have 2 up at the same time?
They are actions, and you have multiple actions, and they're not technically
and they last
spells.
for hours. Bruh, if I want to use 2 of these suckers, if it increases the range by an extra 10 feet, and if we can't be attacked by ranged attacks or spells anymore, or divination, man, y'all just can't find me.
Man,
can't find me.
So if you think about it,
bruh,
you know what I would do? We're at a wedding, right? We're at a wedding. Get into a hallway. Get all the enemies into a hallway. Cast it where, like, if you have the group of enemies here, cast it here and start pushing these enemies this way, but then cast the other one here
on the other side of the hallway.
But make it like only like a foot in between them, to where it pushes them all out into the small zone, so they're constantly being pushed, so they're basically stuck.
And then you can tag them from both sides.
They
and just
can't
blow them
attack
up.
outward because technically they can't attack inward, but all of you can attack. So that's what I would do. We're at a wedding. I would get all the enemies into a hallway, cast them on either side, and basically make it to where they have two impenetrable
And then
walls.
when I'm done blowing you up, just take a nap for an hour and then get to be able the ability to do it again.
Yeah. And you know what you could do? Once they're all dead, you move the bodies out of that little pathway, and that's where you take your short rest, because now you have two zones on either side of you that can't be penetrated.
Y'all can't touch this. God bless America.
Yeah, we're hilariously breaking this shit. Hey, you know what? We finally get to act like players right now and not DMs trying
Heck
to fix
yes,
this
man.
shit. So yes, I am gonna break it. This is me trying to figure out how
freaking
excited I would
man.
be to use this, because that's exactly how I'm gonna use this.
Dude, that would be wild.
Especially
Wild.
if this were any stronger and actually did any, because I see that the easiest way is like it's a gentle push. It's
Sure.
You're escorted out. You're not being forced out. Because if you were being forced out, I would say that you should just overlap them to the point to where these people and these people are getting pushed into each other, and then the
Imagine
overlap basically
There were
smushes
like
them.
ethereal bouncers that when you cast this, they just slowly escort them out of the circle. It's just like, oh, you're not allowed
You
to
could,
be
as a
here.
DM, you could
have not
say
been
that
invited
you
into
could
the
say that
party.
as like a just a visual thing of while in the circle, while they're being pushed, you see a spectral, like, well-suited bouncer just gently escorting them out. Like just kind of just like, sir, this way.
And imagine they like stay like because if you've ever heard of the clerics, they have spirit guardians, and there's like these like spirits that are kind of like hanging out around them and attacking people within a certain range. Imagine they were just these like butlers, waiters, bouncers, and they're handing you like these ethereal drinks while you're inside and like you're enjoying your reception and all this extra stuff. Like, it's so
Ooh.
crazy.
Lepa's idea, that's kind of interesting. If it's a small enough room, would you be able to push people up into the ceiling, and then when it goes away, they get fall damage? Can you imagine being pushed up against the ceiling and then being stuck there for like 6 hours?
That means,
And then eventually just like, you're just like, I'm going to go to sleep, I guess. And then just out of nowhere, you just
fall on your face and get a concussion.
Oh, man.
Could somebody walk on this? Is this solid enough for an enemy to like?
No, I think the idea is that if you were to fall on it, you would go inside and then be pushed out. I don't think even though it's a sphere, I think that's meant to stop you from like flying into it. Like a flying creature would be stopped at its barrier.
But yeah, like
And
if a flying creature came and landed on top of it, would they stand there, or would they fall in? Could they like stand on top?
I
and
would
just
say it's
hang
not
out?
solid enough to stand in, but it's kind of like, it's just the area has a pressure against it. So it's not like it's a solid structure they could stand on, but like their feet would just kind of go through it. But as they got closer, it's just more of a, it's, just kind of like buoyancy. It's just, I can't, trying to like push a ball, like an inflatable ball underneath the water in a pool.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
It's like
I get that.
You can go through, you can go into the water, right? You
but
could
it's constantly
push it in
pushing
there,
back on you.
But yeah, once you stop trying, so it's like you're not gonna, the ball floats on the water, but it's more of it's bouncing. It has to keep itself up, otherwise it would like float to the side and fall off. So I don't think it would be able to stand there, but it would also just not be able to continue flying towards it. So that's why I said if something that wasn't flying fell, they wouldn't like bounce off of it, but they would fall into it and then they would just be pushed out, because it is a gentle push. It's not enough to like,
Sure.
and it wouldn't be enough to break your fall. I don't think it's enough of a force that if you did fall into it, you'd still take fall damage.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
All right. So this is great. And then another bride type feature, and then another ASI. Here comes the bride at level 17. You may have gotten a little too excited and have rushed down the aisle. Woe unto these that get in your way at the start of combat, immediately after rolling initiative, but before any turn or action has been taken, you may move and perform one action. During this, you add your charisma modifier to your attack rolls. Additionally, you now add your charisma modifier to your initiative rolls.
So it's not a full turn.
It's just
but
a move and action.
you just get to go first. You just get to, like, I don't care what your initiative is. You could have rolled a 1 on initiative, but before anyone gets to do anything, after initiative's been rolled,
You know what
you gotta move and you gotta smack.
The first thing that this narratively gives me is I'm that player. I'm just like, okay, roll the highest initiative. By the way, I'm using this feature. I'm going first. I'm going to move, and my one action is going to be the bubble. So imagine the idea of I walk into the room, I burst through the door, past my party, past the party, past everybody, and then you're just like out of my way, and then you put down the bubble that immediately pushes everyone out of your way.
And because this is an action, you get one action. If you do decide to take the attack action, you get all of your attacks. All of your attacks.
Yeah, I love that. I love the idea that just bursting in and then just being like out of my way.
Clear the room.
Make a hole.
Make a hole. Make a hole.
Oh, okay. I'm really curious to see what the subclasses are going to give us, but this is kind of cool as its own class. When we get another bride type feature, another ASI, another final extra attack. You can now attack 4 times when you take the attack action on your turn.
God bless.
Oh boy. I'm gonna take a step away real quick. I will let you. I don't know where we want to leave this to discuss. I'm digging this. This is cool. I'll be right back.
This is a lot of fun. I'm actually kind of sad it's taken us this long to finally review this, but I'm stoked that we get to do all of this together here all at once. But this is very cool. I love the ideas that are here. This is basically like, it very much feels akin to like a reflavored fighter class, right? You get different things in certain places. You still get your extra attacks. You don't get Indomitable, but oh my gosh, this a guest list feature that is insane. That is freaking insane, and it is so much fun to play with. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on this because that is so cool. I would love to have something like that, even if I just steal that and use it as like a feat that somebody could get to just like create this bubble. I think that's too cool. I think that is way too cool to pass up. And I like the fact that eventually it gets to the point where you can't cast like ranged stuff through it. It doesn't say that it becomes immune to like dispel and stuff like that. But ooh, magic item. Yep, that's a good idea too. Actually, that's a really good idea. Ooh, that's a really good idea. Because I was talking about like, even if I don't take this whole class, I really want to take that feature, the guest list feature, because I think that's so cool, and it could be so
to just
creative.
have like a zoned out area that's not quite fully protective, like, you know, because like there's like the shield spell, there's zone of protection, there's a couple of spells that do something
I don't know what
similar.
that spell is that I was thinking of earlier. It was
is it the one that's like the opaque orb, that like the dome that goes around you, that one? Or
I think it's Globe of Invulnerability. Let me an immobile, faintly shimmering barrier springs into existence at a 10-foot radius around you and remains there for the duration. Any spell of 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier can't affect creatures or objects within it, even if the spell is cast using a higher level spell slot. Such a spell can target creatures and objects within the barrier, but the spell has no effect on them. Similarly, the area within the barrier is excluded from okay. So this one's not the same thing. This one's immobile, and this one doesn't say anything about what I was thinking of then. Maybe it's anti-magic something. No, that's not it. Well, I guess I'll figure it out one of these days. Maybe somebody in the chat.
So okay, so as a whole, I really like it as a class. It does make me really interested to see what kind of subclasses would be under it. That's for sure. It gives me some interest, but I will say that while I would say that yes, it absolutely fits, definitely fits a wedding theme, I could understand how all of this could be utilized, and from the player mindset, being able to not quite necessarily min-max it, but finding the situations where each of these things would be useful and beneficial and work for a really creative and interesting build. The one thing I just am having a hard time getting over, because I love the naming schemes, I love the ideas that it helps give the DMs, but it is a little bit, I don't know how to put it. It's a little bit of I understand the fighter concept of it, and maybe it's just because without the setting, the rest of the setting, it's a little bit confusing, but in and of itself, I'm a little bit confused because it's definitely great for a fighter mentality, but we go from getting a bonus on charisma checks to obviously being a fighter, to then being able to get a bonus to AC and movement, and charm person, to then this battlefield control ability with guest list, to then being the first in initiative. And while all of those things individually are great as a fighter, I'm just, it's a little bit, the one thing that's just giving me hesitation is I'm not really sure what the rest of the setting's going to look like, because it seems to be a slight mishmash. So it's super intriguing. I definitely would want to use it, but it does give me reservation for what the greater game is going to hold, just because this doesn't paint as clear of a picture of what I can expect from the subclasses, or what I can even expect from the campaign. It feels like a joke taken too seriously. And I mean, it was, there could be a little bit of that. I mean, I could easily see this being a more jokey type of one shot or mini session. But overall, I like it. I think it has a lot of potential. I'm trying to figure out if it feels like there is a little bit of a jokiness to it. There is a little bit of a, like,
there's definitely some humor.
Like, I would say, well, in extravagance. It feels like, to me, this is one of those ones, in all honesty, it feels like it's part of a campaign or a mini series or a one shot that you'd play once. Like it's kind of one of those ones where it seems like as long as you play through it, and as long as, like if it was 3 sessions and you went through everything,
right.
I feel like it's one of those, you'd get some good laughs, you'd get some great gameplay, it would be a great and fun session. But I'm not so far getting the feel that, man, I can't wait to do like multiple runs.
So I will say, I get that. I feel like, and this is by the end, again, who knows how this is going to look when you get the subclass features added to it, because that's going to be your whole character. It kind of feels like, especially with the guest list feature, whenever, and I hate to say it like this, but like whenever you put like cheats on in a video game, it's fun to like use all the powers, but then it almost feels like, where's the challenge, right?
Yeah.
So like I get the hint that depending upon, and again, this could be very much well balanced. Like if the DM just says, "Hey, I get to throw some crazy hard stuff at you now."
Oh yeah.
With all of these features, and
in
like
its package,
great.
I could see this working for a great campaign. The biggest thing is I don't see myself playing that campaign more than once.
Sure.
Yeah. Even from the different perspectives, it's like, even if the story changed, it's just one of those things. Like it's like a holiday episode. You just don't do those very often, right? I also said when you were gone, one of my other things is that the only thing that gives me reservation, as well as like, this is what I was presented to want to play this session, is going from getting a charisma check bonus to, so with the order of operations was charisma check bonus, then a bunch of fighter stuff, then you get AC bonus, charm spell, 10 feet movement, then you get the battlefield control, then an upgraded battlefield control, and then now you're first in initiative. Like that's kind of the progression. The one thing it gives me is, if I'm looking at this and I'm like talking to DM and like, hey, I need someone to fill in this position, here's it. I'm like, man, this sounds really cool. I could see a lot of ways to abuse it, have a lot of fun. I could see that this is going to be entertaining. But what am I getting into? It's not as clear cut as 5th edition, but it also doesn't tell me as much. It tells me a lot of great things I can do with it, and individually, they're all great for fighter stuff, but it doesn't overall tell a story. So I'm not quite sure.
It's not going to
heavily
synergistic. Yeah.
It's going to heavily lean on the subclass and the story that I play.
You know what?
So that's where I was just a little bit hesitant with that.
I was thinking about this while I was gone for a second. I think something that I would like to have seen in here was an immunity or at least a resistance to being charmed. Because you're a bride, you are head over heels for one person only.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like the idea that you can't just like have your mind taken over by someone or something else. And so like,
yeah.
Now, granted, I think the most of the charm saving throws are going to be charisma, but possibly wisdom.
Yeah.
I still think like having advantage on saving throws against being charmed or something like that. Could totally.
Like I said, all of them make sense. It's just all together. It was just more of I'm not really sure what kind of gaming session, what kind of campaign I'm getting into, but it is intriguing. I will give it all of that. So
I want to play this, or at least I want to be in a game that has this.
All right. So if you were to give this, if someone were to approach you and said, "Hey, I need to fill out a gaming session. I have a one shot. I have a 3-part series. It's wedding themed, and I need someone to play the bride. Check this out. You can choose a subclass, but like again, you only have 5 minutes to kind of like have this chat. This is just like the elevator pitch. Someone's like, "Hey, would you be interested? Check this out real quick. We read through this. Out of 5, what's your gut feeling on like attractiveness? How likely are you want to play it? Do you have any major red flags?" But you know what I mean? Like,
first of all, I'm definitely saying yes. For sure saying yes.
I think I would be a yes too.
Number 2, I'm gonna ask what level we starting at, because I want to know what I actually gonna have access to.
Right.
But overall, even just getting access to the guest list, first level guest list at level 10, I'm at least a 4 because I want to play with that.
Okay. So
4 out of 5.
So
like,
4 out of 5.
I want to play with that.
I think that I would have been there a little bit more, but I do want to play with it. I think that there is a lot to be had here, but I think I'm just going to take I think I'm going to take an additional point off, because just knowing that it is going to be like a one-time thing. You know what I mean? This is truly, it's not just something I could use in a one shot. You know what I mean? It's not like if you were going to do a one shot for, a pirate campaign and you had a pirate build that, a selection of pirate builds you can choose from, like the captain or, the first mate or, whatever, right? Those are replayable because everyone could take a different role. But this is so much more because of its leaning in on like the, not expectation of play, but you have much more of the individual motivation. You're not just playing a role. Like a captain of a ship could captain the ship in multiple different ways. You kind of have to, play this into the idea that
you have to be a bride.
Yeah. So I'm just going to take a point off of that just because I'm not quite there. I want to play it. It's still a yes. It's still a,
no, I get that.
I'm attracted to it, but there's a few hesitations if this is all I get to know. And I know for a fact I'd only want to do it once.
Sure.
So I would give it a 3, you give it a 4, so 3.5.
Okay.
So 3.5 for our first showcase today for the Bride from Desmar's wedding campaign module, whatever you want to call it. Oh, by the way, we did get the November community stream raised.
Oh,
so we will have a community stream next month. Whoop, whoop.
Let's go.
Completed today. All right, so that was that one. Congratulations, Des, on your first of many reviews today. We are 2.5 hours in, but now we're getting else. Nothing else in the pack should be nearly as robust. All right. All right. Well, you're taking care of that. Let me pull up. Well, I guess we can just chat for a little bit before we do the next one. Now that I think about my wizard subclass's death, my PC broke. Oh no! Quidlippa's wizard subclass went out with their PC, so they lost. I guess their PC died, and they lost their subclass.
Oh, when you said PC, I totally thought you were talking about player character. I'm like, you lost your player character in a game, and now you can't have a wizard subclass anymore. Like, what happened? Like that shouldn't be the case. But no, that sucks.
That sucks. That's
mad
terrible.
rough.
That sucks.
That's mad rough.
So sorry. All right. So before we roll or before we spin for the next one, what kind of intermission? Take a little bit of a break here, a few seconds to let you catch up and not have to, not have to be
What
thinking so
just
hard.
happened?
I don't know what did just happen.
That's oh, that's why.
By the way, that fucking post that I did, holy shit, is it still going off?
Oh yeah, is it? You said 3.5, yeah?
3.5, yeah. Yeah, we're at 37K now for our third most popular video.
Yo, see?
So
We
stupid.
out here cracking the algorithm,
It's
y'all.
so stupid though. It was
Crack,
like
crack.
the dumbest question ever.
But see, here's the thing. You're understanding what people are about, though. Like,
yeah,
you know,
I can't believe we're I think we're at 2,000 comments.
2,000 comments.
Let's see, where are we at? Oh no, 1541. So we're almost at the 1,500 comments. I definitely think it is our most commented video.
Wild,
That's crazy talk though. Over a dumbass question. By the way, Soul had let me know the other day on stream or yesterday on stream that they did not necessarily appreciate my dad joke post. The one that I sent you. I sent it to you. Have you not checked TikTok yet?
It's been a minute. I don't think I've seen it yet. Is it like a repost or is it one of yours?
No, it's one that I just recently did. Did I tell Kage about the thing that I wrote down yesterday? Which thing? We wrote down a couple things. You need to remind me better.
I did see you post something in our what was it?
Oh, the admin chat. Yeah, those are just updates to those topics that we wanted to talk about. That was supposed to be yesterday's chat. Yesterday was brutal. I forgot how much I've gotten used to having someone to take over the conversation, let my mind catch up. It was so hard to just constantly be talking by myself and coming up with ideas, because the whole point was to brainstorm and tangent. So hard to tangent alone.
Weird. That's my fault.
It's basically just me and Soul was helping me so hard, just trying to like give me things to go off of, and I just wouldn't have enough to say to keep the time going. So I felt bad.
I feel bad.
Just looking at the Bride subclass, the Shining Princess, you're gonna love the 11th level feature. Well, we'll see if that comes up on the next spin.
That would be so interesting if it was just like, yes, the Shining Princess in perfect order. And then right after that, the groomsman. Then right after that, the race. And then right after that, the spell.
Let me find out what I wrote down, because I did write things down. So let me actually go and figure out. I did say that I wanted your opinion on things. Let's see here. Oh, okay, yeah. So we can actually, we'll do this real quick. We'll go over what we talked about yesterday. All right, take it easy, Hoylappa. Thank you so much for showing up. We appreciate
Shalom,
you.
thank you for being here. Deuces.
All right, so one of the topics that we talked about yesterday was crit alternatives. So basically, kind of the idea that what we want to put in the ADMG and the APHB are guidelines to help people, rethink how the game mechanics are meant to be used, and alternatives to help it make more sense for your game style, right?
Sure.
Not necessarily new rules, just ways that you can understand it better to apply your own modifications. So, there's been a lot of debate over how crits should work. The book's kind of boring. It's just double damage or double dice, but that feels bad when you can still roll more damage on a regular hit than you could on a crit. Like, the concept that could happen,
Which is why I like your definition of crits.
right? And I went over
I'm
that.
pretty sure I use the same.
Yeah, it's the max plus roll.
Yep.
That's now my new standard for crits, because that way you will always do more than you ever could on any other roll.
Yep.
Because I do not like the idea that you could do less on a crit than you could on any standard. But for people who are much more about the book, they're like, no, I have to do with what the book is, but I still want to make them feel more. It's just that I don't want to change like hard-based rules, because there are some people that are like that. They're like, my players are too strict. They don't want hard-based rules. They don't mind, add-ons or differences. But when there's a rule, they want to follow it. And I get that. I get that mentality. So these were things that you could add on to that rule if you still want them to make them feel better. And in fact, what I would wanted to suggest is these are crit alternatives. So instead of it being like add-ons that you would do while you crit, these are kind of things that at character creation you would choose.
Character creation.
And you would say from the beginning, whenever I crit, I'm going to select from this list, and this would be in the PHB or the ADMG, and it would just be a list as crit alternatives. So it plays to your game style. Because I went on this whole thing about how I want to do a whole chapter on HP and how it should encourage the idea that going to 0 hit points or death should always be in the hands of the player, not the expectation. So fights should always have an alternative. You should be able to talk your way out, run, surrender, force surrender, knockout, do things other than fight to the death.
Sure.
And the idea for these crit alternatives is just that. If you want to play into that with your character, when you crit, having a choice to either do the crit damage or this. And all of these were designed, the idea of the conversation was to design these to be alternatives to doing damage.
Okay.
Marlepa said crit alternative, make an attribute roll to see how it crits. Intelligence, strength, dex. That could be kind of cool. That just to narrate better. Doing some tangents between views, exactly. Desmar says best optional combat roll they've ever had is the glancing blows when an attack roll matches the AC exactly half damage.
I love that, and I use that too.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool concept. I definitely get why there should be that middle ground, right? You know, total no damage, full damage. Where's that middle ground? I kind of like that. Oh yeah. Soul was saying, the idea of like depending on what weapon you're using, like you could just do different. You could narrate it different ways.
See, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is the crit options would be based upon the weapon that you're using? We talked about that, and I decided against that just because you would that's kind of forcing a lot on having a list of every weapon and every crit. Like you'd have to have this whole new mechanic. Whereas this would be a single list that the player gets to choose and say, that's how I want to represent what I can do with my build, right? It's like an extra feature, but you're replacing your crit with it. Because then you'd have to like, well, what weapon am I having? What can I do with that crit? And then maybe I don't want that crit, but I want this weapon because of its damage, right? That was kind of my concern. I'd be curious what some of your examples are, because I could definitely see, like, say if you had like the bleed mechanic as one of your crit options, like you can like but these aren't meant to do. Remember, these are replacing the idea of having to do damage. These are meant to be crit replacements that give you an advantage in combat or an advantage in the encounter, not necessarily just doing damage to. Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's like you could have one that would be applicable for a certain weapon type. Like maybe I want to cripple your leg because I'm hitting you with a baseball bat, but like that might not necessarily work if I have a whip or if I have something that's not as strong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to do that because then it really it limits your options. Well, give me some examples. So I know what you're talking about. So like for one of the crit options was the drag 10 feet. So instead, when you crit on somebody with a melee weapon or with natural weapons, instead of doing damage, you can drag them 10 feet. You and that target move 10 feet. So instead of a push, it's a drag. And this could again be a situation that could give you an advantage to force them to surrender. You could put them at the edge of a cliff. Like the idea is intended to give you the upper hand in a combat instead of just deal damage. Sure. So the drag would be you and the creature move 10 feet. Now, this is also, I put in the thing of this is not just hands, but any melee weapon. So if you have a whip, you can do the same thing. You and the creature will move because you and the whip at them are connected. So pole arms, you can hook them and then move them. It basically says, like, kind of helping what Cosmic said about the whip is, well, what about being able to use a whip with these? And it's like, you could just put in the thing, any melee weapon. Because you can't really drag someone with, a bow and arrow. I mean, if I had a club, what about that? The idea is that you're at melee range. So any melee weapon is to include ranged melee weapons. So is the idea like you're just put it around their neck or something or whatever? Yeah. Like because you're not doing damage. It's an instant grapple and dragging them. But so that was one of the options. So the other option, giving them a -2 to their AC. Basically, the idea that I want to crack their armor. Sure. I want to cut a strap of their armor. Basically, you're going to put them at a disadvantage to where they're going to realize, holy shit. Is that for the rest of the fight? Yes, it's permanent because it's a crit. Sure. So you're giving up damage to permanently affect the rest of the combat. Okay. Knocking them prone. A great one. I love prone. If I crit, you're on your feet.
works with a whip. Again, same thing applies with melee weapons or any weapon, because it could work with a whip. It could work with an arrow. You could say I shoot them in the ankle. Like there's or you know, I trip them. Like there's ways you could justify it, but I prefer
the armor. Well, see, I feel like they could do other things. Because I was gonna say the crack in the armor. I'm like, how would you
well, and this is why I didn't want to do it to the specific weapon. Is it's a -2 to their AC. So if I have a rapier, maybe I stick it somewhere and tumble it up somewhere you can't move now. Maybe I accidentally like tumbled it up.
Kind of removes your dexterity or something.
If I have a dagger, maybe I cut the straps, so now this thing's hella loose.
Sure.
And now you are vulnerable. If I have a hammer, I cracked your armor open.
Sure.
So I would say that the reason why I said that at character creation is if you want a big brute who's going to use a club, do the -2 AC. But if you want to be more of a finesse character at range, maybe you don't. So it's more about the character overall build and what you would do instead of doing damage, right? If you're going to be a big hefty guy, maybe you want the drag option because you want to have push and pull and drag. Maybe that's part of your build, right?
See, my instinct goes to kind of a second edition mentality when it comes to what are they called? Proficiencies? Yeah. So it'd be something that you could like build on and learn as you go and you grow. And so like,
I wouldn't mind these
you could like learn more of them as you move forward.
I would not mind that at all. Again, then this is a general concept.
Sure.
Because I want to push for games that it's not just about
I do like the idea
of
starting with one at character creation, like one that I particularly specialize in.
I do not mind the idea of adding on to them. I just didn't want to make them. I wanted to make them specific to the character, not anything they had to pick up along the way.
Sure.
Because then you get too min-maxy. I just want this to be about how do you handle it. But that makes more sense to add these like every 5 levels. Like at 5th, 10th, 15th, you just add a new crit alternative. Because all you're doing is this is just, again, give you the upper hand when you crit. It's that moment of clarity of I have an opportunity. I'm going to seize it. I have 3 others. Disarm is one of my favorites.
Sure.
You crit, they're disarmed. Done. Just whether or not it's at their like, and you could just say if it's a big heavy weapon, it goes to their feet. If it's a light weapon, it goes flying. Like literally, they're just disarmed. It's not like a quick. Like I hate those feats. Like you knock them prone and then they're up with 5 feet of movement and they move anyway. Or you drop their weapon, they use a bonus action to pick it up. Well, what was the fucking point? This should be you've disarmed them. They are now weaponless. The point is to take the battle over.
So the prone one, there are a lot of other things that can just knock you prone. I think the thing that would make knocking you prone really worth it instead of a crit damage is saying that it requires their entire movement to get up.
I wouldn't even mind you knock them prone, or you could even call it knock the wind out of them, where they go prone and are stunned for a round. So they're basically
they can't get up.
Like you kicked it out of their feet. They hit the ground and they're like, and they're like, so there's basically a free round on their ass
while they're prone.
And then everybody could like swarm them and basically be like, do you fucking give up? You know what I mean? Like, so something like that would be totally fine. I want these to be impactful, but not deadly. The point is, it's to make a point. It's to basically have the opportunity to tell the enemy, we are in control of this battle. Do you want to keep going? Right? That's my mentality. These aren't meant to enhance the battle. They're meant to overturn the battle.
Sure.
Because if you could imagine losing a fight and then knocking someone prone and then they go stunned for a round, that will make them rethink a lot of shit because your entire team just repositioned, maybe even damaged them. You know what I mean? Like there's so much that could happen of that. Another one was you get advantage on or you auto grapple. So instead of critting damage, you just grab them. You're done. I got you.
I would say
there could be more to it now that we're talking about it. Like there might be like an additional thing to it, but something along those lines of you just take over.
So
their
I think the
agency,
the grapple mechanic is.
And then you
good.
throw out the guest list.
I think the grapple mechanic is good, but I also think there should be an opportunity. If I have you grappled, I can do an additional grapple check to restrain you.
Perfect. Yeah.
And I think that this giving you an auto restrain would be done.
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for is idea of it wasn't just the grapple mechanic. It was you take this person over. You had this situation and you're like, it could be anything from you literally get them in a suplex to you dive behind him and then you put your sword at their neck and
because you were talking earlier about like different opportunities to like end or change battle or whatever the case may be. Just imagine I want to take I do this to your leader. I crit on your leader. Boom. I have you in like the blade to your throat type deal.
Yeah,
and I'm like turning around to everybody else. You guys want to keep fighting? Your boy's about to go down. You know what I'm saying?
That could be one. You crit, and instead of doing damage, this could be that you delay damage and put them in a situation where you will be able to like do a coup de grace. Like you can stop and go, I've delayed, you know, basically you're delaying your action and saying your trigger is they don't stop fighting.
Especially if you know this is like the final blow. Especially if you know, like all I really needed was like 10 more damage and I just did 30 to you.
And then you get like, then you would get like an advantage on like intimidation. Like there's so many ways that you could add that. Exactly. So now you can start like, now you're kind of getting like the overall idea.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I'm for sure here for it.
And the last one, this one was kind of crazy to me that there is no fucking mechanic for this. And it's mind-boggling because the only mechanic for this is 0 hit points or spells. There is no knockout mechanic. There is no contest that you can just, there's no way to sneak up on someone and go and knock them out.
The closest thing they have is non-lethal damage. It's the same thing.
But it's still 0 hit points.
You drop them down to 0 hit points and they go unconscious.
But that's not good enough for me. Again, I get that hit points is your ability to fight, but if someone has 100 hit points, you still unaware should be able to billy club them in the back of the head and knock them out, right? The classic concept.
Sure.
So my thing is a contested check to knock the target out. You get a crit on them, and again, it could be with a billy club, it could be with a rapier, because then you could smack them in the head with your guard. Mm-hmm. But the idea is that instead of doing crit damage, you do an attack that is intended to knock them out, and then you do like a strength check, or they do a constitution.
I think it should be versus their constitution.
Like constitution check, and if they fail, if you just both roll d20s, your strength versus their constitution, maybe you get your modifiers, and whoever gets the highest roll, if you get the highest roll, you knock them out. Like essentially ends the battle for that character.
Out of curiosity, how do you feel about this?
Judo chop, exactly.
I very much agree. I think monks need to have that kind of stuff.
Well, there is stun, but I don't think stun's
not the same thing.
No,
stun is very temporary.
I'm talking about like they hit the ground, they are done out of combat unless they get damage or unless something brings them back up.
Contested checks. I understand the idea of contested checks. It's basically saying it has something to do with that particular character's stats. But what if instead of like a contested check, it was for instance,
like the DC is like what their constitution is or whatever. So if their constitution's 14, your DC is 14.
I gotta get at least a 14.
I'm fine with that too.
You know, same thing for like other
contested checks are better when they both have equal say
agency
in what they're about to do. But you don't really, unless you're saying he's trying to dodge, but it was already a crit. Mm-hmm. So it's more about what is his constitution? Can he take this strength? So I'm fine with that. Strength or dex versus their flat constitution,
mm-hmm.
no modifiers, and bam. If you roll, you knock them out. And if you don't, maybe you roll your crit damage and do half.
Okay.
You still get your max plus roll, but then you have that because so I'm totally fine with that. But the idea is still there. It's meant to end the battle without killing them. You could take a hostage, you could tie them up, you could question them after. Like those are the kind of things I think about why you would want to do this.
Yeah.
So those are some of the crit ones. I don't want to get too far because we still have other reviews, so I don't want to get like too more into it. I wanted to catch you up on the conversation.
I like that a lot. I think that's very cool, and I'm honestly really excited because a lot of these I've had ideas for these for the longest time. I do think it would be cool, not again to add too much complexity, but I think like in new 2024. They have specific weapon features, so you can do more with weapons than just hit and do damage. Because I think
this is kind of the same thing, but I wanted it to be more focused on the player's choice instead of what they got in game.
But I do think it would be cool, like if you had like a serrated blade, you know, like you could do something specific with a
100%
crit.
One of the things I will say with 5th edition, like I rarely ever give it praise, that was one of the best decisions they ever made in 2024. 5v24, the weapon modifier stuff, absolutely fucking beautiful. Because I normally do that shit. I normally like if someone has a whip in High Point, they can basically learn the ability to deafen someone because you can crack the whip next to their ear, and that's an ability a whip has. You can basically deafen. Now it takes 2 actions because you got to deafen each side.
Sure.
But you can basically give them deficits and eventually deafen somebody.
You got multi-attack.
Exactly.
Boom.
But that's something that I had to invent based on what the weapon can do. I love that 5e thought of that kind of shit, right? And yes, I don't necessarily think that just because everyone has a serrated blade, they will all do the same thing, but I get where they're coming from. It needs to be more universal.
Sure.
But yes, I'm 100% for that because I think that that kind of shit works. So we do have 2 other topics that we talked about, but maybe what we should do is do another review and then we'll get to the next topic.
That sounds perfect.
We'll do little the things. All right. So Des, first, let's roll. Let's spin.
Roll.
Let's spin that wheel and find out what are we doing next. And go. All right. What is the next showcase for today? Is it the Oath or is it? Oh no, it barely moved. One Last Night.
Oh, okay.
We are going to be reviewing One Last Night. All right, let me get that up here real quick.
Out of curiosity, how do you get your sheets to go black? I can't figure out how to do that. I did it on my phone, but I can't. Yes.
Oh, I have a Chrome extension that forces.
Oh, disrespect. I need to get that. I'll share that with me later.
It is called Dark Reader.
Dark Reader.
Dark Reader Chrome extension. It forces night mode on anything, especially if it doesn't have it, or dark mode. And what's really great is you can turn if it is incompatible, some websites like the text will disappear.
Sure.
You can not only turn the whole thing on and off at will, but you can just say, hey, just for this website, don't use it here. So you don't have to turn the whole thing off. You can just tell it this website you don't work with.
Okay.
So I just use that just 100%. All right. So One Last Night, are we ready, Des? One Last Night is short, fun, but effective. Let's fucking go then. So One Last Night, is this also, why is this a showcase? Is this also for the wedding? Okay, this is also for
I think this is their wedding night.
All right, One Last Night. Let's get to it. So One Last Night is a 2nd level illusion spell from Desmar for the setting of the wedding campaign. It has a casting time of 1 action. It has a range of 30 feet. Its components are verbal, somatical, and material. An empty bottle of liquor is required.
Love that.
It's a small detail, but I fucking love how
they're all jokes, but this is perfect. It's like, hey, how you gonna loosen up for your bottle? Come on now.
Could have been an empty bottle of champagne, but I like that it's just a bottle of liquor. Yeah, choose your empty bottle of liquor is a nice little touch there.
Oh, that's classy.
Duration is concentration up to a minute.
Concentration up to a minute. Okay.
All right. Description. In many cultures, a night leading up to a wedding is set aside for the bride and groom to celebrate with their closest friends. One final night of freedom before commitment to their intended. You and 5 willing creatures you can see within range are flooded with false memories of a wild night out on the town, filled with all kinds of debauchery, drinking, strippers, and fun. Each creature affected gains 10 temporary hit points, gains advantage on charisma checks and saving throws for the duration of the spell, so for 1 minute. Classes are groomsmen and paladin. Interesting. At first, as I was reading it, I thought we were going to get something that was more like, it's essentially an instant long rest. So it's kind of like,
yeah.
It's kind of like, hey, we're going to have a insta fun night and now we're all suddenly in a long rest.
Sure.
I think that could have been a little bit more clutch, but it wouldn't have been a 2nd level spell. That would have been at least a 5th.
Very much so.
But with this, so basically you get all of these memories and you get 10 temporary hit points. For a 2nd level spell, I will say that feels a little bit mid. I'd like a few more. I wouldn't even mind it just being a straight healing spell. Like, honestly, 10 hit points. I
like 10 hit points. I would give it the ability to be upcast if we're gonna do it that way.
Oh, I like that.
Because then you can potentially get more later. Because even a spell like it's the stupid thing that does damage whenever somebody hits you. When you upcast it, Armor of Agathis, when you upcast it, you get more temporary hit points. Like, I would love, like, at 2nd level, you get 10. At 3rd level, you get 15. At 4th level, you get 20.
There's one missed opportunity here. Again, I know we're not reviewing this,
sure.
But there is one missed opportunity that makes me think about like what I would have expected. Temp HP, and you gain advantage on charisma checks and saving throws. Totally makes sense. Should give you disadvantage on Constitution saving throws.
Interesting.
because you're like a little hungover.
That's true.
It would just be more funny that way,
That's
but
true.
it wouldn't be good for the build. Why is it in the effect of the description not a headache? That's exactly what I was saying, but like it should be that for the duration you also get a disadvantage on Constitution.
Yeah,
But otherwise, I think it's fine. I feel like it just needs to do more healing. Like I just feel that for a second level spell, I like the advantage on charisma checks and saving throws. Like that's cool. I don't know many other spells that give you things like that give you like little like boosts.
I will.
It's kind of like what you always say. It's going to be the question that you always ask is having this as a choice versus other regular spells. When will this become more useful? When will this become justifiable to burn a spell slot?
If this is for paladins specifically, paladins don't get a lot of spell slots. Number two, they don't get very high level spells. And so number one, this only lasts for a minute. And how many of these, like, I love that it affects multiple creatures. Like, that's great.
I love that. Yeah,
that's
I absolutely
really
love
what gives
up to
it.
5 is great.
But the fact that it only lasts for a minute, and
That's why I don't like the temp HP. It's like it's great for a battle. It's like basically great for one.
But
combat.
it is, yeah, and that's. But again, that's when it comes to HP. Like, that's really all you need it for is combat. Like, why do you need to worry about your HP outside of combat? But for the charisma checks, if I am really not going to be using a lot of charisma checks. I mean, maybe intimidation, but outside of that, in combat, I'm really not going to be using them. So
Yeah.
that element won't be used if I'm in combat.
True.
Saving throws, sure. But again, how many charisma saving throws am I really going to be?
At a wedding?
It really depends.
Well,
like,
it's a saving throw. Well, it is ability checks though. It's saving throws and ability checks, right? Yeah.
and charisma ability checks. So again, the charisma ability checks that you're going to be making are intimidation and what else?
Persuasion?
In
Well,
combat? Like,
no, but that's what I'm saying is I wonder if this is a non-combat focus for
if
the
it's
fact
for
of a wedding
non-combat,
theme.
then I think 1 minute is way too short. That's
And
my
where
point.
that's where I'm kind of coming from is I think that when we're talking about what it does, it's the time frame that doesn't make much
Sure.
sense. I was expecting this to be kind of like either a full reset or an all-day thing. Like it should for like 1 day give you these things or something.
I do think this is kind of my personal thing. I think it's doable to make a spell meant to be functional in and out of combat, but I think that's very hard to do. And so focusing on one or the other, hey, this is supposed to be an out of combat spell. Hell, hey, this is supposed to be an in combat spell. Like, focusing on what it gives you the ability to do in that way, I feel like has a lot of value. And so if this was meant to be a combat spell, or at least combat focused spell with some elements out of combat, let's lean into that. So
Yeah.
give me things that are going to make sure that, like, yes, I get temporary hit points. Yes, I can have this thing on the charisma saving throws. But you know, maybe
You know what it almost now sounds like, because I'm getting different, like my brain, again, I'm not on review, so I'm not trying to do it, but my brain is like, when I'm trying to think about using this, the two areas that my brain like wants to go with it, because it is an illusion spell, like either it should almost like, because it's kind of this fake concept, right? Would almost be great if it did this, but in a sense made you all look fresh and perky. It's almost like you use this at the end of combat when you're all kind of looking pretty banged up. But you could use this, and for 1 minute, it's like all of your intimidation checks are perfect. You guys look like you just came back from a party. You're well slept. You know, like you're here for a wedding. Damn it, you're not. You know, you're not here. You didn't just spend all night.
it goes
like,
back to the hangover mindset you got. Like, if they all look like that when they showed up to the wedding, but I cast this, we all look perfect,
and then
like,
no one wants to fight you,
groomed up
kind of
and ready to
stuff.
go.
So that's one direction. But then I'm also thinking like with the illusion spell, like this idea of, man, 5 willing creatures, but what if it wasn't willing? Like, what if you could do this in an area of effect of like 30 feet and you could have, or even 10 feet, 15 feet, right? But you can affect up to 5 creatures and make them all think that. Because imagine we're at a wedding, right? Because I'm putting this into context. We're at a wedding. So imagine that similar to the mass charm spell, you're able to, for 1 minute, just kind of subtly be like, hey, you 5. We were all partying last night. We're all fucking great. Like, you guys were there, right? You could vouch for us. Or, hey, guards, weren't you there with us last night? Like, come on, you could let us by, right? Like, remember what happened last night?
Yeah.
Like, that is where my mind goes. This is an illusion spell. imagine if it works similar to just Mass Charm, where you were just like, hey, guy, you remember last night we were all partying, we got a little bit drunk. Like, you could use that, but in game and out of game. You could easily use this concept of up to 5 creatures you could basically charm. Now, it doesn't work like the charm spell where they just kind of like anything, like a drunk night, they would just forget. You talk to them, you'd be like, oh, I kind of did that, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Then they leave, and a minute later, they're just like,
what was the thing?
What did I really? What did I don't know it. Man, I drank way too much last night. And then just go back to their normal day.
Sure.
And imagine at a wedding, if you are part of the wedding party, the shit you do, especially the guards or whatever, everyone's just going to be like, hey, the wedding party does what the wedding party does.
Sure.
Like at a wedding, I feel like you're right. Like when it comes down to it, out of combat, this doesn't feel like enough. In combat, I don't know what it's doing for me, but it makes me want to use something like this. I like this idea of making creatures feel like we had something. And I feel like there's a lot of benefit to that, but I just don't think this is the right way to go about it. So just modify memory. I mean, yeah, something like that. Like, but
like not as dramatic as modified memory, because you're literally implanting a memory that you need to decide.
Yeah, this would just be a charm. I think this would be a mass charm person without the devastation of they know you fucked with their mind.
Yes.
It's you're using the drunkenness to just be like, oh, I kind of remember that. And then when you get out of their sight, they're like, I need to stop drinking. And that's it. It just ends with okay, I'm just gonna go back to my job. So yeah, that's just kind of my feeling. Like, I don't mind this, but I would say that again, in the context of the wedding, in the context of I'm going to play a game, I'm going to play a one shot, there's a wedding, and I have this where I can give my peeps 5 or 10 HP, maybe really good early on. But when do you get second level spells? What level?
For a paladin?
Just anything. Well, is this a paladin only spell?
This is what it says, Groomsman Paladin down there at the bottom.
Oh, class, cleric, subclasses. Oh, okay.
Oh, cleric. Cleric, you can get these at second level or third level. Yeah, cleric, you get these at third level, but for a paladin, let me check.
I know. I'm gonna say that just I like the concept. I like what it's trying to do. I'm just having a hard time understanding how in 1 minute both of these make sense.
Sure.
Because again,
level 5
out of combat, the temp HP doesn't make any sense. And in combat, the charisma checks don't make much sense. And individually, they're not strong enough to justify a second level spell slot. And they don't ever work together.
Sure.
So
agreed.
I like the idea. I just know, like, it's not terrible. I just don't see myself ever choosing this if it wasn't given to me as one of those, you have this and it doesn't count for your own spells.
Even if I do have it, I don't know how often I'm going to cast it.
Unless I get it for free. Unless I can cast this without burning a spell slot.
Sure.
If it's one of those, like if you get a subclass where it says you get
cast this one time without
burning a spell slot, then fine.
Sure.
Totally fine. But if this is something that I have to choose to do, while I like the concept, I can't imagine I'm ever going to do it because I don't know where I'm going to use it in. So fair. I think I'll give it a 2 out of 5, just because again, I just don't know where it's useful.
That's honestly where I was thinking. I was thinking about doing like 2.5 because I love the idea of what it's saying. Honestly, I'm gonna give it that half point for myself just because of the material component, because I think that's the coolest thing in the world. I
absolutely think, so 2.5, I'm totally down with that. I just think that it needs to either be like what you said, it either needs to lean more heavily on this is meant for combat or this is meant for non-combat, or it needs to synergize a little bit more with the two things that it does. Because individually, I just don't think they hold up enough on their own to justify burning that spell slot. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's because I don't know enough about the charisma checks and saving throws to know when that would be beneficial in combat. And the temp HP, I mean, after level 5, that's just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, almost everything's gonna be doing more than 10 hit points of damage to you. So I mean,
it's gonna be useful for like 2 or 3 levels, and then it's gonna be dropped.
Yeah, especially because paladins don't get that until 5th level, and so I'm like, again, 10 is still worth something, but I will say the other spell that does give you 10 hit points does give you 10 temporary hit points at level 2. It's a warlock spell, but with warlocks, you always cast it at max level. So anytime you have the opportunity to cast it at a higher level, you will. and it does more than just that. Whenever you have those temporary hit points, if somebody hits you, it does retaliatory damage which I feel like combined with the hit points is enough for a second level spell.
I got that. So here's a random idea. How cool would it be? This wouldn't be the feature of the spell. This would be like something like along the lines of like what meta magic could do or like a subclass could do. But imagine something could have the ability to, when they grant temp HP, if you go undamaged, like imagine you can grant like 10 temporary HP, but for every round you go undamaged or don't lose any, 2 will be converted to real HP. So I give you 10, and then if a whole round goes by and you don't get hit, 2 become yours. Now you have 8 left. And if you go by another round and you don't get hit, 2 will become yours. But the moment you get hit, that stops happening.
I'm not even gonna lie. I really like that idea, and I wouldn't even mind all of it.
Just always like HP is just one of those things that as long as you don't lose it, you actually gain it.
You gain that. Like if you have any missing hit points, the temp HP becomes actual hit points.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because usually you're not gonna keep them, but even just having a subclass or a feat or a magical item that would let you basically convert it, because then it feels a little bit better, at least long term, and you could scale that eventually. Like
sure,
like use that ability when you heal them, give them robust amounts of temp HP and eventually be able to stock them full. But it would be very interesting to be able to do that. I don't, you could say that they would be abusable because outside of combat you would just give people temp HP and then they would just be healed. But yeah, kind of the idea. Like, what do you think putting someone on dialysis when they're dying does? Like, the idea is that machine is temp HP. It is literally going through a process. Like, I mean, chemotherapy is temp HP. We are temporarily extending your life until your life can recoup itself. Like that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the magical version of medicine where we're going to keep you alive long enough until your body can do it itself.
Sure.
And the idea that temp HP converts is almost like the actual magical medicine. It's almost like the medical version of magic, where instead of it just giving you the HP, it's one of those, here, hold on to this, and as long as nothing goes wrong, it'll just slowly siphon you back to health.
Right.
Like, I kind of like that idea. Maybe we should do like a medic class. Like, we already did the battle medic, but maybe we should do like a healer subclass that does that, where they have the ability that any temp HP they grant.
Yeah.
Like, so
I think that would be
the subclass would be that any temp HP they grant does this, and only temp HP that they give out directly does this, but any temp HP they receive can do this. So they know how, they just naturally convert any temp HP at a higher rate personally.
Sure.
But whenever they give temp HP, it can do this tick off thing.
Wild. Okay.
I kind of like that. That could be kind of cool.
I'm not mad at that.
I think that could be kind of cool.
I'm not mad at that.
All right. Well, that was our second. Wrong camera. There we go. That was our second one for today. Thank you, Des, for sending these over. Let me go ahead and we will be ready here in a minute. But we have some more topics. So the other topic that we talked about on Friday, one of the out of the three. Short but fun, absolutely. Like I said, I didn't dislike it. I just didn't know where to use it. But I think again with all of it, it'll probably paint a bigger picture. We're just trying to focus one at a time. Yeah. But I think it makes sense because looking at the bride, having the charisma balance and everything, it definitely seems like that's gonna be what you expect to have in that setting or in that session. So I get where, because you did all of them for a contest, I totally can see the synergy between them. I'm just trying to be more critical on if this is all I see.
For sure. And that's what we kind of talked about at the beginning, is like that's what we're trying to decide what these things look like by themselves.
So we talked about on Friday, yesterday, we talked about crit alternatives, what you could do instead of doing damage. So I also thought, same time, when you choose that at character creation, these crit alternatives, and again, trying to foster this idea of not everything has to be to the death. We came up with some ideas for attack of opportunity alternatives. So when you are procced to give an attack of opportunity, instead of physically attacking and doing damage, you can do this instead.
Okay.
Similar to, just like the crit, you're replacing the damage you can do with this.
Okay.
So first one, this one has 2 different effects. Depends on if we wanted to give it 2 different options. or if the player's allowed to choose which option happens, or if we just decide. I wasn't sure how it should land. Just again, you weren't here to shop it.
Sure.
But the first one was shove. So you have someone leaves your area, and instead of attacking them, you get a shove. This would have one of two, or either, again, don't know how, but the idea is it has one of two effects. So in one sense, most of the time when someone's getting away, they're going to leave. And a lot of time they'll dash or whatever. So in one respect, the shove option would divert them. So you're here and it's here, right? And the creature said, I'm going to disengage and move here. So they disengage from you. You do the shove option. Since they've already decided that this is the line they're going to run, when you shove them, they actually go one up. And so they go here instead. So they're going to still do their movement. But because you shove them a square, their entire movement will be altered. Or you could even say like they have to do that. So that's one option. It's a little bit more crazy to organize. The better way of saying that, because kind of like the idea of like you shove them off course so they have to like go in a circle now, is when you do the shove option, you take away some of their movement, like 5 or 10 feet. So while they break contact and you would normally do an attack of opportunity, you shove them. So even though they wanted to go 10 feet or like 10 squares, now they can only go 8 squares. So it's going to really ruin anything they were planning, but it doesn't do damage.
I don't know if you added this already. You might have, but I kind of feel like this would work better as a trip option to knock them prone instead.
Second one on the list is trip, which is knock them prone. But that's why these would be like at character creation. Hey, do you want an alternative to an attack of opportunity? So when this happens,
sure.
Would you like, again, based on what your character would do? How does your character think? If you're a monk and you're all like crazy, yeah, of course, a trip them. But if you're just a big brute and someone's about to move, your first instinct is just to fuck it. I have a shield, shove them on the like that was again. It's all about more of the character build. Sure. Yes, so shove is either just reduce their movement or actually knock them off course. Mm-hmm. The next one was trip. You basically get a chance to knock them prone instead. I'm totally fine with that too as an option.
Sure.
That one should be a contest or some kind of DC though. Like you have to like make over their dexterity, because just always being able to knock someone prone is always a big deal. So there could be plenty of things, but I do like going prone as an alternative.
I feel like even when you do an attack of opportunity, you're still doing an attack, so it should still.
I still think you should have a chance to do it. Yeah, and I think all of these were the idea that you would still make your attack. If you hit, you do this and not damage.
Sure.
And then another one was, I really like this one, especially for rogues or any character that loves battlefield movement. If you get an attack of opportunity, instead of rolling at all, this one would be the only automatic one. You just take their space. So if they disengage and leave, if you had the attack of opportunity, instead you move into the space they had occupied. Kind of like a shift maneuver.
I kind of like the idea.
So you don't attack, you kind of just follow with them. You know what I mean? You use their movement and
I like that, like especially
for a rogue to be able to get like a better position or disengage.
If it wasn't just take the spot that they were in, imagine like if I get an attack of opportunity, I can move up to half my speed with them. That means whatever direction that they go,
you just follow with,
to potentially not let them leave your threatened area.
That could be so like a follow. Yes, just you can also.
It's like, you're trying to get away from me. I don't want you to get away from me. I want to stay with you. I want to stay in melee combat with you. So I'm just going to follow you wherever you go up to half your movement speed. So
and I would still say that you would also proc your own opportunity attacks, which is fine. But imagine everyone has this and they're just following.
Be like, sorry, my guy, you ain't getting away from me, homie.
Yeah,
like, I think that would be sick.
Okay, let me put that one on here. Choose to occupy their space. Follow up to half speed. I like that one. And then my last one was hold. Basically, the opportunity that you do a strength check. So you do your strength against their static strength. Mm-hmm. And if you succeed, you just remove their 0.
You just make their speed 0 for this.
So you just basically, you grab their cape, you grab their shoulder, you grab their pole, like whatever you have to do, you basically stop them. As you're not grappled, you're not restraining them. You've just been like, oh, you're disengaging? Fuck off. You ain't going nowhere. And I think that would be so fucking great, is just to be like, nah, you're not prone, you're not this, you just ain't going nowhere. And it would basically turn you into a sentinel. But then imagine if you also had the sentinel and the polearm feat, and then you could do,
because specifically, was it about sentinels? So sentinels, attacks of opportunity,
if you hit them, they go to 0.
Use your reaction.
and they go to 0,
and
right?
they go to 0. Yeah.
So
So
this
there's a
is
lot of
basically-
additional benefits that Sentinel will give you that this doesn't. But
it's kind of like if you don't want to do if you want to do Sentinel shit without doing the damage of Sentinel,
yes.
this is how you do that. You still get the effect. And again, this
Yep.
is all of these were from the idea of not to make these things more powerful, but to make them alternatives to doing damage. To
sure.
give you that leg up. Again, if someone's going to do something cool and you just stop them dead in their tracks, that tells them who's in control of the battle. And eventually they're going to want to just be like, look, you guys, I get it. I get it. I'm done.
For sure.
So yeah, any others that you can come up with for that, for opportunity attacks, but instead of doing damage, like those are really the best ones. It's really, the movement change, right? I don't know what else you'd want to be able to do.
There have been some things that I've thought about, like being able to, because there's a what's the feat you can take?
I forgot one.
It basically allows you to cast a spell as a reaction for your attack of opportunity instead of a melee attack. Because traditionally it's only a melee attack that you can do as an attack of opportunity. Imagine if imagine if you could do a ranged attack, like wait till they get 5 feet away from you and then do a ranged attack against them.
Yep.
Instead of a melee attack, right?
That could be interesting. Yep. I also forgot one from the crit options too.
Oh yeah,
I totally forgot one. I do like now. The more I think about that, though, they get away and then you wait, pull out a crossbow, and then shoot them when they're halfway away.
Yeah,
that's a delayed attack is so much better, especially if you could use especially if you're like Hellish Rebuke or something. You want to give that distance before you tag them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that so well. But there was other one that I hadn't written down that I just remembered from the crit alternatives. It's for the rogues. Instead of critting, and this is kind of one of those either or, you either make a decision or you let the player or the DM make the decision. But when you crit, instead of doing damage, you can either like roll percentiles and steal like a random item on them, like just a random item of the DMs as they have. Or what I think would be better is when you crit, 'cause you're like right up, again, this would be a melee thing. You're right up with them, you crit on them, you can steal one visible item that is not in their hand. So the way I look at it is, imagine like you're fighting against a wizard and you get right up and then you like backstab, but you crit. You're like, no, fuck that. I want to take his book. He's not holding it, right? He's not actively casting a spell. I take his spell book, or I take his arcane focus. I take his spell component back. When you just basically says, what does he have on him? Like, well, you see his spell components, you see his book, and you see his spell focus. And you're like, I take his book. Take your book. You don't have your spells. I take your spell focus. You can't that would be kind of dope. Is you could basically just, as a rogue, you could basically insta pickpocket them. But I like the idea of it has to be something like on them.
Almost like that option for the attack of opportunity as well. Imagine if you just like you had a rogue and you had the ability to like cut his belt or cut like whatever's. He's got a big sword on his back. I cut the strap that's holding it and it falls. Whatever.
What if one of those options is if you have the pickpocket ability, you can attempt to pickpocket instead.
Sure.
So it's just that if you know pickpocketing, regardless of your class, you could just try to pickpocket it instead.
And because they're turning around and leaving, they have less of a chance of noticing what you're doing because they're focused on trying to get away
advantage
from
on it. Yeah, shit like that could be so cool. I like that for both opportunity attack and for crit alternatives. I like that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of very cool.
All right. All right. Well, where are we with everything? So we have 3 more reviews.
One's gonna be a subclass. One's gonna be a race. And the other's going to be a subclass.
All right, so 2 subclasses and a race. The race will probably not be that bad. The subclass will be a little bit hefty, but we're only 3.5 hours in, so yeah, we'll probably make it about 6 hours.
Yeah. Especially with the 2 subclasses.
Yeah. Let's see here. That's the movie dev stuff. I'm not super upset that it was one of those weird. It was a weird movie that I wasn't really like thrilled for.
Oh, fair enough.
It's called Over the Hedge or something. It's supposed to be like a Halloween.
Yeah. Is that Halloween?
I have no idea. They watched it one time while we were at the friends group, and
it gives me Ice Age vibes.
I couldn't pay attention to it. It was not Over the Hedge, not that one, not the Pixar movie. It was Over the Garden Hedge is what it's called. It's like a really interesting, like old school, not creepy cartoon, but has that weird.
Is it a cartoon?
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. Again, I barely know anything
Fair
about it. It wasn't.
Wasn't the one you wanted.
I want to say it was over the. I think it's over the garden hedge.
What you're talking about it, and it gives me like I'm having this picture in my mind of
over the garden wall. If you look, okay, if you just Google over the garden wall and look at the imagery, you'll understand it's a weird art style. It's one of those kind of shows that seems to be like one of those like insta cult classics. Like there's a big group of people who just are really into it, and it's just one of those ones I don't.
Yeah. I swear, weren't we watching that one time?
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're going to be watching today.
Got you.
And I'm just like I don't get the. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get the blatant, like the blatant mishappery of like the dumb character and the innocent. Like I don't know. It's the whole.
I know what you mean.
You don't know what's really going on, but you do. But you're acting. It doesn't entertain me.
Sure.
More often than not, I'm just sitting there going, "What is going on?" And it seems like no, you're just supposed to enjoy it, and you're not supposed to really pay attention. You're just supposed to like just. And I'm like, that's not how I do things. I don't want to just look at scene by scene and just accept it for what it is. Tell me a story. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's definitely much more of like, I want, kind of like with D&D. I want a story. I don't want to just have a scene and then combat and then have a scene and then combat. I want this all to lead to something. But let's see here. I'm going to grab some extra water for myself.
Okay.
I'm going to step away real quick and then we'll go on to the next spin.
Let's get it. Well, Des, I have to thank you for this. And again, I don't know if what you sent me was all that you have, or if some of these other things you're talking about, like the groom class and some of the other bridesmaid stuff, like you actually have those. But I love this idea and like the mentality. I know this was for a contest and you kind of like put a lot of it together pretty quickly. Which would make sense why you have like portions of it, but oh my gosh, like this is a very, very cool concept. So groom class and bridesmaids were never finished. Yep, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. But it's this is way fun, and I almost love the idea of this. Like if we. You said this was for a competition or whatever. Like, imagine we put out a competition for you guys. Hey, everybody make a themed something and put it together. And then, like, we all come and determine, like, how well all of these different things for the same theme fit together. If one person's creating all of it, of course, they're going to do their best to bring synergy to all those things. But imagine if you have, like, 5 different people who aren't collaborating together. Imagine if you create 2 items that synergize together so well. I can just imagine that happening, and especially with a lot of the creators that we've had doing different things. Oh my gosh, that would be so cool. I think you guys could do some cool stuff. Like I imagine like Pokeniner and Hecate coming together. And creating something that not coming together personally, but like building something that would like vibe well together. I could totally see Dez and maybe even Soul creating something that end up vibing really, really well together. Like just that whole mentality. I can. Oh my gosh, I'm hyped for it. So I'll bring it up to Vortex, see what he thinks about it, and see if we can end up doing something like that. But my goodness, I think that would be wild. I was just talking to some of the people about if we put out a contest for a particular theme and then just everybody created whatever they wanted to create for it. And I imagine like some of our community building certain things that unintentionally vibe with each other, unintentionally are synergistic with each other. And so it's like, hey, say we are building the theme is dragons for whatever reason, and somebody builds a dragon subclass, somebody else builds a dragon spell, somebody else builds a new dragon race, or whatever the case may be. And imagine like some of the abilities they give work super duper well. Some might break it, some might, with those 2 things together, that would just be stupid crazy or stupid whatever. But like some could inadvertently be
You want to
like
put some money on it?
freaking choice. What are we talking about here?
Like a giveaway? Like an actual contest? Like, do you want to actually put some money on it?
I mean, I would.
Like, okay, we'll talk about that. I would not mind doing one either for the holiday or for the start of the year. Maybe for our
I would imagine like a Christmas one, like
or our 3-year mark. But yes, we'll talk about it. We'll come up with a good price, whether we want to do a single winner or a tiered first, second, third.
Sure.
But we'll come up with what we both feel is reasonable for us to afford and budget for. But yeah, let's do that. Let's do a submission contest. I have a couple ideas of how that'll work, and I have a couple ideas of what I would like to see. So yeah, like honestly, the first one that comes to mind, just probably, I wonder why this comes to mind right now. I would want to do something small. I wouldn't want to do like subclasses or anything else like that. So I'd want to do something a little bit easier.
Oh, so you'd articulate what they would be building.
Yes, but it would be very open. It would be very open, but it wouldn't be like wedding themed and then we can get a race or a sub. Like, that's not really a contest, right? Because if someone does an entire subclass, or this does a class with 5 subclasses,
and somebody just does a singular spell,
and then someone does a race, and then someone does a magical item, it's like,
fair enough.
That's not fair. I would say that there's a little bit more, but the first one that I would love to do, just because it also goes in with what you said earlier. I think it's more about what you said earlier, and it also just happens to be because the wedding is the theme here, but it's about what you said earlier about the bridesmaid. I would do the contest where submit a wedding themed D&D weapon. That's it. That's all I'm going to give. Right? That would be it. Wedding themed weapon. That's it.
Instantly bouquet. That's my weapon.
That's what I'm glad you thought about that, because I was thinking, who would do that? Who would think that a bouquet could be turned into a weapon?
Hell yeah.
But you could, like, absolutely.
Let's go.
Like absolutely. I would love that. And then again, weapon would also be weapon / it could also be like a magical item as long as it's used like combatively. So you could do like a magic veil that makes you invisible would be fine. Like things like that. But like it would have to be something like that,
wedding
where
D&D weapon / item.
And like we could just put a thing, or it's like the bullet points would be wedding themed. Usable in combat.
For combat. Sure.
Yeah, usable in combat, but integral part of wedding attire. So like it would have, like if you're gonna do a sword, it has to be like, your elaborate sword, a bouquet, the veil. It would have to be something that goes with being seen at a wedding. So used in combat, doesn't have to be a melee weapon. It just has to be usable in combat as a, basically usable in combat. So that would just be it. Usable in combat. Wouldn't stand out.
Wedding attire.
But wedding appropriate, and yeah, can or does not have to be, but can be magical.
That'd be sick.
I would do a contest for that.
That would be sick.
And that would be a good start.
I like that it's simple, it's small, it's not like a whole subclass, it's just a weapon or an item or whatever.
Yeah, and it could do whatever you want, and it could have upgrades. It could be as
elaborate or as specific as you want. But
it's just, and oh man, I would not be surprised, but I would love it if someone had a weapon that upgraded based on the stage. So like, here's a mundane weapon that if anybody picks up, here's the weapon. When you become engaged, the weapon upgrades. On your wedding day, the weapon upgrades. Once you're married, the weapon upgrades. And if you ever become divorced or widowed, the weapon changes.
Not necessarily worsens, but changes. Okay.
But you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I wouldn't mind that. That would be kind of dope.
That would be very cool.
Bouquet, veil, rings, magical vows, the wedding dress.
Magical vows.
Like spells that are the vows.
Ooh, magical vows.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's clean.
This might be the contest. All right. So anybody who's watching this either now or in the future, you have maybe an insight and more time to think about your submission for this contest. I will figure out when is a good time because we'll have to budget it. We'll have to figure out what we're gonna, how we're gonna do all of that. But once we figure all of that out, 100%, I am down for a contest, an art contest, and of course there will be rules. No AI generated content at all. Like I don't. I'm already in a very weird position. Yes, I've used AI to help us with information gathering, which is fine. I don't mind it as a tool. I'm not as happy that I've used it for thumbnails. I will probably, when I can afford it, I will be paying artists to replace all of our AI generated thumbnails. I'm going to try and not do that moving forward. even if my own made thumbnails are shit, I will do my best to accept that over more AI thumbnails. But definitely in contests or anything else like that, it'll be part of it that, you know,
especially if it's for something. Like, we want you to put your effort into it and not just,
yeah.
you know.
And it just goes to that whole thing of like, if it's an art contest, it's meant for artists, right? Like, if you have cool ideas, but you don't know how to put it, it's like, but that's why you don't go into weightlifting contests if you don't lift weights. You don't go into eating contests if you don't know how to eat a lot. Don't enter an art contest if you're not an artist. And it may be that we don't have a lot of people who can do that. And if that's the case, maybe we don't do an art version, we do the build version, right? So we have to kind of learn like what we're gonna do, because I don't know. It's just that whole thing of depends on the contest, right? Whether we want, I like the idea of doing an art contest eventually, but this is going to be more of like, this would be more of like a homebrew review contest, more of like you submit the mechanics.
If the contest is for the creation of the weapon, but they just want to have a visual representation of it, is that okay if their visual representation is something either they found on the internet, because again, they didn't create it, or because like a lot of the stuff that we get now is just stuff that just people found on the internet.
Yeah.
Or
no, I would prefer that these are going to be, if you have the ability to add your own visual, that's fine. That will not be part of the review, but it would be part of the publication. Because the idea is, if we're going to do a contest, this will be like on the website. It'll be like,
sure.
It's going to be kind of like a thing. So I don't want to add anything that isn't directly from the, from the author. If it comes with the artist, drawing, great. But I don't want to add anything that's not fully created, especially for a contest. You know what I mean? I just
sure.
So yeah, in those particular case, but we would all be, if we're gonna say like submit a weapon build, right? Just like the weapon build, and someone gives us a badass hand drawing, we have to know that does not affect the score
for
of
sure.
what we actually are voting on.
Yeah.
And we'll have to do that. That's another big thing, is how are we gonna vote on? Like, is it gonna be that 3-way vote like the subclass showdown where you and I each have an individual vote and then chat has a global vote?
I kind of like that idea.
Because
it avoids any ties.
It avoids ties. It avoids bias. But yeah, so I don't know. We'll have to. Those are the kind of the things that
we'll hash it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Is I just don't want the art to muddle it. And when we do present it, if there's actual art with it, then we'll present the art with it. But I just don't want to have to like modify any more than we already need to. But yes, so you heard it here. Contest. Money. To earn money. That is coming. I know how much money that I think is appropriate, but we'll talk more about how we feel about that.
Okay.
So yes, contest is coming for most likely that. I think actually I'm just gonna write that down in the admin chat. Yeah, here.
Oh, look, it finally opened back up again. I gotta figure out why this thing sucks functioning on
all right, so we just talked about the attacks of opportunities, right? Okay, so we go to another review, and then we have one more topic from yesterday.
Yep.
So let me open up the spin. And what shall we have next for our review, our showcase today? The Shining Princess.
Hey, let's get it. Get it. Princess.
Des is excited for that one. All right. Well, this is good. We had a little break from actually having the princess, or having the bride, but now we actually get the substance. And it's good because it's still fresh. We still know the total fighter build. So now we're gonna see how does it feel altogether. All right, so let's look at the Shining Princess, the subclass for the bridal class, by Desmar. Desmar, is that a new submitter? Must be a new submitter. Well, welcome, Desmar. Thank you for submitting this. All right, so description. You have decided to personify the concept of the fairy tale wedding. You are the glorious princess, and this is your storybook wedding. So I like this. It doesn't force any more or less on the previous one, but what it does for me initially is I look at this and I'm assuming that we're going to have to assume a little bit that if you're looking at the subclass, you know what class it's coming from.
Sure.
So there's going to be a little bit here that we know for a fact we should know.
Yes.
The bride. So this, if I were to be showed like, you know, again, as an advertisement, this and the bride, like, okay, so this is a subclass of this. My first instinct, my first appeal and the draw, but I will also say that this is not necessarily a good thing because it's also one of those things where it's like, I could give my hopes up kind of draw. Like I'm attracted to this idea, but I think that if it doesn't follow through, it could easily dip out as, oh.
Sure.
So it's kind of one of those, I'm setting myself up almost for failure here. But if I were to be given the Shining Princess with this so far, I'm personifying this fairy tale wedding because I'm a princess and I'm part of this bride subclass. I'm a subclass of this bride. It's almost like knowing that this is a one-shot, a miniseries. My mind starts to question, is choosing the subclass choosing the storyline? Like, is choosing the princess going to put me in a different setting than a different subclass? And I'm cool with that. In fact, that would be a great way for a DM to kind of be prepared for that, is you let your players choose, almost like a choose your own story, but in reverse.
Sure.
Where for a DM as a module, instead of you reading through everything and giving the players the choices, the players choose everything. And then that tells you, almost like Betrayal on House on Haunted Hill, right?
Yeah.
Where the players choose everything. And once they've chosen what they want to be, all the roles, that actually funnels the DM into so you chose the princess, so we're in a castle, but you chose that, which means we're in a rainy day, and you chose that, which also means we're in a poor kingdom.
Yeah.
That, you know what I mean? Like, it almost builds the story based off the players, not the DM creating the story. So random idea, but that is kind of what it tells me is, if I'm reading through this, like, oh, okay, I have this, Shining Princess, and that comes from the bride class. It's a fighter class, but I have this, but it's a one shot. So is this gonna, like we had before, the idea of the bride could be used in so many different settings.
Yeah.
No, granted, you could say a princess could also be married out in a field or, in a small town, but you kind of have an expectation if I choose the princess and it's not in a castle.
What the fuck?
But if I also don't choose the princess and it's in a castle.
Lightweight, what the fuck?
So you see what I'm saying? That's where I mean by, like, I'm immediately interested. I'm like, oh, this is going to be like, oh, this is cool. But I also see that tipping point of there's a lot of expectation this is kind of setting up. And there's a lot of ways it could go wrong. Like, again, a princess, cool. So that mean it would be in a castle? Yeah, okay. Does that mean if I pick up another subclass and go, oh, does that mean it's going to be in a field? No, it's going to be in a castle. It's going to be in a castle. Yeah, it's going to be in a castle. And it's like, oh. So it doesn't,
So it doesn't matter whether.
And that's just my initial jerk reaction is.
I will say, we might not even find anything in this write-up that indicates whether it will or won't be in a castle at all.
And we may, and the princess part may have nothing to do with it, right? It may have nothing to do with actually being a princess. It just may be, again, like the mindset of like Bridezilla.
Yeah.
I'm just giving my first initial, I'm excited, but not for a good reason, because I have a feeling my excitement is going to ruin itself by expectation. So I'm trying to point out.
Tamper yourself.
Yeah, I'm trying to point out that I'm basically biasing myself here. What's going on, Pokeniner?
It's not exactly a showcase showdown. It's just more like a showcase gauntlet.
Yeah, because they're all from Dez.
We got a bunch of non-reviews. They're meant for their own setting, but it's a lot of fun stuff. So you missed a little bit, but if you want to check the rest out on our VODs,
you know where to go.
Please check it out. But we're getting ready to look at a subclass based off of a custom class that we
first reviewed at. Yeah, so we looked at the main class. Now we're looking at one of its subclasses.
Yes.
All right, so the Shining Princess, the bridal type from Desmar. Let's see here. So you have decided to personify the concept of the fairy tale wedding. You are the glorious princess, and this is your storybook wedding. All right, so this is a spellcaster.
Okay, so we know that the bride was kind of like a fighter skin.
Wait a second.
Lightweight. And so we've had some
yes, you're right. That was a fighter type. The main class is super fighter. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here. 3rd level, not till 13th. That's a half caster.
That might even be like a 3rd caster. There's
Oh, it's even less than a half caster?
Yeah, because the paladins, they get up to 5th level spells, and these guys only get up to 4th level spells. Now, there is a fighter subclass that does get spells, and I will look to see if it's the same as this.
That would make sense if it's modeled. I mean, considering that this was rushed for a contest, it would make sense that Dez.
It's almost exactly the same.
So Dez would probably use that as the model. Perfect. Okay.
Wait, what level do they get? 3rd level? 13th?
10th. Oh no, 3rd level, 13th.
And they start with 2?
Yep.
Then yeah, we're the same.
And
whoa, you said 2nd level they get it at 10th?
7th level they get, or 7th level is 2nd.
7th. Okay, yeah, it's the same.
All right, cool. Eldritch, Knight Fighter, and Arcade Trickster, Rogue. I'm pretty sure that's the math. Okay, cool, awesome. So we are having kind of like an Eldritch Knight Fighter. Okay, cool. So moving forward, we at 3rd level get spell casting. You augment your martial powers with the ability to cast spells. See chapter 10 for the general rules of spell casting. Chapter 11 for the cleric spell list. That's like regular book. Or is that?
Yes.
Okay, you had links, so I wasn't sure if that was like specialty source material.
Yeah, no. This is standard stuff.
Okay, so cantrips, you can learn 2 cantrips of your choice. Okay, so all of this is general, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you learn the cantrips, you learn 1st level or higher. The spells you learn at 8th, 14th, and 20th level come from any school of magic. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can replace one of the cleric spells you know with another spell. Spellcasting ability, charisma is your spellcasting modifier. And since you learn your spells through your lovely persona and prestige existence, you can use your charisma whenever the spell refers to your spellcasting ability. In addition, you use your charisma modifier when setting the save throw DC for a cleric spell you cast when making an attack roll with one. So spell save DC is 8 plus your proficiency plus your charisma. Spell attack modifier is proficiency plus charisma modifier. Okay, so you're a charisma cast.
Yeah.
And a fighter. All right. Flittering about at 3rd level, out of a young maiden's storybook of the magical young woman that finds herself dashing prince, you can embody those pure and joyous magics to assist you. As an action, you wreath yourself is floating and dancing flowers and flower petals for 1 minute. So you wreath yourself in floating and dancing flowers and flower petals for 1 minute. While wreathed, you gain the following benefits. You get a bonus to long jump. Distance equal to triple your proficiency bonus. Advantage on charisma or persuasion, specifically persuasion checks. And a bonus to AC equal to half your proficiency rounded down. That's
bonus to AC.
The bonus to AC is pretty fucking huge, actually.
At 3rd level.
There is usage limitations that Des forgot to add on this.
Oh, okay.
So this is interesting. So basically, for 1 minute, you can add to your long jump, triple your proficiency bonus. So at max, you'll be able to jump an extra 18 feet. You'll be able to long jump an extra 18 feet. Okay. You'll have persuasion checks
at advantage,
which is interesting.
You're already getting charisma bonuses and stuff from the main class.
I just, again, it's one of those things where try to think about that visually. Someone is like just literally, there's just a bunch of shit fluttering around them, and somehow you're charmed by them.
Well,
they're basically DBZing with flowers, and you're just like, you make a good argument.
Well, okay, I can look at it kind of like this. Like, imagine you see somebody like wreathed in light. Like, imagine like a spotlight coming down from heaven. I get more that it's supposed to be the slow motion view of there's just flutteringness. But it is kind of funny that it's all of a sudden just like a bunch of shit's floating around, and somehow I'm supposed to take you at your word for it. It's beautiful.
But yeah, okay, and then bonus to, and I like the AC. That's kind of cool though. This is actually a really unique way to use proficiency bonus, tripling it and then having it. I like that.
Yeah,
in the same ability, I like that usage. Okay, it's an interesting one. It's definitely interesting. I like what it does. I'm a little bit confused now on what the subclass is. You know what I mean? Usually it's like the first thing you get should set the tone.
Yes.
I don't know what tone is being set here, but I'm interested. I'm still interested.
Okay.
I'm not so disinterested that I like, if I was flipping through this, I'm going to keep reading.
So you get spells and you get the ability to increase your AC, to increase your jump distance, and to be a little bit more charismatic.
So you are definitely a defensive. You're more defense so far. Defense fighter. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Defense fighter with magic. Again, there are times where we've read like the first ability, and I'm like, if it wasn't for a review, I'd be flipping the page.
Sure.
I would still keep reading, but I'm confused. I'm hoping that it makes more sense as I go. Because again, and trying to think about like where this is coming from, the main class, fighter class. So also thinking about like how often you'd be able to do this because of how many extra attacks, extra actions, all of that kind of stuff that you're going to get with the main class.
Especially because it lasts for a minute, it would kind of make sense that this, and especially because it's kind of like a fighter-based subclass, it would make sense for that to get refreshed on a short rest.
Yeah.
Because it's not something that would be like crazy if you could do every battle, but being able to just spam it whenever you feel like it, might be a little, because they did say that there were some usage-based limitations, so I can see that being where they would go in that direction.
All right, that makes sense. Love and embrace. Your exuberance is infectious. Your friends and allies can't help but feel happy and happy for you. When you use your blushing bride feature, you can now add that bonus to a non-hostile creature within 30 feet when you make a charisma check or saving throw. I forgot.
Blushing bride.
Oh, that was the one that gives you the bonus to your charisma checks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
A non-hostile creature. Okay, I feel that.
I will say I'm losing interest. Like, I know that the main class gives you a lot, but subclasses are supposed to fill it in.
Yeah, this
kind of just buffing what you get from the main class doesn't excite me.
Yeah.
Especially after 4 levels of nothing. Like, it took me 4 levels and all I'm getting is a boost to my main class. It's not really doing anything, right? It's just making the main class more of the main class. And I don't really feel, and I'm also losing more and more what it means to be the princess. I'm still not quite understanding what, I'm not saying that this doesn't make sense. It's just, I'm losing.
I will say, and here's kind of what I feel like happens a lot.
Oh, here we go. When you make a charisma check or saving throw, you can add the amount equal to half your bride's level rounded down to the roll. Once you use this, you can't use it for another rest. So this basically says when you use that feature, you can now add that bonus to a non-hostile creature. Oh, so basically before, when you made the charisma check or saving throw, you were able to use this ability. Now you can give this ability to someone else. So when they make an ability check or saving throw.
Oh, okay.
So it's giving you the ability
to share it with your allies, to share it. Or non-hostile creatures.
I don't mind. That's a cool ability. Like, again, I don't mind it. I'm just losing the connection to why I'm a princess. You know what I mean? Like, it's benevolent princess, but I'm not really feeling why that verbiage and how that makes sense to the last ability. So cool ability. I do like what it does. I would just like more. After 4 levels and then waiting another 4 levels, this kind of isn't enough for me to choose this subclass. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like I'm just relying on the main class, and this is just hyping up that main class.
So I will say, and this is kind of what I've found as a trend in 5th edition. Whenever you get casting, you get less because of your ability to cast spells. Because a lot of what they feel like you are going to get is the ability to access higher level spells. Because at 7th level, we just saw, now we have access to 2nd level spells. So now we have access to that higher level of spells. Now, so I agree with you. It does feel not as,
but the spells are supposed to make up for it.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, after 4 more levels, we get to 11th level. We get secluded venue. When you use your guest list feature, you instead create a secluded venue. The secluded venue's exterior automatically disguises itself to match the surrounding area. Any creature attempting to locate you must succeed a wisdom, a perception check, or an investigation check, exceeding your spell save DC to discern the exterior of your secluded venue. Additionally, when a creature gains hit points within your secluded venue, you add your charisma modifier to the rolled amount. That's kind of dope. That's actually that's a little bit more like the tiny hut thing. Like,
yeah,
it's a little bit more beneficial. So again, none of these things are bad. These are all great additions to the main class. I just don't know if I get that from the princess. I was expecting either something a little bit more self-focused.
I mean, there goes your castle right there.
Yeah.
Well, although it does say it blends in.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like these things are all great, but I don't know how they all match together. The last two have hyped what we already got. The first one is still just kind of there.
Yeah, I will say a lot of the times I feel like what you should be getting from your subclass should be synergizing with the rest of your subclass. Yes, let it work with your main class, but the subclass is supposed to give you how you use your main class in a unique way. Like,
yeah,
this I don't know. I would love for what you got in the beginning, you to be able to augment that kind of stuff, or like do more stuff with that. So
yeah, and we'll see. Maybe we get more because we still got 2 more.
Sure.
So at 15th level, we get the perfect moment. You're going to want to remember these moments for the rest of your life. Having your friends and family here to celebrate your love, what's not to desire. Now, scooching close and smile. We need to stay still for this. As an action, you can cause a blinding flash of light directed in a 30-foot cone. Creatures within the cone must make a charisma saving throw or be frozen in place, suffering from the paralyzed condition until the start of your next turn.
It's kind of like, I love how you're like basically just like taking a picture and like freezing. Now, does this say only enemies or is this everybody?
Allies creatures too? Just as creatures.
Okay, so that's allies too. So you shoot a cone and like everyone's freaking frozen for a hot second. I kind of like that ability. I like the mentality behind it. I don't know how I feel about paralyzed versus stunned. Let me look real quick. Paralyzed says you're incapacitated, can't move or speak. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Any attack that hits you is a crit. If the attacker's within 5 feet of you, you automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Stunned is you're incapacitated, can't move or speak. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and you automatically fail strength. So this one just says the biggest advantage to doing paralyzed versus stunned is auto crits. And at 15th level, I'm not mad at auto crits. I think that's cool.
No, I don't think so either.
I kind of like the cone because it kind of makes sense for the camera type deal.
Right. It breaks immersion just a little bit, but it does make sense.
Sure.
I get it. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. Like it's certainly usable, but
does it say how often you can use it?
No.
Yeah, I would say this is a once per long rest type deal.
I mean, it is a save. It is a save out. Like it is a save, so you could not be affected.
Do a charisma saving throw or be frozen in place. I also think that as a 15th level ability, if they save out of it, something should still happen. It'll just be less than if they failed.
Yeah.
Because doing a 15th level ability and then it does absolutely nothing would kind of suck.
That's true too. That is very true. So, like if they save out, maybe they're stunned instead of paralyzed. Or just blinded.
I would say that. Yeah.
If they save out, they're just blinded for the round.
Yeah.
That would be, I think, better. Yeah.
Blinded and not paralyzed. Yeah.
Okay. Because you got to think with that fighter at this point, you do that, and then at this point you have what, 4 attacks, 4 attacks, and then you have that other ability that could basically give you the free attack in the start of the initiative. So you do this at the end of initiative. Next initiative, you force yourself forward. Then you get that free round of all your attacks. Then you get to do like this thing is insane. Especially if you multi-class into like a bar or a monk, and then just be able to run around the battlefield like this.
Wild.
Absolute insanity. All right, and the last one we get for 18th level is dressed in white. They're all dazzled and befuddled by your beauty, and why wouldn't they be? When using your Here Comes the Bright feature, hostile creatures make any saving throw at disadvantage and can't take their reactions. That's definitely targeted at a BBEG. Because that would, like, I would think that would include legendary reactions. Or are legendary reactions considered higher than just standard
I would
reactions?
say legendary actions are their own action economy type.
Gotcha.
Because they're at the end of
Anybody's
an opponent's turn rather than just a reaction.
I wouldn't mind if that actually had like included it only for this turn though.
Sure,
like at the end of the next person's turn, they could still do it, but you basically lock out a legendary reaction.
You can't do a legendary
after
reaction after me. Yeah.
That would be kind of cool though. Actually, I wouldn't mind it saying that.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. So overall, I like that because you don't often see nowadays, you don't often see subclasses focus on hyping what the main class is. Like all subclasses do is
give you your own,
divert it to its own thing. So I will say I kind of like the idea of a subclass just doubling down.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And that's what this does. The only thing that doesn't make any sense to me is this first ability. I'm kind of lost. The flittering about. I'm kind of lost on where it fits. I'm kind of lost on why it helps because everything else is just a callback to the main class.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I just like the long jump is cool.
I mean,
I don't know if
the long jump is the one I would think not necessarily makes the least sense, but it's like, how often am I going to be jumping around?
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean?
It's kind of a cool concept, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The advantage on charisma, that we already talked about that. It kind of just, doesn't really matter. And again, it comes back to the same argument. For 1 minute out of combat, it's not long enough. And in combat, what are you doing? So really, it's the bonus to the AC that the only thing that also makes sense for a fighter. So this is the only one that just doesn't make sense for me. The rest of them, the only thing that they all work great as that concept of a subclass that doubles down.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the setup, the fact that this was the princess, right? The princess type of bride.
Sure.
The fact that we got spell casting. I forgot that this was a spellcaster. Completely forgot this was a spellcaster because all it did was double down on fighter. So it's like, yeah, you have spells, but hey, you're a better fighter. You're a better fighter. You're a better fighter. Yeah, you can do spells, but you're a better fighter. That's why I was a little bit lost on this one. So I would just say that my initial expectation, and I even called it out, my expectation was going to be my downfall. But the expectation of the princess, the little description we got, and the spell casting, none of that matches the build. But the build itself is pretty fucking strong.
I agree.
Except for this one first level. So I would say normally I would probably give this a 4 if it wasn't for this first ability. Because overall, it not matching the name is kind of superfluous. Call it whatever the fuck you want. I just think that the princess should have... I had my own ideas of what the princess could have been. I just think that it's a missed opportunity to create a different subclass with that name and make it different.
Sure.
But otherwise, that doesn't matter. The only thing wrong with this is this first ability. As a subclass, doubling down on the main class, I think it's great. But this really kind of hurts it. And the fact that
I would have jumped into the fairy godmother type deal where all you're doing is like, I can think about Cinderella.
Oh yeah.
How they like upped Cinderella's like wardrobe. They upped Cinderella's ability. Like I think
I could have seen something like that.
That would be, but
and the thing is like,
but yeah,
I also completely forgot the fact that I forgot that it was a spellcaster. I also got to take it down a point. Like it's those are the two reasons why I got to take it down is I completely forgot it was a spellcaster.
It doesn't really lean into any of the spellcasting abilities.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say it's a strong 3. It's definitely a strong 3. It's usable. It's a great subclass. I just think that it just name it different and change this first ability a little bit to go more in line and just go full send. You know what I mean? Call it the Battle Bride. Call it Godzilla, like Bridezilla. Like this is really the one that just makes her unstoppable. She will get her way, period. That's what all of these other abilities are just doubling down on the fact that you will get what you want. You could have called this Bridezilla and I would have been 100% behind it.
Actually, yeah.
Like my biggest issue is that it's called the princess. I completely forgot that it casts spells and this first ability just doesn't make sense. Those are the only 3 knocks I give it, which is why I give it a 3 because the first knock, the name knock is whatever. But outside of that, I like it. I would use it and I want to. I need it to make a little bit more sense as we're doubling down on a fighter. But all of these other ones, outside of the third ability, all of these, no changes. That would be great.
Because like my thought process, like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to like the 7th level ability and like that's all you get, like I feel like a lot of the counterbalance for that is the spell casting. I'm curious if how I would feel if like the spell casting was gone. This class is exactly like how it is, and we changed the first ability. Would it be enough, or would I still want more?
And that's the thing is the fact that I forgot it still feels fine. Again, change that first ability to something that scales or keeps up with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't need the spell casting. I literally think the spell casting is not doesn't do anything.
I kind of agree.
Because at no point was I like, because I forgot to even say, how does this improve the spell casting? The fact is everything it did, because of what you get for the main class, it was just going just fine. It's just a double down. The fact that I didn't think that it needed more, because never did I read an ability and be like, man, but this is missing something. Oh yeah, it casts magic. That's, to me, would have meant that it's not enough without magic.
Yeah.
But the fact that we never brought up that it was missing something, it was just, every time I brought it up, I'm just like, this doesn't make sense for the first ability or the name. But that's all I had. Everything else was like, I mean,
I might make 7th level a little bit chunkier, but other than that,
yeah,
I even I could do without it. Like, especially if the 3rd level ability did something a little bit different.
And even Des, even with like this, like the secluded venue, I still think that's more Bridezilla. That's more of that. This is my zone. Nobody comes in, and everybody in here better be perfect. So if you're in here,
and you can't even see me.
Yeah. If you don't even deserve to see us if you're not in here. If you're not on my guest list, and if you're on my guest list and you look scrappy, you better clean yourself up, and that's where the extra healing comes in. Sure. You better be on top of. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I get Bridezilla more than I get Princess.
Sure.
But I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 10. What do you think? Is it
I was honestly thinking the same thing. Like I love the abilities. I love what it does. Really like Perfect Moment. That to me is my favorite ability that you get with this.
Yeah, the flash freeze.
Yes, like that whole thing is just so cool, and I love the idea that you could combo that. Like, imagine we had that hallway conversation earlier. You cast your venue, and then everybody, as soon as they get moved out, they get funneled into one area, and then boom, I flash freeze all of you guys, and we drop something super big on your head. Like, I think that in itself is so cool.
This is supposed to be for a double down, right? So bonus to AC equal to half your proficiency rounded down. That already gives you the bonus to AC.
There's something else you get that gives you a bonus to AC in the main class.
That was your pretty dress your perfect dress. I was gonna wonder, should this also up your perfect dress by 1 AC? So the perfect dress gives you 2, and then this one gives you half your proficiency bonus.
Although you're not getting that till a lot later, so getting that at 3rd level wouldn't make a whole lot of sense just yet.
Oh, that's right. Or maybe in this subclass you get. Oh no, you wouldn't want pretty dress that early, because then you can't really change how.
I mean, you could just say. Like, I like the fact that it's just you get a bonus to AC with your proficiency bonus rounded down, because then no matter what, it's gonna build on
that's gonna build for it. I was just trying to think of like how to change this to tie back into more of the other abilities. But no, realistically, it's fine.
It's cool.
So 3.
I'm here for a 3, man.
All right, 3 out of 5.
3. I think it works.
Not a bad one. I am down with it. All right, so we only have 2 more.
Dos más?
2 more, and we have 1 more conversation. So, and there's 2. So we have a race and a subclass.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, we got through that subclass way faster than I thought.
I think it's because we were fresh in the main class, so it was kind of easy to just like put it together.
And the features that were presented.
We're also not reviewing it.
Were written so well that there wasn't a lot to like digest necessarily. It was just. It is what it is. It makes sense. And
it's also easier when we're just trying to say, like, how do I feel about it? Would I want to use it? Not what I would have done differently. That's 2 different conversations,
Very
right?
much
so I feel like it's a little bit easier to ingest it. But yeah, so the other conversation that we had yesterday, it was a question from Soul. And I thought this was a great conversation that we might want to pick up on another day after you digest this a little bit. But we'll do a quick little conversation here. But it was question from Soul on, if you could, what new meta magic would you add? So I read through all of the other ones. We talked about a couple different ones. He had a really interesting one, and I had a similar one where his was turn a spell from AoE to single target, or vice versa. I was thinking the same because you have twin spell, right? You can make one spell target 2 people. I was thinking turning a chain target, like something that goes from one target to the next, but it just doubles down. So like chain lightning, instead of going from one target to the next, it hits one target and then it chains back on the same target. So whereas twin spell takes one spell and targets 2 people, any spell that would target 2 people now only targets 1. Would be an interesting meta magic.
Would, if you're decreasing the number of things that it does, would it do an increased effect? Like, there's got to be an advantage to
it. Would be like for damaging. Like if I could damage 2 targets, now I'm just putting both the damage on one target.
Both
instead.
damage on one target.
That's
kind
the
of like
idea.
magic missile.
It's not like I would make sleep double down on one person, but
Sure.
the idea of like twin spell, I take one spell and I hit 2 targets instead of 1. That would just be the same thing. If the spell targets more than one creature, have it target 1 instead.
I think a great simple one to do that would make the most sense is
Sleep? No, it's comatose.
just changing the damage type.
There,
Super easy.
There is one. There is already a.
Is there already one that does that?
There is a meta magic that
transmute
says.
Spell.
Yeah. But I mean, you can expand upon that one. So here was the one that I came up with. I thought this one was amazing. This is the one that I wanted to bring up with you. That Soul brought up at the beginning of this stream. This is why we're going over these.
Okay.
Because it was the only one I came up with, and I was just like, "That's really good. I think you'll be able to help me build on new ideas." But here's one of my new meta magics for sorcerers. As a reaction, so you have to have a reaction available. But as a reaction, when counterspelled, when
someone counterspells you,
as a reaction, you can change the spell. Meaning you basically say, I'm going to cast Fireball, counterspell, I'm going to cast Lightning instead. Like, I'm going to cast Fire, counterspell, Lightning, wasn't Fireball. So what they're doing is essentially it's I'm countering Fireball, it's Lightning Bolt instead. Haha. So you're overcoming their counter by forcing changing the spell.
So, because they're countering a fireball, their counter spell no longer counters your spell because it's a different spell.
So it's kind of a cheeky way of countering a counter spell, but you have to change the spell. They are going to counter fireball, but as a reaction, because you're a sorcerer and you're not dealing with specifics of words and hand gestures, you can feel the anti-magic force coming over you, and at the last second, you can rip the magic away and say, oh, I feel anti-fire. Fuck it, it's lightning. And at that last second as a reaction, as part of your meta magic, you can say, fuck your counterspell. I don't get my effect, but something's going off.
So,
the watered down version was, as meta magic, when counterspell, you don't lose a spell slot. That was my watered down version of it. Because that may have been much to every single round. You can never get counterspelled or you can never lose it.
Sure.
So my watered down version, the suggestion was, instead of changing spells, you just don't lose the spell.
I like the changing spells. I would probably add a couple of things in there. One would be, if you're casting a damage dealing spell, it needs to be a damage dealing spell. If you're casting a non-damage dealing spell like Banishment, it needs to be another non-damage dealing spell.
Totally, like another teleport spell. It has to be a spell of equivalent effect. AoE, target.
Say you can't cast a spell of a higher level than you originally cast.
Totally
because counterspell, you can.
I wouldn't even mind it being that you can do this, but you have to be less of it has to be a lesser spell.
A lower level spell?
I wouldn't even mind that.
Sure.
Those are totally valid limitations. I just think either of those I think are great for, maybe the one where you can change spells should be like something a subclass can do.
Fair.
But I do think the idea of your meta magic prevents you from losing a spell when counterspelled, I think that is totally valid and not unbalanced. You still don't get the spell effect, but you still get to recast.
Sure.
Again, you don't lose the ability to cast it. So I think at minimum that's a valid.
I like that a lot.
The Desmar says the middle ground is I cast X, counterspell, meta magic, I cast cantrip instead, limiting the reaction to cast cast to cantrips. So anytime you're counterspelled, you are counterspelled, but as a reaction, you can then cast a cantrip instead.
So you don't lose your action, you just lose So you still get counterspell, but you get to still do something instead of feeling like.
And if you have something like Hellish Rebuke, you do your main fireball spell, counterspell. Fuck you, bitch.
Sure.
And I would also say you can also change targets. So in that sense of I'm going to cast fireball on this group, counterspell, I can either still go after that group or I could say fuck you, Eldritch Blast, because that was rude.
Yeah.
So that I think is great.
I like that.
I don't even mind it. Again, if we really want to say there's more limitations, I don't even mind it that when counterspelled, you can cast a cantrip against the person that counterspelled.
Yeah.
So those are all different ways that I think that would be a good new meta magic. But that was a great question from Soul, is if you could add meta magic, what would it be? And that was my best addition, is to basically allow you to overcome counterspell in some sort of fashion.
I would say if I were to allow this, or if I were to be asked this, I think, I don't know what it would be just yet, but I feel like it would be the ability to have your meta magic affect other people's spells.
Oh, like when they cast spells,
like if you cast fireball on me, maybe I change the spell type. I change your spell damage type to a different one. You wanted to cast fireball on me, I changed it to lightning ball. So our people are resistant to lightning damage or whatever.
It's either that, or I would even go the alternate route. I think it would feel better instead of incoming magic. I still think it should be outgoing. So I think a good meta magic would be when adjacent to an allied spellcaster.
I can affect.
They can use your meta magic. Like basically, when you're within 5 feet of another spellcaster, you can basically be like, "You got this." And by being that close, they can use your.
I can use my reaction to cast a meta magic on somebody else's spell.
Yeah.
So like if we got 2 people that went down and our cleric's about to cast Spare the Dying, I can use meta magic to twin spell that Spare the Dying on 2 people.
Bro, imagine your wizard is about to cast a 9th level spell.
And then I twin that spell.
Or what's the one that bumps it up? Isn't there Empower?
Empowered or heightened?
Heightened spell. Can you imagine that on Power Word Kill? I'll be right back.
Empowered Power Word Kill. That is... I'm trying to think, because there are so many really good options. I feel like sorcerers are so cool, but not limited, but it's just, I feel like there could be more. So I love this question. I absolutely love this question. I think there's so many really cool opportunities for good meta magic options. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm trying to think. There are, I love the idea of like just being able to change targets at the last second. Like if I cast a spell on somebody and they cast shield as a reaction, I can use one of my meta magics to just switch targets. It's like,
yeah,
you know, like just straight up say, oh, it was going to be that person, now it's going to be this person. Or what else? I want to chew on this so hard because I think that there are so many.
Maybe we'll bring this back up next week. But yeah, it was such a good question from Soul. Random question. I'm just like, damn, I got to bring that up because that is such a good concept.
I feel like the same question could be asked for Warlock Invocations.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's so many things that we've talked about, but those are ones that we haven't talked about yet, and that's definitely a conversation that we want to dive into. So it's in the admin chat. I didn't tag you in that one, but it is in there. Meta magic ideas. So yeah, meta magic ideas. We'll do more. All right. Well, we are at 4.5 hours, so let's get to the spin.
Get these last 2.
Let's figure out. Oh. Spinning.
The answer is
groomsman.
A groomsman. All right, I love it. Saving the race for last.
Yep. Both of the groomsmen. All right. Let me get this set up and we'll continue on with the right. Boom. Here we are. Oath of the Groomsmen. And so this is a Sacred Oath subclass. So this is going to be a Paladin subclass,
Yes.
not a custom sub, or it's a custom subclass for this setting, but it is of the standard Paladin.
Yes. You get all the standard Paladin features with this subclass.
All right, so let's see how this would work for a wedding setting. Starting with the description, it is the solemn duty of the groomsman to honor and respect the groom, to make his day easier and without strife. This tradition and responsibility is now yours. Tenets of the groomsmen. The tenets of the groomsmen are held deeply and proudly. It is a great honor and responsibility to be chosen to be a groomsman. Uphold these tenets to the best of your abilities. Self-sacrifice. The groom is all that's important. Their well-being, their happiness. You must be willing to forego your own interests for the groom. Guidance. If it's all about the groom, that doesn't mean letting him do whatever they want. If they've decided on a course of action that won't end well, it is your duty to dissuade them or prevent them from that. Delivery. Making sure the groom gets to where they're supposed to be is paramount to your duties. Do not allow their rivalry or their revelry to endanger their commitments. So this, again, similar to when we read The Bride, this feels like it's setting the tone for here is your character's motivation. Regardless of the setting, regardless of the story I tell,
yes,
your role isn't just here's the things you can do, but this is your guiding motivator. This is what you're supposed to be doing. This is what you are intended. This is what your motivators and why your character does what they do. And this is your win condition.
Sure.
So I kind of dig that. That is actually for something like a one shot. I feel like that's sometimes necessary, is to kind of put everybody on the right direction before you just let them come in and say, I just want to do whatever the fuck I want.
Just because it was such a great example, what the fuck was it called? The Hangover example that you gave earlier. Like, I'm just imagining all of the people that were with him were supposedly following these tenets.
Oh yeah,
you know, like the majority of them did a good job. At least Bradley Cooper's character.
Bradley Cooper, I feel like that's his. He was always on the point of like, no, we are going to make sure that this happens. Where the other characters like let shit, get off rail. He definitely seemed like the one. He was like, look, I will make sure you get to your wedding no matter what the fuck happens.
There were a couple of moments where he was like lightweight more interested in the play, the game. What was it? Zach Galifianakis. Like specifically his alignment caused him to make some choices that may not have been, but in his perspective.
Okay. So that character, his character, I forget what the character's name was, but his character in that movie is definitely, I think it's the epitome of chaotic neutral. Because yes, you could call it chaotic good, but he does not do everything for the right reason. He only does good things for his friends. Everything else is generally for chaos. So he's chaotic because he doesn't care about the morals and values of society. But I would say he's neutral because sometimes he does it for purely selfish reasons, but a lot of the times he does it for his friends.
I would also say that a lot of what he does is based upon his warped view of reality.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. But that's where I still think it's neutral though, because I don't think his warped, because again, these are just people that I think it's his warped reality of, while these people are in his life, it's like ultra ADHD. You're in my life right now. Mm-hmm. You are my best friends. But in between the movies, he wasn't hanging out with
anyone could have.
But he wasn't doing that before he met them. And in between movies, he wasn't around. So for me, it's that neutrality of, I'm chaotic. Oh, you like me? You're my friends now. You're my best friends. I'm going to take you on such an adventure. And then once they're gone, it's like, oh, puppy. And I think that's why I call it chaotic neutral, because in general, he doesn't treat everyone equally. He does not trend towards doing what he always thinks is the right and best thing. Sometimes he's like, oh, that just seemed like a good idea. Like, it's always from the idea of what he thinks is what he wants to do, not necessarily what he always thinks is the right thing to do.
I was about to say, because if we're considering evil being selfish, like, I feel like a lot of what he does, it's not necessarily selfish, but he does it for his own benefit.
That's what I mean by
because
selfish.
He wants friends, because he wants...
That's the thing. It's not good. So again, in D&D terms, good and evil is just the difference between the sliding severity between selfishness and selflessness. Mm-hmm. What he does is for his own benefit. Even if the benefit is, I want friends, I want to take care of them, but it's because kind of like a narcissist. I want to do the right thing, so I'm rewarded for it.
Yeah.
My reward is friends, so I'm going to help my friends. But it's because I want the reward. It's not they need the help, so fuck anything I need. Now, there are times he's shown that he will just give up everything on their behalf, but that's the chaotic side.
Yeah.
It's not the good side that does that.
Okay. Wow. No.
I love talking alignment because so many people have an issue with it, and it's just, for me, it's one of those issues where it's like I feel so locked into alignment that I love like figuring it out, because so many people I think push against it so much that it's like, I think it's because I've said this before, people overcomplicate it. It's not hard and fast rules. It's a scale of tendency.
I think people have the wrong idea of alignment. I think they think of alignment backwards. They think alignment tells you how you're supposed to act. I think how you act tells you your alignment.
Exactly. And again, that's why I say I like calling it scales of tendency, because anybody can make any choice. But in aggregate, if you take a look at everything that you choose, you will tend towards wanting social, structure and order, or thinking that that's overdone. You tend towards doing things more for yourself than others, or you tend to more often than not do things for other people. And
yes,
that is the ideology behind alignment. It is the sliding scale of which direction do you tend towards. It is never about you can't do these things because you're on this side of the line. It's if you play this character, more often than not, we should expect, like if I choose to be lawful good, it is expected that more often than not, I'm going to choose to follow the law and do the right thing. Doesn't mean I have to.
I think
it just means that that is my tendency by my personality and mindset.
Alignment it feels like it is the articulation of why. It is the articulation of why I've made the choice that I make. The mentality that I have in this world, it helps to clarify my motivation for choice. Because if I am lawful good, why am I making the choices that I'm making? Why am I doing any of the things that I'm doing? It's because I believe in this. It's because these things that motivate me to exist in this world are pushing me in this particular direction. And
too many people feel that it is a cage where it's like, once I've chosen it, I can't go out of it. And it's like, no, again, it's just more of when you're given 100 decisions, more than 50% should have been for others for the right reason. That's all it says. It doesn't mean that every last decision can only be made by unselfish reasons. It's just that's why there's always that sliding scale of you can eventually dip away from and change your alignment for good or for bad reasons.
And
but the idea that, I'm this, so therefore I have to follow a certain strict set of rules. It's like, no, that's not how it was ever meant to work. It was never, even the things of back in the day where things would be locked behind a line. People had a big issue of like, but I can only be, if I'm lawful good and I make one selfish decision, I can no longer wield this sword. It's like, that's not what it ever said.
Well,
it's just that.
I think one of the best descriptions or the best representations of this, a lot of people hate this movie. I freaking love this movie, the Man of Steel movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he was at the end with Zod, right? And Zod was literally, he had his laser eyes out. And he was telling this dude, I'm never going to stop. I'm going to keep killing these people. I'm going to keep... The Superman, he's a good dude. He doesn't want to kill people. He will do everything in his power to protect and care for people. But he was like, what else can I do? I have you in a headlock. I'm holding you. I'm trying to stop you. What else can I do? If you're going to be a thorn in my side for all eternity...
Yeah.
You're
basically asking me to kill you.
He's struggling. The cry that he had at the end when he did that was not a cry of pain, was not a cry. It was a cry of, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
It was a cry of, this is not the type of person that I want to be, but I feel like I'm being backed and forced into a corner to make this choice.
Now, you could say that it was traumatic enough to change you, but it doesn't have to. It could just be a trauma that was the one time. Like, most people assume that that's the moment you become an oath breaker if you're a paladin. No. A series of that doesn't. A one time is forgivable, especially if it even backs up what you've done, right? Like,
yeah, because you're motivated by love for people. As long as you're continually motivated by love for people, then you're going to be doing the right thing.
I mean, we've talked about this before. A lawful good paladin is not confined to the point to where if they are in the BBEG's lair and they see the book or the key that is the key to everything, and if they don't have it, they save the world. There is no world that I believe in that a lawful good paladin will not steal that. because again, if someone's playing, because the way that people talk about this is if I'm a lawful good paladin and I'm in this room and there's a book and I know that this is the key to saving the fucking world, and if I leave it here, the world burns. But if I take it with me, I do exactly what I'm supposed to do as a paladin and save the world. And you're telling me there are players out there who think, well, I'm lawful good, I can't steal, I can't touch it, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave and let the world burn because I'm lawful good, and that would break it. I'm not allowed to because my alignment says that I can't steal because I'm lawful and I'm good, and it's like, this is the dumb shit that people don't understand. That still goes with your character. It's a tendency, not a definition.
I saw this dude on TikTok, and there are some random guys that I will follow, and they just like to do these little monologues that they find random places, and I love them because they give me such inspiration. And this one that I saw was this dude talking about being a part of the Merchants Guild, right? And I love this idea of the Merchants Guild being one of the most powerful guilds, more powerful than the Wizards Guild, more powerful than the Assassins Guild, more powerful than all these other guilds, because everything they do, not everything they do, but like what they do is like above board, and it's all legal, and it's all appropriate, and it's all following the proper channels, and it's all in your face, and it's like, hey, you want to come for me? You're gonna have to come for the whole freaking world.
Yep.
Because
also, I don't have the restraints. Like, I can walk freely in the streets while you have to find an underground road, and if there isn't, you have to find a bypass. I can just walk across the bridge.
And whenever you call me out for being evil and being bad, it's gonna turn on you and make you look
who's
like
gonna
the bad
believe
guy.
the street urchin against the high profile mayor,
and so
who everybody loves?
So all of this stuff, like, I imagine somebody like trapping a paladin in a scenario where they're in the middle of everybody. They're being watched by their clergy, they're being watched by the gods, they're being watched by everyone, and these guys are sitting right in front of you, and you have that same book that's supposedly gonna stop the whole world, but they have it in the most appropriate way, and they're claiming that what they're doing is for the good, and they're in the public eye. So it's like, okay, you want to steal it from me? Go steal it from me.
Yeah.
See what happens. And so like it will be a scenario very similar to Superman, where you're torn. It's like,
save the world,
do I save the world and be painted and shown as the bad guy and the evil villain for all time, or do I uphold what I believe that I should have been upholding?
And that is a great start to an Oathbreaker's backstory. I broke my oath to save the world, and this is my penance. And there's also, like, at High Point, that would be a great way. Like, if you were a paladin or a cleric and you had to break a tenet of your following, which actually can get you excommunicated and even cut off from the god, doing so, like, I could see a situation like that where if you did so, if you broke, like, let's say you were a follower of a very, very serious god, but you were put in a situation where by breaking their tenets, you were basically forced to break their tenets in order to save the world. In High Point, there are a lot of gods who will just stand on business and be like,
you did it. Bye.
But there are others where it's like, all right, so I got to stand on business publicly. You come over here, and now you could be like my and that's where you get like Avengers and like, Dark Paladins and things of that sort, where it's like, hey, I'll let you basically be my, my Black Forces now, my secret ops, because everyone will think that you're not in me, aren't with you, but I can use that to my advantage. I can have you go be a follower to somebody else.
Yeah, or imagine
and I can
get
hide
by one person, and then somebody else sees what you did, and they're like,
I like that.
I need you.
Yeah.
You got a good head on your shoulders, bro. So no, I'm here for that.
So
okay.
I'm all over that. But yeah, back to our paladin over here. I do like the idea that, again, in this wedding scenario so far, giving us a clear idea of what we're supposed to be doing is really nice.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying you're a paladin. All right, so we get some oath spells. Starting out the gate, we get Ceremony, Sanctuary, One Last Night, which we've already read, Suggestion, Fast Friends, Motivational Speech, Aura Purity, Dimension Door, Greater Restoration, Modify Memory. I mean, I'm starting to see how all of these can fit towards the idea of you got to get this. Like, I can. Sure. Normally, we have to sit there and piece together. I'm already imagining how each and every one of these leads to this.
Yep.
Yeah. So
especially like suggestion and stuff like that, going to that second tenet that we were just talking about, trying to stop your groom from doing anything stupid.
Yeah.
Like, hey, groom, you don't want to do that shit.
Fast Friends and Order of Purity in order to like get over situations.
I don't know if I remember Fast Friends.
Oh yeah. But okay, anyway. So Channel Divinity at 3rd level. You gain the following Channel Divinity options. His Knight. As a bonus action, you can use your Channel Divinity to make the groom feel better. You can spend one of your hit die to restore an ally's hit points by the amount rolled plus your constitution modifier and cleanse any poison or sickness from them. For the next minute, they are immune to poison or disease. Hype the smite. Immediately after you deal damage to a creature with a divine smite feature, you can use your channel divinity to hype up one willing creature you can see within 30 feet of you. A hyped creature has advantage on their next attack roll and deals 1 additional damage die.
That's kind of cool.
Right?
That's kind of cool.
I was expecting it to also do like your smite damage, but I kind of like the extra damage die. It's kind of, that's kind of dope. Those are actually really cool. Those are pretty dope.
That's a lot of fun.
It is making me wonder though, like in this as like a DM or even as a player, I would ask the DM for this. Because depending upon like the actual gameplay and how you're gonna settle these people up, it reads almost like the names don't quite match what like the necessity. You know what I mean? Like you don't have, like you're just good at hyping the groom up. That's your job. So you're good at hyping anybody up is the idea. That's why it can be used on any ally. I would love a feature in this setting to basically be like, if someone like is playing the groom, this gets a bonus to that individual. So this is what it's for everybody. But if someone's actually the groom, it actually does like more.
Yeah. Like I just like the idea of whenever you have like a die roll, you just get max. So like you would get max on that additional die. You would get max on whatever hit points you would get.
If they're the actual groom.
Yeah.
Because that would make a lot of sense to actually just tie it into, or if in game the character, like everybody rolls like a D6 or whatever, or a D8 or a D10, and the highest person is engaged in the setting. Like you never run into those individuals, but that's how you get the game setting is who's going to be the groom. And then this person, like that character would get the bonuses. So that would be kind of a cool, interesting things. Des says Fast Friends is a spell from Acquisitions Incorporated WotC books.
Yeah. I just found it. I'm just not as familiar with that one. But yeah, I'm interested to look at it. But okay.
All right. At 7th level, we get Aura of Celebration. With a smile and a cheer, you exude an aura of happiness to those around you. Non-hostile creatures within 10 feet of you that have no reason to be hostile to you and your allies are under the charmed condition. Within 10 feet. So anybody who's not hostile or has no reason to be hostile is actually just charmed.
Let me.
And this has no time frame. It just lasts.
No. That's standard for paladins and their auras. You just have this aura forever.
So this one's just a charm.
As long as you're conscious.
So this is just a charm aura. That's kind of dope, actually. You're the perfect distraction. You don't have to convince the guards. You just have to distract them long enough for everyone to get by.
You can't attack your charmer or target them with harmful abilities or magic effects. Your charmer has advantage on ability checks to interact with you socially. Okay. So, if I have somebody that's charmed by me, if I attack them, they're not charmed.
Correct.
But if I attack them, or the people that are friends with them not charmed?
I would assume that the aura, like anybody affected, if you break the aura, it affects everybody. Like I can't imagine you're charmed two friends who are also friends and you attack one of them. I just don't. This isn't like a spell. It's not overtaking you. It's a suggestion. It's just an influence. It's like charisma. You see someone. It's like what do they call it? Pretty privilege. It's in the same vein. It doesn't mean that you're attractive. It's the same vein of you're a good talker, so they're all like friendly to you. But just because you're a friendly and a good salesman and a good looker,
doesn't mean you can't do no wrong.
You can't just punch my friend and I'm gonna be like, this guy. You wanna punch me too? Punch me too. It's not gonna go down like that. It's gonna break the charm, and especially because it's an aura, it's not strong enough to maintain after that. I think this is definitely flimsy at best. If you fuck up the charm, it fucks it up forever. But I like it. I definitely think that's a good aura for Paladin.
No, that's way cool. That's way cool. I mean,
let's see. So, and that doesn't give you any like option for them to like listen to you better, right?
It gives you advantage on.
I wonder if that means that your allies too. Like if you just walk up to like again another player and just stand next to him and be like, "Hey, you should do this," and then roll, and then see if they have to roll to contest it. Like, could you actually inflict this on your allies? All right, at 15th level, we get providing entertainment. This is one of the many duties of groomers to provide the entertainment for the groom and the party. They sometimes take the form of debauched individuals to provide a good time. As an action, you conjure illusionary beings that flutter about. Creatures you choose that can see you must make a wisdom saving throw. On a success, they are unaffected and immune for the next 24 hours. On a failed save, these illusions take the form of whatever arouses the creature, only that the creature can see what arouses them. Affected creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls, concentration checks, perception checks related to sight. At the end of an affected creature's turn, they may attempt to reroll the wisdom saving throw. Additional creatures affected by your Hyped Smite feature now roll 2 additional damage die. Okay, so this is interesting.
You like walk into a place, you're talking to everybody, they're all charmed by you. You drop this out, everyone gets like, oh, we all having a party, having a good time, and you sneak all your boys to some place you're not supposed to be, or past a certain area.
I mean, it's also a good distraction for combat because you get disadvantage on attack rolls, concentration checks, perception checks. So it's like there's a lot.
You could theoretically use it in the middle of combat.
Yeah, and just be a super big distraction, right? Like I mean, if a whole bunch of attractive naked people walk in, you're going to be quite distracted. As I was reading this, I was expecting this to be a little bit more like one of the ones that we saw before. I thought this would be something along the lines of turning a short rest into a long rest.
You get the...
Like, again, you're providing the good time for the party. So it's like, hey, we're going to take a short rest. Hey, let me provide a good time. And then after a short rest, it feels like we all had a long rest.
Interesting.
Because you had this illusionary aspect of a long night.
I think anything that can give you a long rest without having to take a long rest is insanely powerful.
Yeah, but this is not bad. I like this. I think personally, I don't mind the ability at all. I'll take it as is. I just think it comes too late. I think this doesn't feel like 15th level ability to me.
I would say yes, in the sense that if someone succeeds, nothing happens. I would say give something. Kind of like the last one we talked about on the higher level abilities. Give it
like the half damage on a failed, not just no damage kind of thing.
Yes, like just give something to be there. Maybe at the very least, they're confused on like their target or whatever. Maybe whatever. But that I like this. I like this a lot. I'm not mad at it at all, and I love the additional Hype the Smite as well.
That's really nice. Yeah, the extra damage die is awesome. All right, and then 20th level Best Man. 20th level Oath of the Groomsman feature the ultimate form of the groomsman. You become the best man, amplifying your powers and respect. A best man has the full support of the groom and their guests. Take this support and do good. As a bonus action, you gain the following benefits for 1 minute or until the reception is over. That's cute. So you have advantage on charisma saving throws, as do your allies within 30 feet. Okay. If you are within 5 feet of a creature and no other creatures are within 5 feet of you, attacks made against you are at disadvantage. Interesting.
If you are within 5 feet of a creature, no other creatures. So if I'm engaged with one person and one person alone, they have disadvantage.
Which is weird because you'd think that this would apply if you're surrounded by your allies. Because again, it's like the groomsman, it's a really weird that this is like a solo thing. And then the last one, you can take the help action as a bonus action. Again, my biggest thing is none of this is bad. This is my capstone. Like this is it. This is the best thing I get is more advantage on crit. I mean, I feel like I'm missing something with all the charisma. And this is just in general. So far, all of the wedding builds, charisma seems to be a big deal.
I will say, I think I forgot to mention this earlier. Remember when we were talking about one of the other builds and it gave you an extra bonus action? And I was like, hey, I really hope they give you stuff to do with your bonus action.
Yeah.
I don't think they did.
No, we just got an extra bonus action.
Yeah.
So I would just say that, yeah, this one is not nearly as
this gives you some bonus action stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know if this really feels
genuinely,
like,
especially because this is not just a capstone. This is a 20th level capstone. Like 20th level capstones, they need to be big. You are at the pinnacle of what you can do. You need to be able to do some like crazy, even if it's one-time shit. You need to be or give you some like non-stop stuff that is just freaking fire.
Right, like a best man, I would think that there should be something that would bonus an ally that's within 5 feet of you. Like again, best man. I'm standing, there at, next to you at the altar while you're doing your most important thing.
Sure.
Me being next to you should matter. So whenever you're within 5 feet of an ally, some big boost should happen. Even this one rewrote it. If you are within 5 feet of an ally and no other allies are within 5 feet of either of you, something boosted happen, because again, it's like the best man. It's you and me, buddy. I'm here for you. I'm backing you up. Like, and being a paladin, I feel like, yeah, there should be a lot more going on at this 20th level, and it should be a bigger boon than anything.
Honestly, if you're talking that, I would say if you're in 5 feet of an ally and there's no other allies within 5 feet of you, they just get the help action, period.
Oh, you get a free help action?
You get a free help action every turn. So that means anytime they do anything on their turn, they get advantage on it.
Why not? That's actually dope. So why not change it?
The enemy would be encouraged to get you away from your allies, so they stop being able to.
I know this isn't a review, but that is actually fucking dope. Yeah, switching it to allies and making it much more of a. I'm just gonna free help you, bud. This is the groom. I'm gonna help him in every way. I'm gonna help him with his speech. I'm gonna help him with his sword swing. I'm gonna help him get up. I'm gonna help him get. There's just yeah. Oh, Des says that too. Des likes that change. So I think that's the way to go. Is whenever you are within 5 feet of an ally and no other allies are within 5 feet, you get the help action for free.
Sure. I would also say, instead of having advantage on charisma saving throws, because I'm pretty sure this build already has something that gives you advantage on charisma saving throws, give them like a legendary resistance where it, like, up to your proficiency modifier number of times, if you fail a charisma saving throw, you get to succeed instead. You just succeed instead of having to like re-roll it or whatever.
Right.
That would, especially at 20th level, would feel more capstone-y to me than just more advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not overall mad at it. Like, I love what it's
yeah, no, like I said, like overall it's fine. It's just 20th level. It's not there. It's not there. Okay. So as paladin subclass meant for a wedding, it does stick to the theme. There's a lot of really cool stuff early on. I just feel that these last two teeter out and don't make it feel as robust. But overall, I think it hits the theme. It's cool. It's interesting. Yeah, it's really just those last two. I think that's it. I think it's just those last two that need a little bit, but otherwise, it's totally fine. I'm like thinking 2.5 or 3. It's pretty good, but those last two really need to be beefed up. Otherwise, but I mean, it still fits the theme.
I was gonna say a 3.5.
3.5.
I was gonna say a 3.5. So if you want to,
let's just go 3. Yeah, let's give it a solid 3 because I think it needs a little bit more work to really feel whole, but the lead up is so enticing. You know what I mean? Like, sure. I would definitely feel like this would be cool. And even just a small rename, I could see this being just a general paladin subclass. Like, yeah. You know what? Oh man, you know what?
Honestly.
So multi-classing is kind of cool, but what if there were like, this would be way too complicated to do on a grand scale, but what if like you made a subclass that was itself? Because this almost gives me the idea that this is like a paladin bard. All of the bonuses you're getting are bard bonuses, but you're getting them from the point of view of a paladin. Now, so imagine there was an actual subclass that basically did that, where it's like you could choose this subclass that's actually intended to be a multi-class. So it gives you like little interesting features. But that's kind of what this makes me feel like, right? Like the entertainer, the aura of celebration, like all of the things that you're doing to be a better paladin and be a better defender are in a way kind of bardy-ish things.
Sure.
So it's almost like a built-in multi-class, which I wouldn't mind if that was a thing.
I would love to explore what that would look like, like how you would actually rock that. But I do like that.
All right. Well, I will get the last one loaded here as we only have one more left. And we're only at 5 hours, so I think this will be just fine.
No, this is perfect.
Des getting all of the attention today. Totally fine. I mean, maybe next month maybe we'll do Gorilla's RPG.
Hey, here you go.
All right. Let's see. Do we need to refresh on anything? Good on water at the moment.
Might take a hot step out. There it is.
This says they would play into this up to level 6, oath spells, channel divinities, ASIs, extra attack, then multi attack into bride for the lulz, or multi class into bride.
Wild, you're both. Oh, dude, that would be wild.
Oh man,
that would be wild.
All right, well, we are coming up to the last review for today. It is a race. It's a race, and it's going to be a pretty quick one. So we'll let Kage take a quick little break. We'll go through this, and then we will probably call it a day. It's been quite a good one at that, I will say. And my TikTok is still going fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. It's crazy to have comments coming in live for something I posted like 3 days ago. But hey, that's how it works sometimes. That's how it works. All right. So far I'm digging this general theme. I think that this is a great way to go about it. I think I would like to see more of these specifically themed like one shot and miniseries. There was a podcast, a gaming podcast that I listened to for a while, a couple years ago, and they kind of did that a little bit. Like each session was like basically a one shot, so they would record it, and each session was like a fully condensed one shot, but it was all like the same story. So it would just take months, take place like weeks or months apart in game. So each one was nice and contained, but it wasn't this very large continuous story. And I could see something like this working on that level of being able to put something together really quick for people to kind of come together, play this kind of game, and play this kind of story. So far, overall, the wedding theme is actually pretty spot on.
It's a whole vibe. I love it. I love it a lot.
All right. Well, I guess we should just get right into it. We don't have any other topics to take up time, and this one isn't going to be that long, so we can kind of just finish up here and let everyone get on with their day. I don't know, maybe we'll play some slot machine game before you go. I don't know.
Slot machine?
I don't know if you've seen Clover Pit yet. It's kind of a ridiculous game.
I saw a game called Ball Pit the other day, which is
Ball
wild.
Pit. That sounds.
It looked very interesting.
I don't know about that. We actually there's also one that Vixie and I just got. We started playing together called RV There Yet.
RV?
Yeah,
RV there yet?
It's basically you and up to four people. You start out like at a campsite with an RV, and you pack everything up, and then you basically have to get across the map. But there's like the road's really crappy. There's like bears and shit. There's places you can stop off to get equipment and repair. But you're basically comically driving this large RV through like the forest and up mountains and shit. And you can damage it. Sometimes you get it stuck, so you have to use a winch to get it unstuck. And it's really crazy. It's a lot of just memey bullshit, but it's actually like a lot of fun. It's actually one of the few memey type games that I'm like actually down for.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're doing it for a contest, of course, time was a factor. You even told us, Des, like, how did you do in the contest? I want to see the Bridezilla. I mean, I think we already covered the Bridezilla. I think that was the Bridezilla class.
Lightweight.
But Des, how did you fare in the contest? I don't think we ever actually figured out where did you place in this. In this contest, because it sounds like I'm curious what the whole contest was. Because I mean, there's a race, there's a class, there's a spell, there's subclasses, there's
was it just as much stuff as you could get? Because they said they had other stuff that just didn't get finished.
Yeah, so it was just like, here's the theme, create as many things that are themed on it. Yeah, if you can find the results and let us know. It's such an interesting contest. I'm curious, like, what was the premise and everything. But yeah, let's get to the final review. Nope. Let's get to the final review for today. The Loved Ones, a new race by Des Mar. It's been so long since we've seen something from Des. I'm really glad we finally got to come back to some Des stuff.
Start admitting stuff.
Geez,
man. Back and forth.
All right, description. For generations, the tales of the loved ones were passed down from mothers to daughters, from fathers to sons on the eve of the wedding, or on the eve of a wedding. The fairy tale idea that magical beings would appear at a wedding to show their love to the bride and groom, to make people happier on their most joyous of days. Some of the most grim fairy tales weave stories of the loved ones coming to the material plane, unearthed to a single wedding, aware of their purpose, untethered to a single wedding. Some of these beings are plagued with confusion and chaotic thoughts, leading to madness, and some gain a sense of freedom to explore the mortal realm beyond a single day of loving commitment. Some folklore, nothing more than fairy tales. Simple folklore, nothing more than fairy tales, of course. So these are creatures that were once ordained to show up at weddings to like bless it and be part of it, but some of them got stuck here. And so now they're a playable race.
Interesting.
Their ability scores. You get a charisma score increase of 2 and your dexterity increases by 1. Age. As a loved one, you aren't sure, even you aren't sure how long you live for. Your kind usually manifests for a single night of matrimony and fade away. Your prolonged presence is an abnormality. That's a great way to start that.
I kind of love that.
Alignment. Your kind are mostly entirely made of positivity. You thrive in making those around you happy. Your loved ones are usually good aligned. Size. Taking the form of whatever would be the most appropriate to the wedding, your kind aren't bound to a single form. Though the fact that most weddings are held by the mortal races, medium and small tends to be the norm, but not required. I don't like that. You can basically be of any creature. Now, I want to go back to alignment real quick. I would love, I mean, this is just my second edition mindset talking. I would love to flip this on its head because, again, if we go back to the selfish versus selfless.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're made of positivity, but that doesn't mean you couldn't have an evil version of this. Like maybe you're neutral or maybe you're technically evil and of alignment. So the idea is that you thrive off of positivity. Like you literally are birthed into being over a night of love. And so you kind of thrive on that, kind of like a vampire, to the point that where you can be a benevolent force in the world. Or because of your need to thrive on it, like what if you find someone who's evil and they find great pleasure in being evil? So you help them make this positivity and pleasure by allowing them to do evil. Like it's just that there's always a twist that you can make to those kind of stories.
Like the idea of you want positivity, but what greater positivity is there than overcoming adversity? So what you do is you provide all this adversity for people to overcome. You put them into all of these like negative and difficult situations to give them the ability to thrive through it or whatever.
Imagine how much happiness I could spread to this barony. If only I helped them annihilate this small village. There's only 100 people here. The thousands of this barony would rejoice in praise and in glorious love and celebration over the death of these 100. Let it be. Like, there is so much that you could twist this, that it's just one of those things where good alignment is fine. I get it. But you could easily twist this to be anything.
Theme-wise, I do feel like the goodness that they're looking for is more
pure. It's
more love-based.
Yeah,
like specifically about
I totally
like,
get that.
Hey, I want you to be happy in your relationship, but what if I think you would be happier with somebody else? What if I genuinely think you don't actually want to be with that person? This person's a better match for you. So I'm like, I'm going to destroy this relationship just so you can go be with that person.
I mean, what if someone's really in love with the thing that they're addicted to?
Like, I really feel like Cupid would be one of these creatures or whatever.
Oh, Cupid's just like one that stayed around. So, that would be cool. That's a nice little twist. I mean, hey, look at that. They are a fey creature.
See?
So this could be the origin of Cupid. Whoop, whoop. They have a speed of 30.
Okay. Standard.
I kind of expected them to
You're
be fast.
humanoid.
I don't know why, but whatever. They are a shape changer. As an action, you can change your appearance and your voice. You determine the specifics of the changes, including your coloration, hair length, and sex. You can also adjust your height and weight, but not so much your size changes. But not so much that your size changes. You can make yourself appear as a member of another race, though none of your game statistics will change. You can't duplicate the appearance of a creature you've never seen, and you must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs that you have. Your clothing and equipment aren't changed by this trait. You stay in the new form until you use an action to revert to your true form or until you die. I personally, because this is a race, I would change the verbiage to where you can't duplicate the appearance of a race you've never seen, and you cannot but you also cannot duplicate the exact image
of a specific person.
Yeah, it just basically you're always a vague version of someone.
You're always a human. You're always a dwarf. But you're not that human or that dwarf. Like changelings, you can be that person.
Like if you've never met a dwarf, you can't turn into a dwarf. But once you meet a dwarf, you can only get their general proportions correct. But it's still.
I'd even go as far as saying you have to meet a female dwarf to turn into a female dwarf, and meet a male dwarf to turn into a male dwarf.
I would not mind doing those, but as a racial ability, being able to shape change is already big enough. You've got to nerf that somehow.
Yeah. And it says your creature type is Fey rather than humanoid. I feel like you can be Fey and humanoid.
Yeah, humanoid is just
it's just limbs. The arrangement of limbs.
Yeah.
And so, I would say that's still theoretically.
I think it was meant to be you were Fey, not human.
Sure. Yeah.
And then special day, starting at level 3, you can cast a ceremonial spell with this trait without requiring the material component. Once you cast a spell with this trait, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Once you leave this level, you gain the ability to cast it as a ritual.
Let me double check, but I feel like I swear we reviewed something else very recently that said something about the ceremony spell, but a specific element of the ceremony spell you could cast like for free or whatever the case may be. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It was you could cast only one feature of it. There was
there was a bunch of things that it could do,
but this is just all of the ceremonies.
I feel like specifically because of what they are, make it be a wedding, because wedding is part of the ceremony spell. Like
absolutely. Why wouldn't it be the wedding spell? And then you can speak, write, read, common, and fey.
Okay,
does that make sense? But it is as a race, I wouldn't mind nerfing the ceremony spell a little bit, and definitely putting in verbiage for the shape changer that you can't be someone specific. I do like that you have to duplicate the appearance of something you've never seen, but you also you can't be so specific that you can become something.
Yeah. I agree with that. The one it was last time was funeral rite.
Yeah,
that was the other one. And wedding, you touch an adult human for the next 7 days. The target gains a +2 bonus to their AC.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
And while they're within 30 feet of each other specifically, and a creature can benefit from this rite.
That's 100% what that should say is for the special day. You should be able to do the wedding ceremony.
Because what's the other one? Dedication, coming of age, blessing water. See, because would it make a lot of sense that these people can make holy water? Because ceremony could make holy water.
I totally think that's it. The wedding specific ceremony is the one that you get for free, and that would that would bring this back up to perfect. And then just nerfing the shape change because it's a little bit broken if I can just be anyone. But otherwise, that's pretty cool. I like the idea that it's this like creature that usually just came to partake and is now stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. There's a lot of different ways that you can play that. It doesn't add anything truly crazy, but it does open up what you can be. So you can basically be anything that you want.
I instantly, when I saw this whole collection, my first thought was, I'm imagining this race being these classes.
I also think Shape Changer needs a limitation. Like maybe a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier per day. Just because it just feels so powerful that at the get-go you can just change it as an action. Unlimited.
Let me look at,
like, I know that that's not combatively good. Like it doesn't really do anything to your features or shape, but it just feels that that's the vanilla player shape changer ability.
That's what I wanted to look at. I wanted to see.
Damn, that just feels like so much without any limitation.
It is, and I'm pretty sure with the what is it, chameleon or whatever it is that they are, changeling is the race that it is in 5th edition, but I think that one you actually can specifically be other people.
Interesting. Okay.
And so like I get, playing into that, but I still think for this particular race, it would make a lot of sense because again, these loved ones that were sent here, according to our lore that we were given, I don't think they were meant to like take over for anyone or to impersonate anybody.
They're stuck here.
They're just kind of there. Like,
and
when you see
they're
those,
there to make sure that they don't want to like freak people out, so they take the forms that are most acceptable.
You ever seen a movie where a bride or a groom is struggling with something on their day and they're like off in a corridor wandering, and then they run into some random guest at their wedding and they give them some that like perfect life? It's like, I feel like this is like that person.
Exactly.
Like, you're just a random uncle that was in the crowd, like you don't really know, but they like bring you this sage advice to help you along. Like, that's kind of like the vibe I get. So I would feel it would make a lot more sense if they weren't impersonating a specific person, but just being out here to be that. So I feel like that particular limitation
actually,
would make sense.
What, again, I know we're not supposed to be doing reviews here, but you know what would make this, because I'm going back through it and really like I want to give it a high score, but it's not doing much. Like, again, most races kind of feel like they go in a direction. I mean, other than the age is really kind of
I think that's
thing.
cool. Yep.
But other than that, it's just shape change and the ceremony spell. Like, that's all this is giving.
Sure.
So what I'm wondering is if we want to, I just don't know if this shape changer feels right or not, but what if, and this would be more for the less player agency, but more to make the story matter. What if as an action, you can change your appearance and voice to match the most common in the immediate area? So you walk into a room full of human nobles and you shift into a human noble. You walk into a group of half-orcs that are all bandits, and you're now a bandit half-orc.
So
basically, you just take the most appeasing form of the largest portion of the group.
I have a slightly different idea, but I feel like it might break things. And
the moving writing crashers. Yeah.
It's not necessarily that you actually change your shape. You are whatever it is that you are, but the perception that people see you
more
as,
like an illusion than an actual shape.
But it's like they can't tell the difference. They can't tell, like, unless they succeed some like whatever,
right. But you always appear as the most acceptable version that they want.
Yes, exactly. Something that's not going to raise any, like, that would be the way I would do it.
I would say do that, and it also gives you a bonus in your charisma. If that's just a thing where everybody sees you as the most appealing, so basically your character just never stands out to anyone, and you get a bonus to charisma, I would totally be fine with that.
Yep.
That would feel a little bit better. I don't know, the shape changer and the special day, I just don't know how much. Like, I want to give it a good score. Like, I wanted to kind of give this a 4, but then I'm just realizing, like, what am I actually getting out of this?
Yes.
Other than lore that matches the wedding. But I'm not really like, I don't feel like this is a new race. It's just a race that has a new origin story.
Sure.
But it doesn't feel like it's a
I do think that it could use with like one additional ability that feels like you get to do something as this race. Like, yeah. Like, again, with the lore, like what is the purpose of these creatures being here, and like what would they be able to do while they're here? Like because, you know what I mean?
Because you could say that, being able to change your form and basically get into any party, like, that's another thing too, is you can change the shape change or verbiage to say that you can basically infiltrate anywhere by looking the part, kind of thing. Then your next ability would be that you can always detect like using an action, or for if you spend 1 minute concentrating, whatever the thing is, you can detect the presence of a celebration within like a 1 mile radius. So you could just be like, hey guys, give me a minute,
come and have a party over there,
there's a birthday, let's go. And then halfway there, right when you get there, you're just like, look at me, I belong here. And then you get them free food, you can have a party, you can get into any gala event because you can sense it, and then you can infiltrate it. Yeah. You know
how you can murder somebody and then jump into a group of people and like freaking disappear?
Yeah.
Imagine you could do that. Imagine with that perception ability that you have, like, everybody see, like, you could just blend into any group of people. Nobody would be like, oh, hey, you can't. That would be kind of cool. And imagine, especially because, again, I'm thinking if you're like the groomsman, imagine if you had an ability where for a short period of time you could extend that aura to include your allies.
Oh, so they all disappear. They all just look like they belong there.
Look like they blend in.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that could be an interesting trait that I feel like would potentially be super useful and a decent racial trait that wouldn't necessarily break the game early on.
Yeah.
So-
Those are things that I feel that would go along more with the wedding concept. So I think this deserves another 3. I think it's pretty good as is, but I think it could use a little bit of fine tuning to really feel more. Not necessarily, it's synergistic enough. It's just not exciting.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like it adds enough. Again, even in just the concept of the wedding setting, it's cool that you added a new race to go along with it, but it doesn't. I don't feel like they added anything other than, well, I wanted a race. You know what I mean? It just feels like it's there to add to the story, but not to add to the story.
It feels like it's there to like add to the list of, hey, I did a race, hey, I did a spell, hey, I did a class, hey, I did a subclass.
So I'll say it's a good 3. It's a good solid 3. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not exciting enough for me to be like, this is a selling point.
Sure.
And even knowing the rest of it, I'm still like, I don't know what it's really adding to the flavor.
Okay.
But there we go. That's it. That is all we had in terms of all of the reviews. So we finally now have no more showcases backlogged. We have gone through all the showcases, and we still have all of our normal reviews. We did not do a review today of a standard type, so that does mean that exciting to announce that on Monday will not only be episode 200 of D&D discussions, but it will also be the 100th 100 community submitted review.
Yes, indeed.
So be here on Monday to find out what we're going to review, but it will be number 100 from the community itself. That's absolute insanity. And it'll be episode 200.
We're going to love it.
Of D&D discussions, which is, again, absolute insanity that we've gotten to 200 episodes in like 2.5 years. Just...
heck yeah.
All right. Well, that was everything that I had planned. We definitely passed the 5-hour mark by a bit. So unless anybody has some final words or final questions or final topics you'd like to hear us tangent off of, I think we're going to be closing it down here. So we can get the rest of our afternoon before it rains and you can get out of here before it downpours on you. But anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody have a topic that you want to hear us rant about real quick before we get out of here? Or do you want to go enjoy the rest of your Saturday? Well, let us know. But otherwise, that's a lot of reviews. Yeah, that was what, 5 reviews back to back. That's fucking crazy. But if you are new here and you haven't watched us before, you can join our Discord where you too can make some submissions. Links in chat right now. And if you don't follow us, you can follow us on all social medias. We do post on TikTok daily outside of the weekends. We do have a VOD channel on YouTube. We have a main channel where we do edited content. Of course, we have our Twitch channel. And technically we have other accounts, but those aren't as active right now. But when's the next showdown? When I can manage to get an idea and enough energy to build it, because I want to make some improvements from the last one. I'm lazy and haven't done that yet, but we will be doing another showdown hopefully soon. I don't know if we'll do it this year, but I would like to do another one by the end of the year. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to fit it in my schedule.
And just so you guys know, you guys are free to do what Hecate and Soul did to each other and just challenge each other to do certain things.
And then we'll fit it in. Trust us. That was so much fun that you guys did that.
Fire.
That was so cool.
I love that you, number one, gave us the inspiration for showdowns and stuff like that, but also just decided that you wanted to do something fun and went with it.
That was edited episode is on the main channel too. The Subclass Showdown edited episode is on there. So go check that out.
Get there.
Soul wants to know, do we want to let them know the next review or do we want to make it a secret for Monday? Do we want to announce it on Monday? Post it? I don't know. Did you not?
I thought I updated it once we made a choice. I
thought someone in Discord said also that it was not updated. Maybe we shouldn't update it. Maybe you should make it a secret so everyone has to show up to see who is number 100.
I'm not mad at that.
Oh no, Cosmic said yesterday the leaderboard wasn't working. So you'll have to check the main chat for that. But yeah, so actually, you know what? Yeah, when you update, if you haven't updated the schedule, maybe we should update it with like a couple question marks and stuff.
It's updated.
Okay. Well, yeah.
It's on there.
It's on there if you want to go look at it in the Discord. Otherwise, we'll announce that on Monday. So number 100 can enjoy that. But yeah, show up on Monday, Soul, and you'll find out what the next review is. All right. Well, Des, hopefully you enjoyed all of the showcases, not quite reviews, but the showcases. And I think overall, I would give the concept of what, taking everything in mind, I would give all of that. If I was given all of that as a, hey, I'm building a one shot, would you be interested? I'm definitely like at a 4 out of 5 right now, maybe even a 4.5. I'm not 100% sold.
Agreed.
But if anything, I want to build that. I would play that. I would play a wedding.
100%.
One shot. There we go.
Yeah.
I would play a wedding one shot simply because of this being sold. Like, these ideas sold me on the idea of a one shot in a wedding. That's 100% doable. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Des. That was really great. So we do appreciate you submitting those, and of course we'll get to the normal submissions as we continue with Monday streams. All right. Well, I don't have anything else for y'all, and I don't see any other questions in chat. So we want to thank everybody for joining us today on your November community stream. We want to thank you for voting and keeping everything going here. Don't forget that in the Discord, in the polls chat, I posted a handful, I think like 6 or 7 new polls for everyone to vote on. We're looking, we have another week for those, but we are looking for your feedback on Friday streams. We're trying to add more episodes in rotation. We're trying to see if you want to bring episodes back that we haven't done in a while. So please go check out the polls channel, put your votes in, cast your votes, let us know what kind of content you want, because we have been enjoying the game streams, but we definitely want to make those more of a rotation thing than a regular one. And you know, this last Friday, we tried to bring back the, you know, just the regular tangent discussions, which I think are going to be more fun because we do enjoy those. Yep. But we want to know. So go in there, give us some feedback. But otherwise, we're going to cut it here. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend and that it continues to be great. We'll be back on Monday if we don't stream tomorrow. But we'll be back on Monday with your regularly scheduled D&D content at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Well, thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.